This conference will now be recorded.
All right, so we're going to start. I'm going to read that over, okay, guys? Sorry, because my mic wasn't on. I'm sorry, everyone, now that we're being recorded. So, welcome to the Lander County Commission meeting, Board of Battle Mountain and Austin Board of County Highway Commission for May 7th, 2020. This is being held also by audio conference. So,
Austin's here.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order and do the Pledge of Allegiance. All right. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we're going to have a moment of silence. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. Lander County Commissioners may break for lunch from 12 p.m. to 1:15 p.m. Any agenda item may be taken out of order, may be combined for consideration by the public body, and items may be pulled or removed from the agenda at any time. For public comment, for non-agendized items only, persons are invited to submit comments in writing and or attend and make comments on any non-agendized item at the board meeting, if any, and discussion of those comments at the discretion of the board. All public comment may be limited to 3 minutes per person, again, at the discretion of the board. Reasonable restrictions may be placed on public comments based upon time, place, and manner, but public comment based upon viewpoints may not be restricted. All right, we're going to start with number 1 for County Manager, the update on the COVID-19.
All right, good morning. So I did receive an email today, and I wanted to put it out that the governor will be giving an update today at 3 o'clock on his opening plan, his date, and the plan that he's put together for the counties to do a reopening. So that will be at 3 o'clock today. It'll be live streamed if anybody's interested. We've been working real hard to try to keep things in line here in the county. It's been challenging at times, but I wanted to thank everybody for working with us and being cooperative and helping us get through this pandemic. With that, I'd like to ask Brandy Bengoa, our health officer, county health nurse, to continue on with the update.
Hello, everybody. This is Brandy Bengoa. So, as of yesterday, the hospital had tested 265 individuals for COVID-19, with 196 negative and still pending 53. We do have 17 positives in Lander County. I'd like to thank the hospital for their drive-through efforts. They're doing a great job of testing everybody that needs to be tested, people who think they're close contacts with positives, and people who just need and want to be tested. So with that, I just want to remind the community that as we move about, and if the governor does lift these orders and allows us to move about more, we need to be very cautious because we will spread this virus. There's lots of people who have no symptoms, so just be super cautious, do what you're already doing. Go to the store when there's nobody else there, gather in small groups if at all, stay with your household, wash your hands, and avoid those peak times at the businesses as well, because I think that'll be a big hitter. So with that, do you guys have any questions?
This is Kathy Ancho. I have a question. So out of those 17, how many people are considered recovered?
Just one.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, guys.
Hold on, Brandy. We're going to jump to 38 so we can get you taken care of. I know you got a lot to do today.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, we're going to jump ahead to number 38 for the public health nurse for possible action. A, there is a decrease of operations by $24,200. but there is an increase in minor equipment by $2,500.
Randy, would you like to go ahead and, justify your decrease and
My
increase?
increase?
Yep.
So for our increase, I believe we requested a freezer. We need a freezer that can go to a really low temperature for our vaccines. The previous freezer that was purchased was not meant to be at that temperature, and so it burned out, and we've been using the one that the state provided us previously, and we need to get that one back. And then there's also in the budget for a scanner for the insurance cards to go into our billing system, and then for a new scale.
This is Judy, and I would like to just make a comment that if possible, could we list the tabs that they would be under in our packets?
Yeah. It's in, it's in pack number, yeah.
Could you repeat that, please?
003040.
Thank you.
In pack 2.
Okay. So if anybody has any comments, this is Judy again. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the budget.
I have some questions.
Okay, sorry.
So I see here, we have a 7.5% salary increase, but then we also have a CPI and merit of 4.5.
I missed that one. Sorry, Brian.
So I'm fine with the 4.5%, because that's what all our other employees get, but I'm not okay for the 7.5%.
Brian, I'm sorry, I couldn't really hear you real well. You were talking about the 7.5% increase.
Yeah, there was a 7.5% increase, and then on the next page, you have a CPI of 4.5. That's what all our county employees get.
And Brian, I'm glad you caught that. I agree with that. I don't believe that, that under the salaried employees, that we should include the 7.5%, because they are entitled to the 2% merit and the 2.5 COLA.
So what that, oh, go ahead.
I'm not sure why I can't hear you guys. You're just so far away from me. Can you talk a little bit louder for me, Judy? So are you don't want the 4.5 or the 7.5 or?
No, I don't want the 7.5 because they're already entitled to 2.5 merit, 2.5% or 2% merit increase plus the cost of living increase of 4%.
So the only thing you're taking off the 7.5 at this point?
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Can I verify what that is? So the CPI is actually 2.5 this year, not 4. And on the salaries, they are not subject to merit. That there is an ordinance that has the salaries, they have a different percentage.
Well, I understand that, and thank you, Liz. It is, what, 2% for the COLA, under the negotiation.
The COLA is 2.5 this year.
That's what I just said, is 2.5 for the COLA. We've allowed 2% for a merit increase. That's under negotiations for the contracts, which I realize salary employees are not bound by those, but I do not think that it's fair to give extra to a salaried employee. So my belief is that all employees should be subject to the same amounts, and that would be a 4.5% increase for merit and COLA.
I don't think you're understanding it clearly. We have a 2.5% cost of living, that's the COLA.
Exactly.
I don't know what the 2% is you're talking about.
That is the merit, the up to 2% merit.
With salaried, it's up to 5%.
Okay,
So
well,
it doesn't mean they're gonna get it, it just means they are eligible for it.
well, and right now during budgets, if we are all in agreement, then we are cutting that down to 2%.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to clarify for you.
No, I just want Ted to speak up because there's an ordinance that justifies that.
Ted, did you hear that?
You're gonna have, Liz, what are you talking about? What ordinance?
Is it our?
Okay, while you're waiting for that, the other concern that I have is not only the 7.5 all the way through, but the bonuses. And I think especially in light of what is going on, where we have no idea, we're gonna be losing, our TTX, we're gonna be losing, our gas, or our sales tax, everything. I mean, our whole budget is going bananas because of what's happening. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, we're gonna have the tsunami in another 6 months, I know. So I'm not in favor of the bonuses or the 7.5 on any of it.
And I guess in light of also the fact of if there is an ordinance, the ordinance is not gonna specify a specific amount. It
Well-
can be up to 5%.
The ordinance
So-
she's checking though is on the merit raises and stuff, right? Not on the bonus.
Correct. And so we can cut the bonuses and we can also cut the salary increase for the salaried employees.
I might just add that ordinance wasn't an issue last year,
No,
so.
and I can't imagine we actually have an ordinance with the county code that states that we have to give salaried employees 5%.
No, it's up to 5%.
Then if it's up to 5%, then we are going to say it is up to 2%. So I will make a motion.
I have something to say first.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, hang on, and plus we wanna wait, even though. We need to wait for her to come back, and I have something to say. So, putting this out there for everyone, yesterday, and this has to do with all of this, I spoke with Senator Gocochea. So we all know where we're standing in the state at that moment when I was speaking to him on the phone. We're looking at a 40% state cut all across the board. They're defunding a lot of the programs that the state funds right now. They're gonna be defunding and saying that we as a county are going to have to own those or to get rid of them. So we have to understand that we have our abatement, for mosquitoes, our abatement for the, Mormon crickets, on top of a million other things that the state does fund for us, they're not going to be funding. So we have to keep that in mind as far as freezing, and I know I'm not gonna make anybody very happy in saying this, but when we're talking about raises, I think since we're all paying right now, getting our insurance paid for and the families paid for, I think until we figure out where we are financially and where all of our ad valorem money and how that's going to be, that for this year, for 1 year, I would ask, and I'm just throwing it out there, that we consider not giving a bunch of raises, because we're gonna have a lot of other things that we have to fund, and if we have to start cutting personnel because we can't fund, I think it's senseless to be giving raises where we're gonna have to turn around if, at worst case scenario, and have to cut people. And I just would rather say, hold off on raises until we find out, well, we can always come back and say, hey, things aren't nearly as bad as we thought they were going to be. I'd rather side on caution than come back and go, we gave all these people these raises, now this person doesn't get a job. Or we can no longer pay for the family insurance for people. It's gonna hit them a lot harder that way than if we consider just stopping raises until we know what's going on, because I think it's irresponsible of us to even truly go there right now. Like I said, we can always come back if it's not nearly as bad, and if the sky isn't falling, which I think it is, but if it's not falling, then we can revisit this. But I just will err on the side of caution after speaking with Mr. Gocochea, because I think that he said it was going to be bad, and he's never led me wrong to this point. So
Okay, while we're waiting for the clarification of the 2.5 and the 2%, right? So we can do the 4.5 all at once. Okay, with that, is it totally out of order if we just make a motion to not give raises, not the 4.5, but I mean, not give any of the 7.5% raises and bonuses, just over the board? And that way,
I'm
I mean,
absolutely-
we're looking at each one individually anyway, but we don't wanna miss something. So I'll make a motion that we hold up on the bonuses and the 7.5% increase that's been asked for all the way through on our budget.
Patsy, can I make a note of that, though? I believe that does include the COLA.
No, I'm not touching the COLA.
I know, but this 7.5, it's on top of the 2.5% for the cost of living.
No, I think the cost of living is included in that.
So basically, it's a 5%. So,
Well, I'm just saying by the worksheet, salary increase 7.5, by the next page, CPI merit 4.5%. So that would calculate out to 4%.
If I could, if you guys could just, if it's what you want, you agree on, we have to give the 2.5, that's the negotiated. And then if you wanna change it to just up to 2%, maybe that was the way the motion could go to clean it up.
And I'd
But
like to point out, I'd like to point out, in regards to what Kathy had said, if we did it, like you said, Keith, it's already negotiated for our union employees, so I think it's only right that we would give it to our county employees as well. That wouldn't fall under the negotiated contract, that's just my.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And that's the way we've always done it in the past, it's just been across the board. But the difference came with the salaried employees where it could be up to 5. And you guys can certainly change that as you vote on it.
So I think Patsy's motion would be a correct motion, that we do away with the 7.5 and the bonus, not touching the CPI and the merit at this particular point. She made that motion, I would second that motion.
and I just wanna make sure that it covers, because the contract, the union contract, which does not apply to the salaried employees, has the cost of living plus the 2% merit in it.
Well, what I'm looking at all the different budget things here, it says salary increase 7.5% base wages, and mostly all of them are written that way. And then on the next page, it says CPI and merit 4.5. So
Okay.
they're totally separate.
Yeah.
That's what.
So my
right.
motion is the 7.5 and the bonus, not now.
But they.
Can I
should-
say something?
And that's not just for the health nurse, this is all the way through.
So,
But am I being a little confused here and making sure that they're still eligible for a 4.5%?
We'll tackle that when she comes back to see
That's what we're
what we can do on this.
Okay,
motion.
okay.
Yeah.
so is that you, Cindy? Oh, was that you, Cindy?
Yeah, it was.
Okay, do you wanna go ahead?
I would just suggest doing the 4.5 across the board for everybody.
Correct.
So we have a motion and a second.
I'm not worried about money.
Do we have to
at this
ask
point.
public comment?
I think we have plenty of money to take care of our people. I'd like them to get all the money they can.
Okay, so can we go ahead and have, anybody have public comment? Okay.
So this is stating 3%. So that's on top of the 4.5% that was negotiated in the union.
Everyone should be.
Not more than 3% of the employees.
Muted.
Okay. Not more,
Unmuted.
okay.
So where are we? With the numbers, so we have the consistent numbers on the motions.
I'm sorry?
What was I have you repeat what we're doing on the motion, since there's been a bunch of discussion, so we wanna make sure what the actual motion was.
The motion was that we do away with all the, Thank you. The motion was that we do away with the salary increase to 7.5% of base wages and the bonuses that were asked for throughout all of our offices.
Brian second that.
And Brian seconded. All right, so then all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Art, nay.
Now we have to take in, now we have to decide what we're gonna do on the CPI in full, correct?
Well, we have to finish.
No, we have to do the decrease in operations
Yeah.
and increase in minor equipment. And I'll make a motion to approve that.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
No, I'm aye.
All right, very good. Are we good to go on?
Yes, thank you.
All right. So we're going back on course, right? For number,
Yes, yes,
all right,
thank
for
you.
number 3. All right, so, for number 3, for possible action regarding presentation of the FY 2020-2021 budget highlights.
Kathy, excuse me, I'm confused on that. Then do we need to vote on just that particular budget for the health nurse? Or are we going to,
We just did.
that was the 4.5.
We did both, we just did both of them, just now.
It included it? Okay, thank you.
Well, number 2? Okay.
No, oh. Is the 4.5 included?
Yeah, you guys just voted
just
on the
approved your budget.
4.5. That is,
Oh, we just took away the 7.5. We
right,
didn't
that's what you did in
include-
your motion, and it's, they get the 2.5, that's the COLA, and they can get up to 2%,
So 4.5.
so it's 4.5, yes.
Okay, well, like, again, I guess I'm confused because Patsy just basically said take away the 7.5% salary increase. We did not include the COLA or the, merit.
Can we have that read back, exactly what she said, so we can figure out where we're at, please?
We don't do word for word, so,
Judy, come here real quick, I just wanna show you this. So we took away this, and we took away this, not took away, we just didn't approve, but we
Right.
approved that because it's already negotiated. CPI and merit is a total
Okay,
of
but
4.5.
that's, right, but see, that's for an assistant. This is for Brandy.
Judy, I heard the 4.5. My only question was whether we just approved the rest of her budget. That's all.
We did.
Okay, and that's what I thought. So we don't need to check anything. We're fine.
Oh, no, I see what,
he's right.
yeah, what
But
she,
you disapproved the 7.5, so we have to write it in there to approve a 4.5 so that we can budget.
yes, thank you, so that's what she just pointed out, the 4.5, that's for her assistant, that's not in this figure for our health nurse.
So I will make a motion that salaried employees be given a 2.5% COLA increase as well as up to a 2% merit increase.
That makes sense, Patsy?
Right, that's what you did.
Yes.
Right, and we voted on that. Right,
No.
no, I'm
We did.
clear.
No, we didn't.
Motion.
You're doing a new one?
Yeah.
What you did, Patsy, was you eliminated the 7.5% salary increase.
Right.
But see, in the paperwork, it doesn't list that as for each individual salaried employee. On the employees that are under the,
Right, under the other,
Bargaining.
but I thought that was your last motion.
no, I approved the budget as requested as far as the 24,000 decrease and then the 100 increase.
Okay.
So what
yeah.
I'm approving, what this motion would be then is, this will be allowing salaried employees to receive the COLA, the negotiated COLA rate plus up to 2% merit increase.
Okay,
For a total of 4.5,
Right,
possibly.
possible.
So
got it.
where are we within the motion?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, all right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, we all, no opposed. All right, moving forward. All right, we're gonna go to number 2. Overview of FY 2021 revenue projects and all other matters properly related thereto.
This is Cindy. Can I say something?
Absolutely, go ahead, Cindy.
From what is in the book that was projected for the revenues, there's a lot of feedback here. I'm going to reduce it by 20% across for all of the state revenues that we receive for the final budget.
Hey Cindy, where in the book are we at right now? Are we looking?
So at the beginning, like the general fund, there will be a revenue sheet.
Okay, projected revenues. The fourth tab.
The fourth tab.
And all of the funds will have a revenue sheet. So the ones that actually get ad valorem or CTX or the fuel tax, all those will be reduced by 20%.
Say 20 or 40?
So Cindy, this is Kathy. With that being said, did you have an a bottom line number of what, for the total would be?
Not for each fund. Hold on one second. Let me get my revenue sheets. Hold on here. Okay, for ad valorem, the total amount would be $10,008,450,000 or $450. Let's see. I didn't add them. I have them separated by fund.
On for a second, Cindy. Instead of making you go one by one, do we just want to take the total at the bottom and take the 20% off and give us a number? I don't want you to have to go one by one to try to do that. That's not what I'm requesting. I'm requesting that you take that, the 13 million and take the 20% off. So we know, we have an idea what the bottom line would be, please.
Oh, okay. Hold on one second.
So I come up with 10,938,684. 10,938,684.
That's not what I'm getting.
Let me try my little handy dandy.
13.
percent off?
20.
20%. I'm coming up with $10,946,690.
Thank you.
Yeah, she's correct.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Do you want to do all the funds?
Well, the agenda item we're on is overview of revenue projections, right?
yeah, so we're just doing the revenue projections at this point. So we're just doing the revenue projections at this point.
Yes.
Cindy, this is Kathy. So,
Yeah.
Have you been in contact with the state and they're saying the 20% is a good enough number?
Some are actually going 25%.
Okay.
But I just figured 20%, 1/5 of the budget. It's all a guess.
Oh, yeah, and I understand that. Right now, I understand that.
Do we want to err on the side of caution?
That's pretty much what we're doing.
Okay.
Okay. So do you want to do road and bridge?
Hold on, we're still trying to figure some stuff out. Give us a minute, please.
Okay.
What was that number again?
10,946,690. We're ready to go forward. Do we have any questions?
Patsy, you have any questions?
All right, so are we moving forward?
So we want a motion for that amount?
Is there a,
Do we need a motion?
it doesn't have, it's not for a motion, it's just
Okay.
giving an overview.
Oh, well, it does say,
It says the overview of the revenue projections. So what do we, how do we do that? If it's,
sorry.
You can direct myself to reduce the budget.
You can direct me to reduce the budget by 20%, and we'll do that. That's number 2.
Yeah, so basically, this is the money we have to operate our county. They're saying a 20% cut, and it's all relative. Money in, money out, so that's what we need to be aware
Yes,
of.
absolutely, so
All right.
for the direction to do a reduction of
20%,
20%,
yep.
please.
Got it.
All right.
Hopefully, we'll have some of the figures in by the 21st, or by the 14th, right? No, 21st is when we do the approval on this,
Yes.
right?
That is correct.
Okay, but the
we
things,
still-
yeah, it's still all estimated, because even our interest in everything is going to be, affected by all of this. Everything will be, so we can firm everything up a little bit more, but it's still gonna be an estimation of where we're going, even in a couple weeks when we send it in.
Have you thought about how much money we're gonna get from net proceeds next time?
Yeah, but I understand the net proceeds things, but this is a budget, and we can't operate our regular county budget depending on net proceeds, that's a
I
whole.
understand that,
Okay,
Patsy.
but I'm saying, everything is still going to be, we have to work within our own budget, that's all.
So, are we good to go on to number 3?
Unless Cindy has anything else.
Anything else, Cindy?
No, it's just a guess, but I figured if we just reduced it to 20%, we should be in line.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and move on.
Commissioner?
Oh, well,
I-
I'm sorry.
No, I wanted to point out, since it's a little, we have the meeting, we have to, conduct them like this. You might wanna ask if there's any public
Okay.
comment. I know we don't usually
No,
do
and
that,
I appreciate that, but that's gonna be,
And then
that's
we
fine.
I would ask Robert to unmute it once you ask for the public comment, and then if there's no public
No,
comment, then we can move
absolutely.
on.
So
Thank
we're,
you.
not a problem at all. So we're gonna go ahead for public comment on this. All right, we're ready to go for public comment. Good, all right, we don't have any, so we're gonna move forward.
Robert?
Muted.
Oh,
Unmuted.
Oh, okay, so you control the mute and unmute there, then.
For the WebEx, I control it and I have to unmute, then I mute everyone, then I unmute the commission so everybody can hear you.
Okay.
So it's like a 3-step process.
all right, so we're good to go on to number 3? All right, so, let's go. For a possible action regarding presentation of the, FY 2020-2021 budget highlights. This meeting is the first public meeting on the FY 2020-2021 budget. The Board of County Commissioners is required to hold a budget hearing in accordance with NRS 345.569. The county offices, departments, and boards will present and discuss their FY 2020-2021 budget proposals with the Board of County Commissioners during the budget workshop. The budget workshop may include the presentation, review, and discussion of revenues, expenditures, and transfers to and from county funds, and specific funding requests, including but not limited to additions and deletions of personnel, equipment, supplies, and services used or received. The Board of County Commissioners may take action for approval of the proposed budget, but all budgets are subject to final approval and action at the time of final budgets are submitted. Backup materials for each department request, including amounts requested, anticipated future budget increases, decreases, from existing fiscal year budgets, capital and equipment expenditures, and the additional full-time part-time personnel positions are contained in the packet, which is available from the clerk's office, 50 State Route 305, Battle Mountain, Nevada, 89820, 775-635-5738, and is also available at the meeting hereon. All non-operational expenses are included in the backup material for approval or disapproval. Topics for discussion today: grant requests, CCP projects, buildings and equipment, airport capital improvements, departmental information and requests, capital outlay requests by department, grant requests.
It's on your table right there, the spreadsheet, and it shows last year's grant requests.
We have $100,000 left in that.
Yeah, and since we changed it last year to where each of the grant requesters, since we changed it from last year, each of the grant requesters, have to submit the, appropriate documents, and then we pay the bills. You can see where it's gone,
Big improvement.
big improvement, yeah, we still.
Very big improvement.
$100,000 left.
So I have a comment. My only comment is, if we're approving grants but then have to cut in other departments, that would be my only question, you know? Is that something we want to do? Or we're giving grants, but yet we're cutting different things to balance our budget?
The recommendation in the discussions that I've had is we should probably, you guys, this board should probably look at cutting the grants. However you would feel necessary, but the commission's been real good about providing grants, mostly at 100%. We're cutting our budget, our county budget by, as you just voted, 20%, or discussed, 20%. So it should be reflected throughout our budget process. Thank you.
Just, Kathy, so you know, when we do call for public comment, there is a person that would like to speak on grants, so.
Okay, all right.
One thing I want to say about these grants is, the Conservation District has been getting $50,000 every year since I've been here, and that's used for the sage grouse. It's really important that we stay up on this program, because in the long run, it helps us immensely.
So how does that, with that whole thing where the sage grouse were taken off the endangered species list?
Then
would
it'll
that
be the
change that?
pygmy rabbits next.
Yeah.
It is.
So you're just saying if, need to
That
keep it
was,
funded?
that was, Brian, they took it off the one with the California by state, but not the state of Nevada.
Right, okay.
So we're still fighting on our part. We won the lawsuit on the other one, though.
The one over there in the western part of the state was a genetic mutation, and it's different than the sage hen here, however that works.
In theory,
I'll make a motion that we approve, $242,130 for the grants.
I think we have public comment.
We have public comment.
Alicia Price would like to talk on this. I don't know, can you see her there, Robert, or you can unmute her?
Can we do public comment?
Muted. Unmuted.
Alicia, are you there? Alicia?
Alicia, try to unmute your phone.
Hello?
Alicia?
Okay, this is Lori Price. So I think you unmuted Lori instead of Alicia.
So I have a question.
Alicia's there, but we can't unmute her.
Stand by, guys, while we figure out a little blurb right here, please.
So for those who have connected via computer and online and they've identified themselves with an audio pin, I don't control that. They have to unmute themselves from their
Okay.
side.
Okay,
And Ms. Price is one of those.
okay. Alicia, can you?
Am I unmuted?
Are you there?
I am.
All right.
And is Felicia there? Felicia's the one that probably needs to talk.
Okay.
Thank you.
Alicia, you can go ahead when you're ready.
So with the grants, I do understand how you guys are cutting back and attempting to cut back, and I completely understand all of that. However, with our chamber, as you guys know, we did follow the guidelines that you guys set forth the previous year, where we had to request a lower amount to even qualify, and which we did. We went through our books very thoroughly to make sure that the cuts that we were doing, we were able to still operate on a daily basis. And with that being said, we've also implemented the new program of the Chamber Bucks, where we are actually inputting $80,000 as of today. We've allocated $80,000 on these Chamber Bucks, which we're not profiting at all with this system. If anything, we're losing because of the printing and everything that goes into this program. But it is guaranteeing that $80,000 with these Chamber Bucks are being spent locally with our small businesses to ultimately help them thrive. and to get back up on their feet. And so that's a program that it's brand new to us. And I've been working with the mines on this and with even your guys' office as well. And so it's a beneficial program, but we're still, so our grant that we're actually asking for is completely 100% of everything that we need.
This is Alicia Price with the Saddle Mountain Chamber. I just want to throw in there that we do put on a lot of local events that that money goes to as well. So when considering that, please consider that. We do put in a lot of time, and there's a lot of volunteer hours that go into that nobody gets paid for. So, and we appreciate what you guys do for us.
Okay, I have a question. This is Kathy Ancho. So normally the, are we getting a bad feed somewhere?
Muted. Unmuted.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Normally the library is on here. Is that not on this list, or is it on something separate? The library will be separate. Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure.
The library will be separate. And may I make a suggestion that in your books that we follow, for instance, Agape was first, because we're kind of bouncing around. So if we could hit Agape first and see if there's been anybody online, see if they have any questions or.
Okay, instead of bouncing around.
Yeah,
okay.
and then we could go to whoever would be next,
All right.
which, yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. It's gonna be a long day.
First one.
So, well, all right, so.
I can make it short with one motion.
Let's hear what they have to go one by one, and let's hear what they want to say for public comment to make sure that everybody has a chance to speak that needs to. So Robert, can we go ahead and go back to Agape for, if they want to speak? Am I doing that right, guys? Okay. Yes, please. Am I ready? Okay. So do we have any public comment on Agape Hospice? Huh? I don't think anybody's on the phone for that. All right, so do we want to go ahead and go?
If there's nobody from Agape, then yes, I would suggest that we move on to, whatever the next one here is.
Well, we just did the
Lita.
We just did the chamber, so do we want to go ahead and do Lita? Okay, so we just did the chamber, so we're going to go ahead and ask for public comment for Lita. All right, without any, we're going to go ahead to the Lander County Conservation District. Any public comment?
Austin Chambers is known from over.
Jerry Annis is here.
Okay, you want to go ahead for public comment?
That for Jerry, Kathy?
Can't tell what they're saying.
It's Jerry Annis for the Lander County Conservation
Okay.
District.
So did he say that he had public
Right.
comment? Do you have any public comment on that?
Yes, I do.
All right, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, first of all, I want to say thanks very much for the comments that Commissioners Clark and Waits have already made in this regard. We have, like everyone else, curtailed business during the pandemic. And also, we just fairly recently learned that Shannon Berriman, our secretary, was moving on, and so that's kind of throwing a wrench into our spokes. But our next regularly scheduled business meeting is this coming Tuesday, when we will be doing two important things. One, starting the discussion about hiring a new part-time secretary, and considering the applications that we have for projects. And we've got 4 applications that we'll be looking at. And one of the things that we'll be discussing that is appropriate at this time is adding a cost share for private landowners to treat for Mormon cricket. And we've always cost shared on weed abatement, but we're looking at adding crickets to that. We were hoping to be able to add cost shared for the BLM's proposal to do aerial poison spraying for cricket on large swaths of land, but the EA that had been submitted was objected to by the Center for Biological Diversity, and it appears that nothing is going to be able to be done this year on that problem that we all are aware of. So that being the case, you know that we're all volunteers. We're working hard to do the best thing, the best job that we can for you. We were, as you know, the premier CD in the state last year, and we'll just continue to do the best that we can with what we have, and we appreciate your support. Does anyone have any questions of me?
I do. This is Kathy Ancho. I do. So, in speaking with Senator Gocochea yesterday, he had said that there's going to be a lot of these programs that are just going to go unfunded. Is there a possibility that your programs are going to be unfunded from the state?
I doubt it, but I heard you make that comment earlier in the meeting, and that's the first I'd heard of that. But conservation district program, the state and national conservation district programs are viewed as being quite essential. I don't see the possibility for total defunding, but these are new times, aren't they?
Yeah. So, all right, very good. Is that all the public comment we have for the conservation district? All right.
Yes, and I'm here from the Austin Chamber of Commerce as well.
All right, are you speaking on the behalf of the conservation district?
I'm sorry, my name is Candace Kelly. I'm from the Austin Chamber of Commerce, and we were bypassed on it, so.
You were bypassed on what? I'm sorry. And we're having a hard time hearing you guys, so bear with us, please.
No, that was the Battle Mountain. We haven't reached Austin yet.
We haven't reached.
We're listed above the Battle Mountain Chamber of Commerce.
Are they on here?
So what happened with Austin is their grant was not included in the original agenda, so it is in your backup, and I apologize. Made you notice of that.
Okay.
So it is in there.
So which one is it? Austin? Austin
It's in
Chamber.
your backup. That should be a paper.
Okay.
That was one of them. There were a few grants that were missed on the original.
Okay. All right. So Austin Chamber, you weren't purposely jumped over. You just weren't on our original spreadsheet. So. All right. So if we're all done with the conservation district, we'll go ahead and do the Austin Chamber. So you want to have some public comment on that, please?
Yes, so my name is Candace Kelly, and I'm the officer here for the Austin Chamber of Commerce. And as Felicia had mentioned, we do strongly rely on grants to operate properly. As the Austin Chamber of Commerce Central Business Hub down here, we are asking for the grants this year to help promote our events that are our main, I guess, supply of profit at this point. So the best is to get some more operating equipment to provide the best events that we can within our area. As you may know and stuff, we are in a small area, but we do rely on these smaller events. The Wine Walk, which was a huge hit last year. It was the most profitable and most attended event since it has been introduced to the community last year, and we want to continue to host those events to continue to bring tourism dollars within the Austin town limits, as well as the surrounding areas of Kingston and everything else. So that's just our public comment about the budget.
All right, I do have a question on that. So there's a huge jump in requests from last year to this year. Is there a reason for that?
Yes, so our utilities have increased, so we got $4,800 did not cover our utilities, et cetera, that we utilized that funds for, and we are very, very small down here, as well as we are marketing our website to generate more tourism dollars to our local economy, as well as marketing the events that we are trying to host to the best of our abilities. And with a limited budget, we have requested more this year to make sure that we can have even better events because those are our lifeline of the Chamber of Commerce. So,
This is Art Clark. I have a question. Are all your receipts in from last year?
I did not know that I needed to provide receipts. I've only been in this position since October, and we've not had a treasurer since April of last year, and so this was something that was brand new to me, but I am happy to provide receipts of whatever you may need.
Okay.
Candace, yeah, just a
Yes.
clarification on that. They are in, actually, because the only grant that they got, they didn't get anything for payroll or all, and that's what they asked for last year.
Oh, those receipts,
And so
yes, I've been
everything
providing
that
those.
they were awarded is in, and they've used it all up, yeah. Thank you.
Kathy? So Candace, I'm just curious, and maybe I'm wrong on this, if someone can help me. Printed materials, printed marketing materials, and advertising, I believe that would be something you could get through convention and tourism.
Yes, and so we are also requesting funds from them. We're just very limited, so we decided to request from hopefully the county as well to help support Southern Lander County and tourism down here as well.
And this is Pat, a clarification on that again, Judy, is the way that the tourism does it now, you have to pay a percentage from somewhere else. They're not paying the whole total 100% now, and they used to do that.
Do we know how
Yes.
much percent they're paying?
Well,
We pay 50%.
and theirs is going to be cut as well, because they're not getting any tourism, no heads and beds and all, so their budget's gonna be slashed as well, so.
I understand that.
Okay, all right, so, all right, very good, so do we, any more, on Austin, as far as public comment for Austin Chamber?
Hey, this is Alicia Price. Can you guys hear me?
All right, go ahead, Alicia.
Oh, I'm just curious if I could ask Candace, what operating equipment you guys need?
So last year when we hosted the wine walk, we came across several tables that are disintegrating. They are heavier. We have a very limited volunteer basis, and the volunteers, if I must be kind and nothing meant wrong about this, but we do have an older volunteer population, and these tables and myself at 36 are heavy. They're awkward. They are falling apart. They have the chairs are falling apart, etc. So that's what we're requesting that for, to provide better, safer, quality equipment for events, tents, tables and chairs, etc.
Can I give you a suggestion just in case they don't give you all of that? The mines will give you some grants for those as well.
Okay, perfect. Yes, we will reach out for that.
And maybe contact our chamber and we can maybe volunteer and help you guys with the wine walk.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. All right, we're gonna go ahead and move on to the, Town of Kingston, water. Do we have anyone for public comment on that?
We did, this is Liz, Shannon had to leave on an ambulance call, so she said if you do have any questions, she can get on her cell phone, but she said how she submitted it is.
Okay.
I might be able to clarify some, because I do attend the Kingston meetings. The well generator, is the one, and I think I reported it a few months ago when they got dinged from one of the State Departments saying, if something happens, you don't have a generator backup. And they tried, in fact, we looked to see if we had an extra generator that we could give them at that time and whatever. And of course, it has to be at one of the big ones, so it's $80,000 for the generator, and so that's to keep them in compliance with the state.
So that's the well generator and construction? Because it says construction only is
That-
80,000.
Yeah, that's the generator and to set it all up, so it's hooked up to everything.
You have the generator?
No, that's the generator too.
That's both.
Yeah, it's the generator for the well
Oh, there's,
and the construction to set it all up.
so
'Cause, I
we're
mean-
buying a generator and the construction to set it up.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not the way it's written.
Yes, and on the other one, the solar station, and that was a question with, they had to change the mailboxes, and where they put them, it was really dark, and so we got Nevada Energy to actually do one of the hookups for us, for the lights, but it isn't very bright, and it's a ways away, and so they had asked,
Muted.
for,
Unmuted.
they had asked for some additional lighting, which is really good, especially in the wintertime, and it's all solar. So they don't have to pay for that either. So those are those two.
Any more, if we don't have any more public comment, we can go ahead and have a motion.
I have a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
I would just like to point out that it's kind of unprecedented times. The unknown in this whole scenario is the state. We're not the federal government. We can't run out of money and just print more money. I would say that all frills, all things that are not considered necessary need to be cut out. Advertisement, new chairs, new tables. I mean, we can all tighten our belt straps and make things work. And then, I mean, look at all the small businesses that we have in our county that haven't been able to operate for the last 2 months. Because somebody down in Vegas said you can't do that. So I just think we need to be very prudent on this budget. I just want to put that as my 2 cents.
Would everybody be agreeable? I mean, I understand that there's certain things that I'd like to fully fund, but yet on the other hand, it's not fair to pick and choose. Is basically go on a 20% cut on everything, on the grants. I mean, I know it's gonna be a hardship, but Brian's got a very good point.
Well, Judy, you say 20%, so let me clarify. I mean, last year approved grants were basically 88,000. Is requested amount this year is 212,000. Are you considering a 20% of the 212 or the 88?
It's actually this new sheet, so it's 242.
Yes, I stand corrected. So.
Right, so,
Were the total grants last year about 160?
They were 168,000
Yeah.
from last year.
Yeah.
On that paper. I gave,
And we've got 100,000 still from those grants from last year. So really, all we need to do is approve 142,000.
Some of that will be spent by the end of this year though, Art.
Oh, that's right.
and a lot of these grants from last year that they're requesting aren't on the new grant request form. You know,
From last year was 169,000 from last year.
right.
So let me ask you that. So there's a lot that are on this sheet that aren't on the sheet that's in our pack. So is that figure of $242,130 actually correct? Or is there some people that we're missing here? Because I see people here that aren't on here.
Correct, and this sheet was last year's grants that we're still using, so there are new grant requests on here and larger grant requests as well.
So this is not a true total figure of 242,000.
Yeah, no, that is, well.
Brian, this one here.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
Okay, these are the
Now,
last
that
year's.
is just the general fund, and see, we still have the Battle Mountain and the Austin Town grants. So this is just for the Battle Mountain, or for the general fund grant requests. And I still, like I said, I mean, there's some I agree with, some we can cut, but I don't think it's fair to pick and choose, and we just, across the line, if our revenues are going down, we gotta watch our pennies too, and we need to cut some of the grants.
you have something to say?
I just wanted to make a few clarifications. One of the things that came up was the tables and chairs in Austin. Those are actually county tables and chairs. 2 years ago, I believe we did buy new tables and chairs for the Austin area, and the old ones we left, we still used, but they are in pretty bad shape. I know Anna did go and look at them. They are in pretty bad shape. But those are county tables and chairs that we've had from the past. One of the things that we did do last year is we put the cap of the grants at 100,000. And the grant request people are following the invoices program that we put in place, so they submit the invoices, you can see by that. But one of the other things we did, that was discussed last year, is that the grants would go down through the county, or throughout the subsequent years as the grants come forward. So I just want to reiterate that, and if we need to go through and adjust the grant requests and take out certain items that the commission wants taken out, for instance, as Commissioner Sparks said, the advertising and so forth, we can do that based on the grant request, and then we can adjust their request to the necessities.
This is Cindy. Can I say something?
No, Cindy.
Okay, 2 years ago is when it was approved to not go over 100,000. Last year, we approved $204,467. Right now, what they have put in for a request is $320,462.
That's the total including the town grants, Cindy?
Yes.
Battle Mountain, Austin, the full total, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I think that we can go through each one and probably, certainly adjust it. I don't know if it's fair to just say, take 20% from everybody off the top, because some of them really need more than the others, so I'm not sure, yeah. And let me clarify, on the well generator, the construction only, the construction amount, yes, and Art, maybe I answered you improperly on that. The whole construction amount to put the generator in and working is $100,000.
Yeah, but you understand
And Kingston's
my
paying 20.
confusion on the way
Yes, it is all, yes, yes. And
Because
so
the way
if,
it's written, it says the construction is
Yeah, it is.
80,000 and the generator is separate,
yes,
but it's not. It's
No,
the
no,
generator and-
it is separate. The full construction amount is $100,000, just the construction. The engineering and everything and Kingston's paying 20% of that, so.
How much
Do
is
they
the
have
generator?
available?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So the key is if we took 20% off that, I'm not sure they could afford to complete it and be in compliance.
Well, my concern was that there wasn't enough money for Kingston if it was only 80,000 for construction because of the way it was written, and I would have added the generator.
Yeah, well, but they're paying the
As long as you
20%.
have it, that's all
So I
The
again,
backup, Patsy, the backup says the generator is 40,000.
yes, but they're
In
paying for
addition
that.
to
They're
the
not
80.
asking for us, right?
No,
No,
the
they're-
total 80, 40,000 is the generator.
Did they ask for that somewhere else?
No, that's what the 80 is for. When they requested their grant, they put backup and broke down what the costs were for the generator.
Right, and I thought the whole construction was $100,000,
It is, it says construction.
and they're paying 20%.
Well, it says construction total 80, 10% contingency 8,000, 15% engineering, inspection and testing is 12,000.
Yeah,
For a
there-
total of 100.
that's 40.
Yeah, that's all. That is part of it.
Oh, this is the whole thing here.
Yes.
Oh, okay, it's 40 for the construction and 40 for the generator.
Yeah, and
No.
it's, the whole amount is 100,000, and they're paying the 20%. They're paying the 20%. Yeah.
Just as
But
long
what I'm
as they have
saying
the
is,
generator.
if we knocked off the 20%,
They won't have enough.
yeah, they wouldn't have enough. Where I think we could take 20% off of some of the others, and we'd still be okay. So I don't know how you want to do that individually, because I don't want to do it just a blanket without pulling that out.
And I would say that Agape has been very, very prudent with their requests, and from what I understand, it's accepted well in this community.
I want to say something on Agape. I do believe that last year, you guys didn't give Agape funds because we had restitution in the DA's office. We do have that $10,000 that we are transferring to Agape. So they will get that additional $10,000 of the restitution in our case up at the DA's office.
So do we, on that
Wonderful.
one, you just wanna do the difference of the 7, so they have the same amount, or they wanting to?
Yeah, I don't know that they realized that we still had funds for them,
Well, probably not.
so.
Okay, so the DA has $10,000 to give Agape.
Yes.
Okay, so if we just gave them 7,622, they'd still get their request.
Yes.
Okay. You wanna go one by one?
Let's do that.
Yeah, so we can.
Well, let me ask a question then. Would you be comfortable if we just said, let's take 20% off everybody except the well and generator?
Well, not
Well,
necessarily.
no, because Agape, we're taking a lot more off.
Yeah.
And I think that the sage grouse, I wanna stay with the 50. It's important.
Okay.
So let's go through one by one.
All right. So, we already have Agape taken care of because they're getting the $10,000 from the district attorney's office.
Okay, so let's make a motion for Agape to receive $7,622 with the understanding that the DA has $10,000 to contribute to Agape. That's my motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Opposed? All right, let's go, keep going. All right, so, but the Battle Mountain Chamber.
No, we got Austin
Austin
Chamber.
Oh, I'm
Chamber
sorry,
of Commerce.
sorry. And I'm looking at two different, let me look at
Yeah.
them, I'm sorry. You guys
Okay,
are
they
in
want
front of me.
30,001. My motion will be to give, Austin Chamber of Commerce $30,130.
Do you have a second? Have some discussion?
You're gonna get cut, Austin.
Yeah, let's take the tables and chairs off that one, so let's cut that by 8,000.
Where's your itemized list?
It's a separate sheet on this one here. It's in the back. If you look at never mind.
I mean, we have events on there for 6,500. We're not for certain that we're going to be able to have events. These are the things that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's, travel and training. It's open-ended. I mean, we don't know. I don't know.
Well, the other
We
thing,
need
yeah,
the money in there if people need training and they can go. I mean,
well, hopefully, I mean, it's like rural roundup and some of those which have been transferred to the fall. But under the operating equipment, if we take 8,000 out of there, I hate to cut the rest because with Highway 50 coming through, they probably won't be able to do their fundraisers. They've already missed one, and who knows whether they can do the second one and third one. So if we just cut, say, 8,000 off the top of that, and I'll make a motion, we approve for 22,130.
I'd second.
Any public comment?
Hello? Hi, this is Kim Schott with Lander County EMS, just joining in.
Can you identify yourself? I don't know who you are. Huh? Kim Shaw.
Sorry,
All
this
right.
is Kim Schott with EMS.
So what, I don't.
EMS.
With EMS. So, all right, so she's just calling in to say she's there, okay. All right, thank you. All right, so did we have a second on the,
you got a first and a second down there.
okay, I'm sorry.
I'd like to, my comment would be that we cut operating equipment, just as what I'm saying. Obviously, I'm not gonna be in favor of the motion and advertising those two items out, then I'd be fine with that, grant request. Just saying that.
So what is that?
That would be $14,130. if I'm adding correctly.
Now remember, we approved 4375 last year.
Yeah. So where are we in this?
You have a motion and a second.
So we're gonna go, everybody's had their discussion.
We're gonna vote on
All right,
How much is the motion for?
22,130.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
All right, we move on. Oh, yeah, we passed with three, yes, we passed with three. All right. So, going on to the Battle Mountain Chamber. So, the discussion,
I'll make a motion that we give the Battle Mountain Chamber $26,500.
so do we have any discussion for any cuts there? All right, so bear with us a little bit while we,
No second on mine.
So Battle Mountain Chamber, am I looking at the correct, let me see here.
Well, basically,
Is
you
that
can,
the itemized list there?
yeah, you can look at,
Like the
You know,
craft
there-
fee, is that something positive?
well, so right now in April, they didn't have the $7,500, installment dinner. We didn't have May's, businesses with brushes yet. I don't know if that's still possible. We didn't have March's business with brushes. That's $8,500 right there. So that leaves them with $1,600.
Rob, or Alicia Price, she says she wants to be unmuted.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I got the same message.
okay, so Robert, can you unmute her? Is she ready to go?
Sorry,
All
this
right,
is
Alicia.
Alicia Price. This is Alicia. You guys can hear me?
Barely, you're breaking up.
That is weird. Okay, I'm sorry. Hey, so I want you guys to take into consideration, yes, we are not doing those events, but we are a much bigger chamber than Austin. We have a lot more businesses, and those events will still come, even though we're not doing them right now. And you know, we're pumping as much money into the community as we can to keep this COVID going for the ones that are struggling.
Alicia, this is Judy. I have to
Judy.
apologize for that because this would be actually for next year's budget. Next May.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, it could not happen again. We don't know. It's just if we're gonna be fair, and I mean, I know you got to cut everywhere, but we've been really good about trying to cut ours every year and trying to save our pennies so that we could go by your I don't want to say rule, but go by what the commissioners have asked that we try to cut every year so that we can get more and more self-sufficient. So, and we're doing that on our own without coming in every year and asking for more and then, you know, making you guys cut us, basically.
I would like to point out too that last year they were $28,500 and they come in $2,000 under that for the request this year.
Right.
So yeah, like she said, they're already cutting themselves, so.
Yeah, and we do a lot of events, and we do help the county with their events.
Okay.
And we're happy to do that.
Do we have a motion?
Yeah, we're gonna,
I'll second the
okay, so we don't have one yet. Do we have a motion for the chambers?
Didn't Art make a motion?
Did you? I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
I
Art. All right. we'll
I
go
made a
ahead.
motion for the total amount.
Okay, very good. Sorry about that.
Art, that was 26,500?
26.5, yep.
Okay, I'll second the
All
motion.
right. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? All right, very good. We're gonna go ahead and move on. All right.
Thank you.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome, Alicia.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and move on to, Lita.
So last year, we didn't approve anything for Lita, is that correct? According to my sheet here? Is that right, Keith? Did we
I
not?
thought we gave them $7,500 last year, but it was an augmented part of the budget, it was done after the fact.
Yeah,
Yes,
was it done, it wasn't done as a grant, was it?
it was done as an augment to the budget, after budget, it was
Okay,
done later. in
well,
the budget.
I would think we'd have that on the spreadsheet, that was given the 7,500 last year, so it was 7,500 last year.
Wasn't that our subscription, actually in the NNRDA, we pay an amount, and I think that was the 7,500.
So they're asking for 15,000 for advertising, 2,500 for travel and training, and 7,500 for dues and subscriptions, Patsy, so that was the 7,500.
Okay. Go ahead.
I need to clear that up a little bit. We actually had asked for the grant, this is Kyla Sharp, planning coordinator, to go towards professional services. We had asked for 20,000, and then that was denied, and we brought it back down to 7,500. So that actually went into our professional services. Our fund, what we had paid for the other stuff. So I'm actually flipping it up this year, asking for the money for Lita to pay for the advertising, travel, dues and subscriptions. And then we raised our own money for our professional services this year.
And, how, is the NNRDA's, membership, is that something that's paid out of, and how much is that?
Yeah,
A year, do you roughly?
usually it was 7,100, I believe, but last year it went down just a little bit. It was 6,000. I don't have it here in front of me, I'm sorry, but it
That's
was
all right.
6,000 and
So,
some odd change.
they were considering raising those, or we're dropping them, I couldn't,
As far as yesterday at our leader meeting, I heard that it possibly will drop
but
this
not by
next year, but
not by very much, I
a
mean, by
lot.
pennies truly, I was on the meeting too, so, all right.
Keith,
So on our clarification, didn't we take the extra marijuana money that was spread throughout everybody? Remember that? That was the 20,000?
that went to the health
Okay,
nurse,
so
didn't it?
since we don't have that designated, then you're still needing about the same amount, is what we're saying.
Yes, and if you guys are asking for cuts, the only thing I can say is in advertising, usually we spend about 10,000 each year for the Mine Expo. And then we have our website updates and our host fees and things like that we pay. This year we did not have the Mine Expo, so that money is still there. So we could probably come down in that advertising by quite a bit.
Kyla, that money it goes back into the general fund in
Okay,
July, so.
Well, either way, that's what we normally
Well,
do,
we didn't
so.
give it to them anyway, I mean, we only gave them the 7,000.
Right.
Yeah, the 7,500, so we didn't, I mean, that wasn't even granted to them to begin with,
That
so.
was in our.
I'll make a motion that we approve Lita for the 25,000.
Have a second?
Kathy?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to make a clarification. The marijuana money went to the health nurse.
Yes.
It did not go to Lita. That extra marijuana money went to the health nurse.
Okay, because I
budget.
thought it went to Lita.
Could I
remember that
say something,
discussion.
please?
Thank you.
This is Cindy. Could I say something?
Oh, go ahead, Cindy.
Yes.
It was year before last that all the money went to the health nurse that was from the marijuana establishment tax. Last year, we did a resolution and put all of it into the general fund except for 20,000 for legal.
So she said last year they put it all into the general fund except for the 20,000.
Okay, so my question is, what is that something that we can do with the marijuana money, is put it towards this or not?
Yes, if you will have to do it in a resolution, and then you can put it in the account that you would like to put
Cause
it
I
in.
mean, we're trying to bring, and especially, I have to say on this is, we're trying to get, we want the businesses that are here to be built up, if we are able to bring, some more in and get the ones that we have going, if this is going to be of benefit to help with that. We can utilize that money, then we're not using taxpayers' money.
Well, that's my question. Is NNRDA a real benefit for Lander County, Keith?
I think it is, yeah. I think they've been really working good with us.
Didn't we have a little issue with the railroad?
This is Cindy, can I say something?
I'm talking, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Didn't we have a little trouble with the railroad spur through NNRDA?
We got it straightened out. It was just a little wrinkle in the road, but we were able to get things smoothed over and worked it out. Thanks.
All right, so everybody stays patient with this. I end up talking over each other. So when that happens, it's not obviously done intentionally, so that we have patience with one another, because it's going to be a really, really long day. So, what is everybody's thoughts as far as trying to utilize that marijuana money for funding this project, for funding them?
I think we should handle it later.
Kathy,
Yes.
this is Cindy.
Okay, go ahead, Cindy.
On the resolution that we did last year, it stated for all future years that it would just naturally go into the general fund.
Okay.
So you could actually still do a grant and it's still coming from the same money.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Now, where were we as far as motions?
I had the motion, but I don't,
We didn't ask. for
nobody got a
second.
second, I
No,
think.
So do we have a motion to fund the, lead at the requested amount? No?
No second.
No second? Okay, so the motion dies. So then what are we going to do as far as a reduction? What are we gonna do as far
I'll
as
make a
reduction?
motion to fund Lita at $20,000.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right. We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, very good. Go on. So we are moving on to the Lander County Conservation District.
I'll make a
Hold on,
motion.
hold on. We have a concern of, and I'll let Shannon go ahead and explain it.
So I just noticed, because I had, Shannon Berman for the record. I was just noticing, because I had made a copy right out of Lakin's book for what was submitted. And I noticed that there's pages missing for the grant submission. So it must have just been like double-sided and they didn't get the other pages copied. So if you had any other questions, I could probably try to answer them if you can't see. I believe you guys can see 1 and 3 of the sage grouse grant, and I don't know which one you wanted to start with.
Are
I
you,
have two.
them.
Hold on, are your guys double-sided?
They have them.
You have them? Oh, okay, so
They're-
yours is.
so mine's
ours is-
missing.
oh, okay. I did want to point out real quick though, one thing, earlier you had asked Jerry about the state funding. So the only state funding the CD receives is a small operating grant. It varies depending upon the state budget. So with the state budget cuts, what the Nevada State Conservation Office receives will affect the grant, the operating grant that the CD receives. Other than that, we do have a grant that we work with BLM, and some funding with NDOW that is solely for NDOW's use, that we help with the projects for them. But other than that, that's the funding that's received from above for the CD.
So you're largely dependent on us.
Yes, for sage grouse, definitely for this grant, we have no other funding for sage grouse. And then our operating grant, again, just goes hand in hand with what we may receive, which varies anywhere from the time I've been here from $1,000 to up, the max has been 5,000, and that was just last year.
So we're looking at what you've used so far, but I think you have some committed, do you not?
For sage grouse, yes, we do have some potential projects, and with the sage grouse, it's very difficult to try to get those all smashed into 1 year, and I know that you guys like to see that, but with projects out in the field, it's very difficult because we have to go through processes to make sure everything's been cleared, to make sure everybody's in line, make sure we've done the bid processes and things like that.
So are you gonna be able to use some of that, or
So currently, for the current year, we have expended $35,944.50. We still have $14,055.50 to
Okay,
expend.
and how about
of
the,
current year. And
the
then
administration?
the operating grant, you guys should have this somewhere. That's the current as of yesterday that we've expended, $4,309.10. And then we will draw down what we expend before the end of June.
And anything left over, we'll just roll over.
And you guys will just keep it, yep, and then we'll start all over.
I have a comment. This is Lander County Conservation District. This one I find essential to our county. I mean, we are a mining and agricultural county, and I am in favor of their grant request.
Yeah, this helps out mining, and it helps out the ranchers, it helps out the hunters, it helps out everybody that, you know, enjoys the desert. So I'll make a motion that we give the Conservation District $6,000 for admin cost, $50,000 for sage grouse, for a total of $56,000.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, carries, so so are we doing the next conservation one as well, or those?
No, that was included, so then it's.
So we're all done?
Included both.
Okay, very good, all right.
I
thank
just
you.
wanna make a comment
Okay,
on
go
this, that I thought it was rather interesting a couple of years ago. There was a motion to decrease the conservation district down to $30,000, and I thought that was totally ridiculous. So I'm really happy to see that pretty much all 5 of us are on board on this.
Very good, thank you. All right, we're gonna go ahead and take a 5-minute, I'm gonna say 10-minute break, so we can catch our breaths, thank you.
Unmuted.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and move on. We're gonna go to the, Town of Kingston Water.
I'll make a motion that we approve the $80,000 for the well generator construction.
All right, do we have any comment?
So we did discuss that, that's like an essential, necessary, they have to have that, they're without?
They are in non-compliance without it, yes, from the state.
Yeah, they need it. Yeah, it's seconded?
All right,
I'll
We-
second it if it's not second.
all right, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, opposed, we're good? All right. So now the Town of Kingston, the solar.
Muted.
You're
Unmuted.
all right.
Well, I'll make a motion that we approve the $6,878 for the solar station at the mailbox area, the important safety factor.
All in favor? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so on that, again, I just would ask, is that something that's essential? Do they have no lighting there now? What have they been doing for years?
Hold on, so if you're not, we need to have you guys mute your phones, please.
I'm sorry, your question, Brian?
I can't hear you.
Muted. Unmuted.
I still can't hear you, Rob, I'm sorry.
On the phone?
Okay.
Brian?
Verify they can actually hear you.
Oh, you're not on.
Can you guys hear me? I'm asking people who called in, can you hear us?
Everybody's muted.
Everybody on the bridge, is anybody on the bridge?
Anybody on the bridge, can you hear us?
There it goes. Back on.
Okay, good. Patsy, I'm asking the question, is it essential? What have we done in all the years prior? I mean, it's just, that's what I'm asking. Is it something that's essential? Is it something that's needed right this
No,
second?
this is something new because they had to move the mailboxes, and when they moved the mailboxes,
Okay, thank
they're in
you.
an area that they really need more lighting.
Okay,
And so they looked to the solar lighting instead of, because they do pay for all of their own, electricity and everything.
Gotcha.
So they were trying to go a less expensive way, and that was the estimate on the cost.
Okay.
So it's a one-time.
All right, did we have a Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
So I just want to, Cindy, if you're following, I just wanna make sure my, totals are correct, 219,130 for the general fund grants.
Cindy, are you on there?
Yes, I was just adding them up real quick.
Okay, thank you.
So what did you come up with?
Just roughly 219,130.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So are we ready to move on to the CCP projects? All right.
Battle Mountain Town Grant.
What? All right, my goodness. That, all right, give me a second, guys. Oh, I just found it. Thanks, Mark. All right, so we're gonna go ahead, now are we gonna do this the same way, or do we wanna have their public comment before we vote on it, or what do you wanna do?
Let's
I
have
think we
public
should probably
comment.
do it the same way.
Okay, do public comment first
Well,
on all of them?
no, go ahead and read it. We'll do the Frontier Community Action Agency, WIC, and then ask if anybody's here to speak on their behalf.
So,
So you've got two, Kathy. You've got the
Okay.
printout one, and then you've got the tab that's in your book, right?
this is just, I'm sorry.
So the first one will be Frontier Community Action Agency.
Where is that in all of this? So, I mean.
Oh, it's in your book.
I know that's on Center, the Battle Mountain, how many Battle Mountain ones are
No,
there?
it's not. It's in this.
The Frontier Community Action one was a new one that was emailed to everybody.
Right here. So, so this is, all right. So, I'm gonna just go ahead and, read all these down, right? So,
And then we'll start with the WIC. You can start with that number one.
all right, so, the Battle Mountain Town Grants, we're going to, the Frontier Community Action Agency and WIC.
Do we have an itemized thing for them, guys?
Brian, it's in the back of this.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you wanna go ahead?
First thing I'd like to point out that it's, last year was 22, or it was 21, and they're asking for 25,000 this year. I'm not in favor of any increases, so.
You wanna go ahead?
Hi, my name is Brenda Thomas, and I am here on behalf of the Frontier Community Action Agency. We asked for this grant to help out community members that are in need of, like, their power getting shut off, or transients who need a motel room, or, you know, things like that, of that nature. And I don't think we used the full 21,000 for the last fiscal, but the economy was really good once upon a time. I'm not really sure what it's gonna look like for the next fiscal, so.
How much do you have left over from the last year since you?
I-
Haven't spent yet, you know?
I am not, I don't know, I'm sorry.
They have 8,812.41 left.
Thank you.
So with that being said, with the 8,000, I'm okay with leaving it at, even, I mean, with that extra that was left over, could possibly be the increase that you have from this year. So if you had 8,000 left over, I don't wanna give you another 4,000 on top of that. I'd like to kind of see what, go ahead.
Does that just like go back into the pot though at the end of the fiscal?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't, so it just kinda rolls over?
No. No.
It goes back,
Go ahead, Cindy.
If they don't use it, then lose it.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, like, once upon a time, the economy was really good, and we didn't, you know, a lot of people didn't utilize the grant that was there. So, I'm not really sure what this year's gonna look like, and that's why, we were asking for the 25 instead of what we were given last year, which was, you know, beyond what was needed, and, you know,
With
we
this
appreciated
situation
it.
that we have presently, you're gonna have more people coming to you, aren't you?
That's my fear,
Yeah,
yes,
that was my thought.
yes. And we did just get a grant from, Nevada Gold, and that was strictly for food. So, that's for food from the food bank, food, for shut-ins, people that can't go out into public, you know, proteins through a discounted merchant. That's kind of what we were focusing on with that money. But I'm afraid people can't afford, you know, their rent because they aren't working. Their power's gonna get shut off. And it's not right now because they're not getting evicted, or you're not getting your utilities cut off, but when this is all over, that's when it's gonna hit the fan. And it's not gonna be pretty.
And you're sending in, having things paid as you send it in, like the invoice, and then they pay it? We're not just giving you that lump sum of
Yeah.
money, it's by,
Yeah.
like everyone else, you send it?
It's like monthly, yeah.
Okay, all right.
And we consider it a step-up program. You can't come in and ask for rent 1 month and then ask for your power bill next month. It's kind of like we are helping you get to the next month, and then you have to justify your spending from then on. And we're very conservative about it. It's not just,
And I have been in working around with these guys with that program. That part I do know is that it's not, they can't come in every month and ask for something, and that they're trying, what they're trying to do also is get them to get on their feet, to get to another place, you know, to get not to another place where this isn't a constant handout, so.
exactly. And there's always food available. We have the food shelves that's always available. They can come in once a week and get food to make their paychecks go farther. It's just, you know, unprecedented times. I'm not sure what it's gonna look like.
I'll make a motion that we grant $25,000 to Frontier Community Action Agency and WIC.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Nay, just for the simple fact I'm not in favor of the increase.
Okay. All right. So are we good to go? They pass? Not to- All right, so, all right, very good.
Thank you so much,
Right.
guys.
Uh-huh. So we don't have anything for the kids club, so we're gonna move on to the Lander County Historical Society Cookhouse Museum.
Hi, Lori. Lori's here.
All right, Lori, you are unmuted, so go ahead.
All right, our first one is for utilities, and that's pretty standard. And we've been turning in all our receipts and doing what we've been told. Is there anything else you want me to go over?
Yeah, what is the increase in the personnel?
This is a
Oh,
decrease.
in the
I'm
personnel,
sorry.
you want me to, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at that, I'm sorry. Thank you for the decrease, I was not paying attention, I'm sorry. It's gonna be a long day. All right,
I'll make a motion to give the Lander County Historical Society Cookhouse Museum $24,900 for utilities and personnel.
I'll second that.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, very good, you're good to go, Lori, thank you.
What's the miscellaneous
Nope.
grants, Keith?
Those are the ones that come up that we hadn't planned for, and somebody asks throughout the year, and we have a little bit of money in there for their,
Okay.
something going on.
Well, I'll make a motion, on the miscellaneous grants for $5,000.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
All right, so we are going on to, buildings and equipment.
No, Austin,
Oh, where am? My, why do I am not seeing that on my stuff? Yeah, that's fine, but I don't.
No, Art was just asking.
Oh, I'm sorry, Art. Okay, so why did we do it, take it from that? Instead of putting it right here, why is it?
It's just the way it was categorized.
Okay.
I don't have the Austin one.
I don't either.
So I don't think they know either, so I think.
In your pad, in your book?
I think they're looking for the, so we're going with this.
Yeah, they're the same.
They're the same?
So, all right, are we ready to start discussing?
Go for it, Kathy.
All right, so we're gonna get, do public comment as soon as so let me make sure Robert's ready. All right, so.
This is Linda, is it Linda Toby?
Linda Toby?
Linda, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, very good. So we're gonna go ahead with Austin, Medical Clinic. So it doesn't look like there's any change with that. Any discussion?
Share that we really appreciate Lander County's staff support. Our Austin Clinic provided 103 patient visits last year. We're a safety net provider, serving everyone without regard to financial circumstances
Can you
or
hold that for us for a second?
insurance status.
Hang on, please.
Linda, they can't understand you. Do you want me to just read what you typed me?
Yes, please.
Okay. She said she would like to share the appreciation of Lander County's past support. Our Austin Clinic provided 103 patient visits last year.
We are a safety net provider serving everyone without regard to financial circumstances or insurance status. Our request would provide $4,600 in rent support and $1,400 to replace a failed vaccine refrigerator.
Muted.
I'll make a motion, we approve the $6,000 for the Austin Medical Clinic.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, pass. All right, we're gonna go for the, Austin Historical Society. So there's nothing that we can do about it, okay. So, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, on, people who are on the bridge, if, somebody's phone is not muted, can you please mute it? People that are on the phone, there's somebody's phone that's not muted, can you please mute it? Can everybody make sure their phone is muted, please?
Except I just killed the bridge.
We're gonna have to just take a minute to get our phones back in order.
Hello, can the people on the phone hear us now?
Muted.
Somebody on the bridge is not muted? Now I think you are. Oh.
Sweet Peter.
Unmuted. Unmuted.
Can you guys hear us out there? You need to mute your phones.
We should only have Austin and Ted on the bridge. Oh, is Cindy still there?
Unmuted.
Can Austin and Ted hear me?
Muted.
We are in the twilight zone.
I just disconnect all that and I'll start it all over. Just delete.
Should I just hang up? This is Austin.
Unmuted.
Can you guys hear me there?
This is Austin here.
Austin's on. Okay, I gotta get it on.
Thank you, Austin. We hear you good.
Mute your phone. Make sure they mute their phone so.
You were on there twice on WebEx, that's what was looping.
That's something I did? I know that.
Okay, hold on. Ted, are you on there?
I'm on.
Okay.
Hi, Ted.
I'm on. Hi.
We got him.
Muted. Unmuted.
I can't hear anything.
Hi, Ted. Cindy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
Are we ready to go? Okay, so I think we're ready to go. So we're gonna go ahead to the Austin Historical Society.
Hold on, aren't we on Austin Town Grants? We approved the rent and refrigerators, but we still have utilities and upgrade arena, that line items, right? Oh, never mind, sorry guys. I'm tracking.
Okay.
Answer my own question.
Oh, okay, okay. Are we okay to go with the Austin Historical Society? So, and do we have any Do we have public comment? Give Robert a second to get that line up.
This is Dee Helming. I'm here for
Okay.
As you can see by our request, wow. We are requesting helping part of our utilities and asking for funding to help upgrade our cameras in the rooms and stuff. And our monitor is down and the recording system doesn't work right. So if somebody steals something, we have no proof of what they're doing.
I'll make a motion that we approve the Austin Historical Society for $7,178.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right.
My,
Thank you.
Thank you.
won't turn on.
1 second. Okay, you're good, Dee. So, is it working? Okay. So did you take it off of for public?
Muted. Unmuted.
Her
speaker's not working.
have people hold on for us for a second. We're having some technical difficulties. Want to see if it works? All right.
Is it working?
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and go back to the Austin Roping Club. Do we
Kim,
have,
are you there in Austin?
Anybody from Austin for the roping club?
I can give you on the background on this till Kim, she might have been called out on that other,
She said she was
on the other call.
she might have.
Yeah, but the roping club has been in a sad sight of disarray, and the club itself kind of went defunct. So they are reorganizing, sending out for the new 501c3 and starting all that. And they said, we really need, this particular grant is for the corrals and everything to get them up to date. They also are requesting the use of the equipment to be operated by Lander County employees, a volunteer, of course, to help prepare the grounds. But for us to start any kind of events at all, we've got to start from scratch. So,
Patty, is the rodeo grounds there in Austin, it's not county owned?
no, it's county owned.
It is,
Yeah,
okay.
yep, it's ours.
So-
But the club has been non-existent for some time.
Oh, gotcha.
And so Kim is kind of the spearhead on that, is putting everything all together. So she gave us the estimate here to at least get everything up to date so they can start looking at the events.
So my question is, would we have to necessarily give it as a grant? Why couldn't we just make it as a project for the county to fix it up?
Well, the answer to that is we actually could. I mean, there isn't any reason why we can't, because it is county owned.
Right, exactly, that's the
Yeah,
point.
but because the roping club is looking to put everything together, they're coming to us, and so they put in for the grant to see.
I mean, if
but-
they would, I guess
Yeah.
Bert could correct me if I'm wrong, if they would like to assist in helping fix it up, they could, right?
Absolutely.
but there's certain guidelines that need to be done and done correctly if the county owns it, so we're going to wanna spearhead that to make sure things are done correctly. Am I
Yeah,
right in that?
And it would be overseen, by the county to make sure it's done correctly, but this is similar to like what we've done with the racetrack and so forth. They're gonna be a 501c3, and then they're gonna be able to put on the events, and that's how they would in turn, make money to be self-supporting, self-sustaining.
The difference with that is we only own the ground underneath, correct, of the racetrack, where the roping, all that is ours. Where the racetrack that began with a nonprofit, but isn't the, am I correct in saying that?
But the county did put money into it at times over the years.
Oh, and I
The
say, I
county- yes,
understand that,
yes.
but the roping, those rodeo grounds are Lander County's
That's
stuff.
correct.
Where the racetrack is, been brought up and they've gotten donations and different things, so it's.
If I may,
the
guys.
difference is.
Part of this, besides the corrals, because there's a couple different, proposals in here, but part of it is the area groomer disc, and they're asking for that, so that would still be county
Yes.
equipment.
Commissioners,
Yes, who's speaking?
this is Billy Gandolfo from Austin.
Okay.
I'm not part of the Roping Club, but if I remember correctly, it used that you leased out to the club separate from the county, so you might have to go back and check how that status is and things, because the old agreements used to be that the people that rented the spaces had to build their own corrals, and then they had a club. And there was a weird kind of set up rules and things. It was formalized. They didn't know the current status of all that. That might be why they're applying for that way instead of just asking.
I believe what he's talking about is it would be the same way as like the racetrack, and Ted can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe what will happen is when they get their 501c3, they will be at their own organization. Then the county will have to do a contract lease agreement like we do the racetrack and the motocross track. And then they would actually manage those grounds through that contract.
Okay, so with that being.
That's correct.
Go ahead.
That was Ted.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Ted Herrera.
Okay, I couldn't hear you.
That is correct. At present, we do not have any relationship with rodeo grounds.
Okay.
They would have to get their 501c3 first, and then we would have to do a contract for them to do access on the ground. So as of right now, the county can go and do the work that needs to be done out there, but before the racetrack.
County's the only one that can do it.
Oh, yeah, so that's my question right now, the county, they wouldn't need a grant to do those things because the county's responsible to have it done, correct?
They can't do it.
So if the money was to go to the county, then the county would take on the responsibility of getting the fairgrounds in order.
Yeah.
And once they get their 501c3, then
Yes.
they would come to the commission with a proposal, a contract to run the grounds.
So, yeah, so at this time, we're the ones, they don't need this grant because we're the ones that are gonna have to correct the issues.
Yes.
Where it's usable, all right?
So we have to move this amount of money somewhere else, or can we just, approve this amount?
It could be approved.
Ted, hold on, Ted, I need to ask a question first. Can they approve this even for the roping club, because they don't have their 501c3 yet?
No, they don't have the authority to do any work on our rodeo ground.
No.
Bert,
So-
do we have $10,254 somewhere in the budget that we could fix up our Austin rodeo grounds?
Yeah, we can take it out of the 100,000 that we are still using for Battle Mountains. I believe there's still 65%.
Okay.
Oh,
There you go.
very good.
So if they put a list of what they need together, we can get it ordered before the end of this budget year.
I have it. I think it's in this packet.
Awesome.
If the
Okay.
commission is okay with that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was trying to find is that, now that's under, is it 55 or 029? Do you recall?
I'm not familiar which fund it's in.
I was just trying to find the line item.
It's in Fund 52. This is Cindy.
Okay, but see, now the problem is, under Fund 52, it's the Battle Mountain Livestock Event Center. Now, we do have, that was changed, they added additional money into that, 27,005. So we could leave it.
That's what we're
Yeah.
saying, is
Yeah.
just take it out of that fund
Right.
and use it.
Yeah, correct the problem, and then when they're finished with their 501c3, they can reapproach as far as a contract. All Art, do you have something?
Further on in the budget, we have another $30,000 going to the Austin Rodeo grounds too. I just wanted to mention that.
Well, if it's to their organization, we can't do anything anyway, cause they're not a 501c3, so we can't,
No, this is good for repairs.
so.
So no action on that
No
item.
action on that item. Okay. So now where are we?
Possible action regarding CCC 1050.
All right, so we're moving on to the CCP projects.
Which is where here?
Which is where in our book.
What tab is it on our books?
Just the next one. The book should be in order.
Louder?
The book should be in order with the agenda.
Well, my next tab is, let me see, General Reserve Fund?
General fund reserves, revenues.
I believe these are all rollovers of projects that are in work in progress, so that there's just rollovers.
So do we have a sheet on it?
Do you have anything to look at?
It's the project sheet, the, wording on it.
Was that an extra one, or is that?
This is Cindy. The project sheet should be at the beginning of book 1.
Oh, there it is.
Yep. Thank you, Cindy.
So do you want it read into the record first, or can I just make a motion and start in and I'll read it in?
Well, I'd like to discuss it item by item.
Kathy, you want me to
So-
start?
Yeah, she would
Okay.
like to discuss one by
Okay.
one, so go ahead.
I'll make a motion that we roll over the flood levy project in the amount of $4,946,523. That we roll over the engineering fees in the amount of $150,000.
Patsy,
Whoa, 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 whoa.
she hasn't read it into the,
What,
she hasn't opened the, item.
all I've gone into is the CCP, so give me a chance to,
Okay, that's what I said. Do
I'm
you want-
sorry,
Yep.
but she's, I understand
Okay,
now
go
what
ahead
you
and
were
read it
saying,
in.
so. All right, so we're gonna go, starting with the engineering fees roll over $150,000. Airport water project rollover $1,955,260. Flood levy project rollover $4,946,000 and $4,946,523. Water and sewer district 2 project extended project partial rollover $10 million. Frontage road between second and third exit $1 million. Youth center reconstruction $300,000. Water, sewer, curbs, gutters for the west side Battle Mountains, $6,377,134. Kate Seal, Gilman, and Kingston $950,000. Crack Seal, Old 8A, Hilltop, Allen, Ethel, 22nd, Pleasant Hill, etc. $245,000. Yellow Brick Road paving rollover $515,625. Sheep Creek Road paving rollover $267,188. Paved Casey Road to Round Mountain Road rollover $412,500. Sports Complex rollover $100,000. Emergency project line $250,000. Okay.
Okay, I'll go back to my motion. I'm just gonna do the rollover, so I make a motion that we roll over the flood levy project in the amount of $4,946,523. The engineering fees roll over in the amount of $150,000. Frontage road project, roll over in the amount of $1 million. Water and sewer district 2, partial rollover in the amount of $10 million. Airport Water Project rollover in the amount of $1,955,260. Yellow Brick Road paving rollover in the amount of $515,625. Sheep Creek Road paving rollover in the amount of $267,188. Paving Casey Road to Round Mountain Road rollover in the amount of $412,500. And the Sports Complex project rollover in the amount of $100,000.
So I do have a couple questions. Is, the rollover for Yellow Brick Road paving, I thought that was totally done.
Hello, out there. Okay, can I make a question first? For, you need to read off the agenda. Are you reading out of your book?
She's reading out of the book.
Yes, because I said
Okay,
CCP.
we need to read off of agenda 5, and it needs to be read that way.
Just like
Yeah.
you would a normal meeting.
Yeah.
So she pretty much read everything, she just
I
included
just
a little
need
bit.
to make sure she gets back on the agenda.
Okay, please, thank you. Because I'm like, do I have to read it all over? All right, very good. All right, so,
Yes, Yellow Brick Road is complete.
So that 515 is not, okay, thank you.
And then what about the sports complex? Didn't we already spend that $100,000?
Yeah, we did, and we're waiting on doing a public meeting as requested by the commission, so I really have no clue of what direction to go on that.
So we can't roll over that 100,000.
No,
Sure-
it's spent.
Sure we can, that's what we had set aside.
It's spent.
it's done.
It's gone, that went to all the engineering fees and the. and
We've already
study.
spent it?
Yeah.
Is there anything else
Okay,
in
on my
there?
motion, I'm scratching the sports complex project in the amount of 100,000.
Well, I have a couple extra things to add, was last year, we approved, $100,000 each for the Battle Mountain Fire Hall and the Austin Fire Hall, which arbitrarily nothing was done on it, and that should be included in a rollover. Because the commission voted to do some investigating into that.
And I haven't done anything on those, you're right, they should have been rolled
But
over.
that should be a line item, right?
That's a
Don't we
rollover.
have that separately as a rollover though,
Yeah.
when we get to the fire department?
It's not in there,
It's not in there?
not as a rollover.
But we could address it when we get to the fire department, right?
That's fine, I'm just
Just as
trying
long
to.
as it doesn't.
Because this is what's on the agenda, so this is what I'm using the motion on.
Right, but it was not included in the agenda, because
Right.
somebody decided that we didn't need it.
Hey, Patsy, also, item F was already spent as well.
Yes.
Okay, so,
Okay, so I'm taking out the Yellow Brick Road paving rollover in the amount of $515,625.
And is there anything else that you guys know of that we've spent already?
Cindy,
Well-
I'd have to refer back to Cindy, engineering fees,
The sports
I
complex-
I can only go off of what Bert gave me. He would be a better person to ask.
No, so we have partial, here's where the problem is, we need to roll over.
will you come up here, please, Bert?
And don't forget to turn the thing on, please.
Thank you.
Bert, for the record, we need to probably roll these over there in their entirety, because otherwise it's gonna be a nightmare for Cindy to partial these out for the projects that are in progress and gonna be in the middle of this budget. And that's why some of these are still on here as rollovers, but may not be complete. Because if we bill the contractor 10%, or if they bill 80%, then we don't know where we fall in the budget, and then we'll come back and it'll cause a wreck for us in this next budget year.
So that's correct, the only two that have fully been spent are the Yellow Brick and the sports complex?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right,
I second the motion. I second your motion.
all right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 What?
We are taking out, F and M.
You said that, right, Patsy? The two things
Right.
you were-
Yeah. she
I
was
did, I
confused.
withdrew that from the motion. And then they seconded it. No, not they, Art.
But
Thank you.
you just approved the rollover ones, right? You haven't went through the other ones yet?
No. And Bert,
Yeah,
we
we just
did
did
pay,
rollover
Bert, we did pay the senior center, right?
No, just, is all we did was the apron, the asphalt, or not the asphalt apron, the concrete apron for the the driveway. However, if we're cutting, if anybody's been over there to the senior center and seen their parking lot, it is not terrible. It's a pretty decent parking lot.
So, are we good to go on for the,
Did we vote?
yeah,
Okay.
so we're going for the,
Number 6.
number 6?
No, we still have several that were not rollovers on
Oh,
here,
that's true.
under the
Sorry.
CCP. I just put the rollovers all together because usually there's not a problem.
Okay, so, we're gonna go ahead and,
We're on I, the youth center reconstruction, in the amount of 300,000.
okay, so, what exactly again is that?
I through L. and then N.
That's the estimate that we got to fix, the one that we're calling the youth center, in the amount of 300,000, and that was the estimate on it. However, we are still going for grants.
In Austin.
Oh, I'm not,
Yeah, but we thought if we can do it under the CCP and get it started, then whatever, because we missed all the grants for January. And rather than just sitting there for another 1 or 2 years, we wanted to get it going.
so we're going to, after we voted to not have anything to do with this, we're voting to put.
No, we're gonna vote to fix the county building.
Is this is this the youth center in Austin that was?
Yes,
So,
yes.
I'm sorry, I thought that, am I mistaken when we said that we were not going to do this, that he was going to try to work on the historical grants?
Right.
Correct, and no, with the building department, it's not the youth center group, it's a county building, and Pete Dubay group is, you guys gave him this money.
Oh, okay, I'm just making sure, cause I'm so confused. Okay, very good, that's, all right, very good. All right, go ahead, Patsy.
And so the point is, we're still gonna try and do that, but since it's a county building and we have it under the CCP, let's go forward and get a handle on it, get started.
Okay.
And see if we can get going on this, while the rest of them, because the grant cycles, we missed for all this year.
Okay.
And we don't want it just sitting there forever, so I'll make a motion, that we approve amount of 300,000 for the youth center reconstruction. I don't have the exact address, but I shouldn't be.
I was gonna say, we shouldn't be calling it the youth center.
Yeah.
No, it's one.
We need to do the exact
122.
Yes, the address.
Is that-
Or the.
I think.
Can we do that since it's not agenda?
No, it's not 122.
Well, but we had a conversation in the past, the last
We've
meeting.
been
to stop
calling
labeling
it
as
that,
the
but
youth
that's
center.
not what it is.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Liz.
Sorry, we had a conversation in the past in the board to stop labeling it as a youth center, so it should have never been put on as the youth center.
But I don't have the exact address on it, but the one we refer to as the youth center, which is
Yeah.
our county building,
67 Main Street.
67 Main Street, in the amount of 300,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Brian votes aye.
All right, very good. We're gonna go ahead and move on. So, are we
What is the crack seal project for?
Bert, can you come up here, please?
I was just going through my book looking back. So the crack seal is just for, expansion cracks that happen from the years of roads sitting out in the sun and the weather, and you get cracks, so they come in and they put rubber in the cracks to bring that up to keep the water from infiltrating
Oh, I'm
the
sorry,
roads.
I know what a crack seal project is, I just don't know where.
Countywide, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe like the airport road, there's so many roads that to bring them down and to get a square footage on them, you have to go out and wheel every crack.
South, north,
Oh, that's for the down
the
here in
whole
Battle Mountain.
county?
That's down here in Battle Mountain, right there for the.
Oh.
Yes, the seal project that is in Austin is separate, and that's.
Yeah,
one other
no,
mountain.
that's separate, this just
Yes, this
says
is for
crack
Battle
seal
Mountain.
project, the 145,000, and that's for the Battle Mountain area.
Correct.
Got it,
Sorry.
thank you.
we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve 245,000 for the crack seal project. And
I'll
that's
second.
tar, not crack.
I'll second.
All in fa-
Aye.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
All right.
You know,
So-
we're not done with you, you have to come back up here.
Oh, I will. I'll be back. I'll take that one away.
So we're, going on to the Cape Seal, Gilman and, Kingston in the
What's the difference between a Cape seal and a crack seal?
950,000.
So a Cape Seal is actually a,
Slurry?
no, a chip seal. You put a chip seal down and then you slurry over the top of it.
Okay.
That's what a Cape Seal is.
Okay.
It's two seals as one.
Okay.
For roads that are more deteriorated than others, they recommend that, and that's where you get your longest life out of it.
So I have a
Okay,
question.
now we're in the south. Okay, I'll make a motion.
I
that-
have a
Hold on,
question.
she's got something to say.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Judy.
Is, and I've been on the main road to Kingston, the paved road, and it's kinda bad. Would it be better to maybe mill it and then do a chip seal and Cape Seal on it?
Yes, now this is not for that main road. We didn't have any plans. That main road, we actually is on, not our ground. We've never actually, there's some confusion in Kingston on a lot of roads and the right of ways for them, and that happens to be one of them.
Oh.
Including some that we have paved. So, we wanna take care and preserve the pavement that is new and has been put down in Kingston. As far as the road goes there's probably some stuff that needs to be worked out somewhere in the future to get them
Okay, I
turned
didn't
over to
realize
us.
that was not our county road, so.
That's why it wasn't paved, one of the reasons why it wasn't paved the first time we went out there.
No, I'm talking about the paved one, the second one.
Yes, the second one, yes, but that's why we didn't put new asphalt on it, when we put all the new asphalt throughout the,
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'll make a motion then that we approve the Cape Seal project for $950,000 for Gilman and Kingston.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
All right, very good, moving on. To the, replace water, sewer, paved curb, and sidewalk project in the amount of $6,377,134.
okay, so I put this all together as one package because I can't see us going in and piecemealing it together. I think that if we do it all as one, or we don't do it at all. And I broke it down for each road, for Eastgate, if you guys just wanna do one road at a time, we could do that and break these down to West Thule. These are not, this is not a project that's a crucial project, but it's a project that if we were gonna upgrade our infrastructure and we wanted to take care of what we have, that's where I would start.
Absolutely, fix it.
So Bert, I would like to maybe see cutting some out of there for now. Kind of watching our net proceeds right at the moment.
Oh, yeah, and you guys are, like I say, that's why I broke it down for each individual road.
Well, and that's what I was wondering is recommendations on what roads you particularly think,
If you want my honest recommendation, I think that if we might be better off waiting until next year to do a lot of these projects, and the reason being is anytime you start putting the pavement down or sealing anything or anything like that, you're going off of your oil prices. And as everybody knows, the oil prices are negative right now, if you can believe that. But that's not what you pay if you bid it out right now, because you're buying the oil that the contractor put in his tank at the end of last year, so you're buying it off them prices. So what oil they use this year, they're gonna replace with the price that's current. And if we're gonna get our best bang for our buck, maybe we should pile all of our money into next year and do huge paving projects, huge Cape Seal projects, and make that our goal for next year, because I think our oil prices are gonna be dirt cheap, and we can cover a lot more ground with a lot less money.
I do have another question on West Thule.
Okay?
I think that one was already not, I think that one was already done. I mean, I know it was paved. I'm not sure about sewer and water back in 2010. I know it was paved back then.
Yes, and it's a section of West Thule, and the reason that it's in there is because it's the old, hold on here, I'm gonna find the right.
Is that carrying on over to, further on to Broyles? It's not the section by the, cemetery?
No, there's gonna be a small section of that going down the road to the cemetery, but not the whole thing. It's a small section to go down to tie into the, old concrete pipe. It's asbestos type water pipe that we have. It's not a problem to leave in the ground.
Yeah.
The state requires us to do some testing every 5 years to make sure that none of that's getting into our water and so on and so forth. But at some point in the next 50 years, they will probably require us to replace all that
I wasn't
concrete
sure if the
asbestos
sewer and
pipe.
water was done, but I know truly along the cemetery and the schoolhouse is paved, so.
Yeah, and it goes down there a fair ways to, you know, that would have to be tore up to get to the sewer and water. And the plan is to, if we do this, is to just leave that old pipe in place, crush it in the ground where we don't have to wrap it and haul it to the landfill. The state right now still allows you to just crush it in place, lay your new lines down alongside of it and roll on. And it's a cost savings, so.
So we're just gonna eliminate L?
I think so.
I still have a question with that one, just to make sure that I'm understanding. So what is the guarantee? Because when I don't trust what they say as far as oil prices and what, you know, the tank replacement for the fuel, is that a guarantee that we will get that price, that next year, we will get these prices if we do it next year? And it's something won't, you know, my fear is they'll just charge us the same as they are charging us now. That's where my question is.
There's no guarantee.
No, there's no guarantee. However, you know, it's a competitive market. You know what I mean? If that guy thinks he can win the bid by you know, it's a competitive market. There's no way that I can foresee it costing as much next year as it would cost us to do it right now.
Okay, all right,
If that does.
yes, and no, it makes sense. I'm just leery on that is all, but that, I'm good.
So one other comment I'd like to make on, you know, future projections and stuff is, and I noticed you're getting the curb and gutter and the sidewalks and, you know, it's kind of a minimal cost in a lot of ways, is looking at, you know, some of the other streets that have already been done, but yet we don't, you know, around the schools, you know, there's a lot of places around the schools that we don't have sidewalks. And I think especially from the school, we need to look at those for future.
Well, that project's gonna be, a matter of fact, I just sent the Public Works number over yesterday, so that's gonna go out and bid and be back in front of you guys for our safe
Is that the safe routes to school?
Safe routes to school, and that's this half of town. It's taken us a long time to do that because there's so many homes that have built out and put shrubbery and so much stuff in our easements. So we're trying to make everybody happy as possible.
You,
So it's,
you think it's bad there? Go to.
yeah, so, but this side of town anyway, the ones that go to school, that is part of what's gonna be in front of you guys here in the next couple weeks.
Okay, great.
Very good, thank you. All right, so we're just not going anywhere with that project, right?
So then we just need N.
And so the emergency project line in the amount of $250,000?
I'll make a motion to
What-
approve that. Oh, sorry, Keith.
With things that have been going on, we've been using money out of that project line, and I would like to increase that a little bit, just to have money in there for the future for, any emergency things that may come up over in the next fiscal year.
What kind of things have we been using it for?
All this COVID-19 stuff, PPE, disinfecting machines, food, it's been used quite a bit. I've used it quite a bit.
I'll make a motion that we, put $250,000 in the emergency project line. The reason for this is the COVID and any other thing that may pop up as a severe emergency.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I,
Are there, back to that real quick, that line item, is there, certain interests or codes that stipulate what constitutes an emergency for that money to be used on? Or is that just something that we just say, oh, this is an emergency, let's pull it from that line?
It'd be I don't know of an NRS, but anything that's out of the ordinary, as far as this PPE, this extra PPE that we're having to buy, these disinfecting machines, the test kits, things that Randy's been getting, that's what I've been using it for. So there's nothing that specifically says delineates the emergency part of it. That I'm aware of.
And one of the things on that is they said that this, in the fall, that it's supposed to ramp back up, and that was one of the meetings with the governor the other day with all the chairs, that they said, you know, early fall, that this was gonna be ramping back up, so the testing was gonna be crazy again, so just, it's not like that's gonna end here anytime shortly, so just food for thought. So are we all good and moving on to number 6?
This is Cindy. I have something to say.
Okay, go ahead, Cindy.
The emergency project line in Fund 55 is for emergency projects. The emergency line that Keith is talking about is actually in the general fund. So this line is for things like when we did the wall in Austin that was crumbling. That kind of stuff is what comes out of this line.
Okay, thank you. To number 6? Okay. All right, number 6, for possible action regarding building and equipment repair and maintenance, Fund 29. Civic Center heating units rollover in the amount of $26,490. Battle Mountain Fire Hall heating units in the amount of $22,197. Cooperative Extension new carpet in the amount $9,360. Search and Rescue Havoc equipment in the amount of $32,232. Search and Rescue Mighty Light table and chairs in the amount of $3,071. Search and Rescue carpet office and linoleum in the bathrooms in the amount of $10,515. Search and Rescue overhead door and lift in the amount of $8,986. Search and Rescue carpet pads in the amount of $6,216. Search and Rescue 3 new toilets in the amount of $570. Austin Fire Hall new stove in the amount of $600. Austin Rodeo Grounds announcer concession stand in the amount of $28,393. Austin Courthouse ceiling fans, 500. 5,000. Or I'm sorry, excuse me, 5,000. Lander County hire con crew in the amount of 25,000. So.
Is this where we should think about that, the extra corrals and such, the $10,254?
Well, yeah, if we're gonna be redoing it.
And move it over? I don't know whether they're gonna authorize the concession stand right now, but we definitely wanna move over the $10,254, right?
That's coming out of Bert's.
Well, that comes out of Fund 52, of 52. Although it does have, it's 052, under Department Parks, the line item would be the Battle Mountain Livestock Event Center. So I don't know if we wanna create a separate line item, to add the Austin Livestock Event Center to that. Sorry, Cindy, I don't think you heard that, for the equipment for the Austin Rodeo Grounds, you said that we have the line item 052 for the Battle Mountain Livestock Event Center. I don't know if we wanna create a separate, line item for the Austin Livestock Event Center.
This is Cindy. As one of the projects for this current year, for 1920, there is the Battle Mountain Livestock. It's out of Fund 52, but it's a fairground improvement, and it comes out of their capital. And that's where Bert was talking about taking the money out of and having it done this year.
And that's under new fixed assets?
That's under, yes, new fixed assets for fiscal year 1920.
Okay, so that would not be under this Fund 29.
So, a question on the search and rescue, what building or what is that replacement of what?
The old BLM building over by our old office across the tracks, the green building, the green metal building.
Okay,
We got that building in the Pershing County land transfer.
okay.
All that land, that 998 acres, was included in that.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve the Civic Center heating units rollover in the amount of $26,490.
Excuse me a minute, Judy.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I just don't, Cindy, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe it's a rollover. I've been wanting to do 2 units per budget cycle for a total of 8. So it's gonna be 2 every year. So I don't think it's a rollover.
Okay.
My mistake, sorry.
That's okay, I didn't know, I could have been mine.
So we need 8 8 heating units?
So I'm doing 2 a year.
Oh. Okay, well, I guess on that motion, I'll take out the rollover part then.
All right, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right. So, for the Battle Mountain Fire Hall heating units,
I'm gonna do the same thing with it. There's several units up there. Just gonna do 2 a year to get them all up to snuff.
So I do have a question on that because we did set aside some money last year to investigate into a new fire hall.
And I had Lostra come out and, didn't I give you the letter that it's gonna need some major revamping? He suggested to mow it over and start over, cause it's unreinforced masonry and lots of issues for as old as it is.
Well, and that was the question, whether, start from scratch or whatnot. I'm just kind of wondering, about spending, $44,000 on something.
except we can't have things freezing in there now.
Exactly.
Right.
We
They're
have
bad.
hoses and things like now that have to be.
No, I totally understand that, but I mean, as far as projected,
Oh, we can, address that see
Okay.
where we are next year.
Wouldn't that, going back to A, wouldn't that apply for A too, because we had money set aside for a new civic center as well? Same kind of a scenario, yeah?
yeah.
We just go every year, figure out what we need until we get our projects done.
So I make the motion to approve 2 new heating units for the Battle Mountain Fire Hall in the amount of $22,197.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, very good. Cooperative extension, new carpet in the amount of $9,360. So,
Do we even have cooperative extension? We have
Yes.
somebody
We
working?
still have the building, we just
still
don't.
have the building, they're going through the process to hire a cooperative, educator. And I don't know if that program's gonna survive or not, the state
Oh,
budget
okay.
cuts.
I don't know if that, project's gonna survive truly the budget cuts. So just food for thought as far as we might, if it's salvageable now and we can wait another year just to see where we are before we invest a bunch of money into that building, I'd kind of like to see
Yeah.
us do that.
I agree. Scratch that.
Okay. So, moving on to search and rescue havoc, equipment in the amount of $32,232.
That building is been vacant for 30 years and it needs some love.
Which building is it, Anna?
It's that big green building in the back of our old office.
Oh.
And the building itself is good, is a good building, right?
Yes, it's a steel building.
Oh, yeah, okay, very good.
So how often does search and rescue meet?
Once a month. Second, first or second Tuesday of the month.
And not only that, they have a boatload of equipment that needs to have a place to go, so where it's all in one place. So it's, when they do get called out, that they're not trying to figure out where all their stuff is, so.
And it's just sitting out in the open
Yeah, and
now.
everything's sitting out in the open right now.
Kinda like Lepsy. So yeah, this is all strictly volunteer through the sheriff's office?
Robert Quick for the Sheriff's Office, correct. It's all of our search and rescue are volunteers from the community. And this, there's 2 sides to this building. They have some offices and area built in one side and then a big open area where they would put most of their equipment in and trailers. And then they would be able to conduct their missions from the other side, where the offices are, and maintain their training and so forth.
So do we have a motion? Do we wanna go ahead and do, all 3, or all the items that have to do with this building instead of, or do you guys wanna do one by one?
Anna, so currently there is no HVAC in that, right? It's just.
No, I mean, it's there, but it's trashed.
Oh, it is, yeah.
So the ducting and that stuff is there.
And how big a building is it, square footage wise?
Pretty big.
About as big as this room.
Oh, it's bigger than that.
Yeah.
Bigger than this room.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, I'll
It's
make a
probably as
motion,
big as your tire shop.
yeah.
Yeah, that's,
I'll make a motion that we approve, for the search and rescue, the halfback equipment in the amount of $32,232, the middle light tables and chairs in the amount of $3,071, the carpet and linoleum in the bathrooms in the amount of $10,515, the overhead door and lift in the amount of $8,986, the concrete pads in the amount of $6,216, and the 3 new toilets in the amount of $570.
Art, second?
Second.
All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Very good, moving on. Austin Fire Hall, new stove in the amount of $600, so what's that all about?
They need a new stove.
Okay.
Kinda simple.
Make
I'll
a
make a
motion, we
motion.
approve the
Yeah.
Austin Fire Hall new stove in the amount of $600.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
Aye.
all right, moving on. So are we jumping over, what are we doing with,
Okay, we're
Okay.
gonna
Okay.
move that, so we'll come back
okay,
to
we're
it.
gonna move to that, all right, so we're gonna do the Austin Courthouse ceiling fans, $5,000.
$5,000 for a fan?
Well, there's gonna be 4 or 5 of them, they're gonna be long,
Oh,
remote
okay.
control.
Okay, oh, I see, all right.
Are they, Bill Schaefer approved?
I'm glad we don't have to address that this year.
I'll make a motion to approve the $5,000 for the ceiling fans in the historic Austin Courthouse.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Lander County to hire the con crew in the amount of $25,000.
How come these aren't free, Keith?
We have to pay. We have to pay, a reduced amount, I believe it's $600 a day, which is pretty reduced for the.
Mostly for
inmates.
management, supervisors,
Yeah.
travel, that type of thing, but
And
they
then-
Oh,
work
we
free.
pay for that when they work here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll make a motion that we put $25,000 in there for the con crew when they come here to work.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Lunchtime?
Are you moving, what are you doing with Kay?
Where's the food?
The,
We're, for the rodeo grounds, it's gonna get moved. to
oh,
a
you're gonna
different
put it in
fund.
that one? Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna move it.
Kathy?
I'm sorry, hold on one second.
We couldn't make out who seconded, 2 people seconded, so which one?
Go ahead and take Art,
Okay.
or on that one, I'm not sure if that was,
Patsy.
or Patsy, sorry.
Patsy.
Sorry, no,
Sarah?
No, they're trying to figure out who seconded that, so are we good to go to move on to number 7, or what are we doing?
should we break for lunch?
Huh?
Should we break for lunch?
Is lunch ready for us?
We're gonna eat, aren't we gonna work through lunch?
That's what I thought,
Yeah.
I don't know if it's here yet or not.
So we're gonna keep working till it's here, at
Okay.
least.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so we're gonna go to number 7. For possible action regarding the buildings and equipment fixed asset fund 029. So, a safety department is requesting safety equipment in the amount of $255,000.
What's that amount gonna cover? What's $255,000 for safety department, what are we buying?
So that's, anytime any safety equipment needs come up, in the past, we've bought turnout gear for fire departments, we bought equipment for the fire trucks, we bought equipment for the ambulances. And anytime any of the road and bridge or water and sewer need any type of safety equipment, it comes out of that budget. It's the same that was in there last year.
It's the same amount?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Cindy, what line item is that?
It is 029000.
Oh, it
Hold on just a second. I gotta find the right sheet, sorry.
53991.
53991, yes.
is. So minor equipment and furniture. Well,
So are we going to read through these, or just read them and do, and act on? what
I
we're
think
doing?
individually,
Okay, so then I won't read them all in at one time, so.
and
alright,
right
so-
now, you know, we don't use senior that much.
Okay.
I think considering the situation and everything, that we should really hard
Well,
at a lot of these line items.
Okay, so I have to read the whole thing on, so all right, so let me read the whole thing in first, and then we'll go one by one.
Sorry.
No sorries, we're perfectly good, I'm just, no sorries at all, so, okay, all right, so we're going, for the safety department is requesting the equipment in the amount of $255,000, then we have computer, software, hardware rollover in the amount of $300,000. The Sheriff's Department is requesting vehicle replacement for completely equipped vehicles, rollover $250,000. Austin Road and Bridge is requesting a new Dodge pickup in the amount of $42,000. Austin Road and Bridge is requesting a new grader blade in the amount of $330,000. Austin Road and Bridge is requesting a new 10-wheel dump truck, a plow and sander in the amount of $250,000. Battle Mountain Road and Bridge is requesting 2 new 10-wheel trucks with plows and sander in the amount of $450,000. Battle Mountain Road and Bridge is requesting a new pickup in the amount of $35,000. Industrial Park rollover in the amount of $7,500,000. Radios Mountain upgrade, Battle Mountain Fire radio replacement in the amount of $320,500. Senior Center bus rollover in the amount of $100,000. Town of Austin boundary lines rollover in the amount of $50,000. Upgrade telephone system for county buildings in the amount of $116,973. Or 78, good grief, I'm sorry. All right, so,
So I'm gonna make a motion that we approve $150,000 for the safety department, for safety equipment.
What'd you say, 150?
150.
How much did we spend out of it last year, Keith?
So far, right now, we have spent, $121,000.
Okay, I'll second the motion.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Kathy?
Oh, well,
So I'll
hold
tell
on.
you, I'll be back to the commission next year because we're replacing the MRXs on the ambulances at about $35,000 each times 5. So that will not cover it. That's where I was planning on taking it out of.
Oh, what are MRXs?
The MRXs are the heart monitoring machines.
Oh, okay.
The hospital's changing. I didn't do it this year because the hospital didn't do it. The hospital's supposed to do it next year. They wanted to wait till the end of the life on those. And so they, like I
Oh,
said,
no, we're
they're
gonna
about.
do it right. We don't.
I'll
we
amend
don't
our
replace
motion.
it.
I would,
Okay.
if I would've known that going
And,
in.
Yeah.
and if they don't come in, I mean, if, we have to do it next year. We've been waiting, I've been working with Corky at the hospital to wait until these MRXs are end of life, which is next year.
Next year, when?
Next year, I believe they are in January.
So I have a question on, just remind me, is when is the hospital gonna take over these ambulances and pay for them themselves?
I'm going to speak on that. That's never going to happen. There's no way that this hospital, as sitting on the hospital board, that's ever going to be. In that hospital, when the CEO at the hospital said that they were going to do that, he was running his office almost totally off, that hospital off of net proceeds of funds. And so, and they have stopped doing that, and there is no way, and that's ever going to happen, nor should it, because it's a county, it's part of the county, and that hospital cannot afford to, pay for that ambulance service by itself. And if we get it back, then we get to pay for all of the billing and all of the things that we weren't getting before. And that's absolutely will never be feasible, and it's per our NRS, part of our responsibility to fund. So, did I cover that enough?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify a little bit on that. If the hospital decides they don't wanna do it, it reverts back to us, and this county does not have a choice. It's the same with, very similar situation with, the Kingston Town of Kingston Fire Department. If their fire department folds, it falls back to the county, and we don't have a choice. We have to do coverage. Same with the EMS. So it's, as Commissioner Ancho said, I've had several discussions with the CEO, and we're gonna have to look at revision of the contract, cause I know when it was put in place in 2012, they said they were gonna take it over in 2013, and it just keeps.
But it was being ran with net proceeds.
It
That's how it
was,
was paid
yeah.
for. And the CEO at that time, ran 50% of their budget was pulled from net proceeds, which is ludicrous. So the new CEO has got off of that and is running off of, I don't think he has anything on expenses like that have no, net proceeds. I mean, he's done very well at, getting that hospital off and cutting staff and, things like that.
Right.
So we
And
all
bef-
know that'll never happen.
And before the coronavirus took over, I know the CEO and I had several discussions. He was actually looking at increasing, or requesting an increase in the contracted amount, the monthly contracted amount, because it's our it's our responsibility in the end, county.
So my question, Ted, what do we do since we had a motion passed that won't cover the amount? How do we go about this?
We can make a new
Well,
motion.
you can make another motion.
Okay.
I will change that motion to $250,000.
Let's just make another motion and add
Yeah.
to it.
I'll make a motion that we fund the
Well-
safety department, at $255,000.
Well, they already have the 150, so you don't need to fund the whole 255, right?
It's gonna roll over. It'll be, on July first, it will be.
July 1st, it'll be a total of $255,000.
No,
Well, if it was a
we
fund
already
item, it
had a
shouldn't even
motion.
have been in here.
So, whoa, all right.
I'm
so-
sorry, what was that?
I said if it's a line item, we shouldn't even have had to have brought it before.
Okay, wait, we're gonna.
It's still, the item still needs to be refunded next
Well, but
year.
it's under that department, so it shouldn't be under, fixed assets. It should be, well, it's under the fixed assets, but the rest of this line item is when we go over line items, we just leave it alone.
But when it's a fixed asset, we still have to track it. So it needs to be refunded every year. I mean, we can change it and make it just a rollover every year of $255,000 or $150,000 or whatever you guys want.
Because next year you're not gonna have that huge expense of those monitors, so I
Right.
think that it isn't a standalone that goes within the line.
I'll second Art's motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Wait a minute.
So
I
he's
haven't
adding
voted yet, but I'm
250, for now we
confused.
have
We've already made a motion
$405.
We could,
and funded it for $150,000. Now we have another motion that we're funding it for $255.
He amended his motion to cover, instead of it being 150, he amended his motion to be the total of 255, is what he said.
Total, thank you.
That
Okay.
I
includes
vote
the
aye.
rollover.
Okay, so now do we have, whoever seconded it, are they okay with that second?
I'm fine.
Okay.
As long as the total amount
Okay,
is
it's
$255,000, I will
exactly.
second that.
So, all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
right, very good. So, we're moving on to the computer, software, hardware rollover in the amount of $300,000.
I'll make a motion to approve.
We'll have a second.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. So we're moving on to the sheriff's department, was requesting replacement of 4 completely equipped vehicles, rollover $250,000.
I'll make a motion that we, well, why are we funding a rollover?
Cause he's gonna tell you.
You're allowing the rollover to occur.
He hasn't-
You're not funding
Oh.
it, you're just allowing it to occur.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Robert.
Robert Quick for the Sheriff's Office. Only, part of that is a rollover from this fiscal year. Currently, the vehicles we purchased, and this is based on our replacement plan that was also included in our budget. So this year, Chevy, cut off ordering vehicles early this year because they redesigned their vehicle. And so we weren't able to get, an order for our vehicles this year in time. So we have to get them next year.
So
From this year.
my question is, because on one of it, it says roll over 120,000, and then the other one, it says roll over 250,000.
The actual rollover is 120 from this year, and then adds the additional 2
Okay, so
vehicles next year.
all right, so the motion needs to be, 120 rollover for
Plus
a
the-
maximum of,
Correct.
got
A
it,
maximum of 250.
okay.
Okay,
So I'll make that motion that we approve a maximum amount with the included rollover amount not to exceed, or $250,000.
all right, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. Austin Road and Bridge is requesting a new Dodge pickup in the amount of $42,000.
We getting deals on equipment, Bert?
No, not so much. So do you wanna wanna just start going through these one by one?
Yes.
If, you know, or
Yes.
where we stand here, I'm kinda getting confused on, are you guys planning on trying to cut the budget some, or are we
Well, that's always the case.
spending? I mean, where
Yeah,
we
we're gonna
at?
be cutting the budget, but if there's things that are obviously that we have to have, you have to have it.
Yeah, so we
yes, there'll
we
be
can make it another year in Austin on the trucks we have,
Okay,
you know, and next year when I come before you, I'll remind you that we didn't get one this year.
well, absolutely, you can pull the minutes and go, and I told you so.
Yes, so, and then the blade as well, we can make another year, we have good graders there.
Okay,
That's E. The 10-wheel dump truck, we could do pretty well up there in Austin right now as well. I hate to be beating up on Austin, but they're pretty good right now.
okay.
We do need at least one of the 10-wheel dump trucks and plow and sander down here in Battle Mountain.
What letter is that?
That would be G.
G.
Okay, I don't know where we're
So
at.
Bert, my question about that is, I guess I would think that you'd need one more in Austin because you get actually more snow and have more use for it, whereas Battle Mountain, you know, last year we had a really mild winter, which is not to say it's always gonna be that way, but, you know, I would kinda think it'd be the opposite.
Yeah, so
That we
2
could
years ago, we
survive
got a
with.
brand new one in Austin, 10-wheeler plow and sander.
So that is,
So-
you got the 10-wheeler and then you get the assembly, the plow and sander that can be retrofitted to fit into it, it's
Correct,
two
so
separate.
we use the dump truck throughout the summer.
Right.
And then in the winter, we put the sander and the plow on it and go with it. Here in Battle Mountain, the two that we have here currently, I believe one is an 86 and one's an 88.
Well, now,
And the sander, we don't have a sander that actually spreads, so.
so now the 10-wheeler in Battle Mountain, that's really old, like you said, the 86?
Yeah.
I didn't know you used that for sanding.
Yeah, we use them both, we have the plows mounted on them.
But
currently
you
in
have the
yard.
smaller pickups too. right?
Yes, we do. But when we go plow the airport, it's so much wider and so much bigger. If we send pickups out there, we don't have any pickups for town.
So my other question then is, the one in Austin was $250 and you can get two in Battle Mountain for $450. Is it a special deal on buying two?
No, I don't think there's so much of a special deal. I think we're just gonna take some of the fluff off the ones that were here.
Oh. So you can be.
Because in Austin, they get used so much more. There are some other options, you know, like the reversible plow and other things that we put on them in Austin, that we wouldn't be putting on them down here in Battle Mountain.
So basically, what would the price be for one in Battle Mountain then, if you just got one? Half of that, $225?
Yeah, if we could put $220,000 in there, I think we could make that work.
I'll make a motion that we approve $220,000 for a 10-wheel dump truck with plow and sander in the amount of $220 for Battle Mountain Road and Bridge.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. So, which one are we going on to next?
So we're on H?
H, all right, so Battle Mountain Road and Bridge requesting the new pickup.
Yeah, and we could really use the new pickup.
We can go another
Didn't you
year.
just get some a couple of years ago?
Yeah, well, remember the deal was last year?
Yeah.
That we were gonna try to get a pickup every year and keep that rolling where we don't have to hit you guys with a load of them, because we got a whole slew of.
You got a lot of old trucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Brian gets to see him down there in his shop on a little bit, so.
You need it this year?
Yeah, we could use a pickup here.
Well, I'll make a motion, Road and Bridge, Battle Mountain gets a new pickup for $35,000.
All right, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, moving on to the industrial park rollover for the $7,500,000.
I'll make a motion to roll over the $7,500,000 for the industrial park.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
I'm gonna vote nay.
Okay. So, all right.
So did it pass or not?
Yeah, it passed, the three of us.
Yeah, 3 to 2.
3-2. All right. Radio, mountain upgrade, Battle Mountain Fire radio replacement in the amount of $320,500, so.
I'll make a motion to replace the radios with mountain upgrades for the Battle Mountain Fire, for the cost of $320,500. I think it's a safety issue, If we don't update our equipment, we'll be responsible.
Can you fill me in on that, Robert?
Robert Quick. So years ago, when we initially did the major upgrade of the radio system for the county, we kind of hand-me down the radios to the fire and EMS services. So they're still an analog-based radio system. What this does is allow us to upgrade them to a digital-based system and potentially encrypt them to alleviate some of the issues we have during fires and emergency medical services. It would replace, we have to replace the mountaintop repeaters, which were hand-me-downs at the time years ago, as well as the vehicle and the mobile radios or portable radios that they carry, which were all hand-me-downs.
Do these have a lot better coverage?
I'm sorry?
Are these gonna have a whole lot better coverage?
It's gonna have different coverage and the ability to encrypt the channels for them. It also incorporates a split between the current frequency that fire and ambulance are using to two separate frequencies, so they have more options to use. Digital offers some better coverage in some areas and worse coverage in other areas. But we're not planning at this point to increase the number of mountaintops or number of repeaters in place. I think the areas we have should be as sufficient as we can make it.
So you've got this listed for, the Battle Mountain. What about Austin and
That-
Kingston?
I'm sorry, that incorporates the entire county.
Oh, okay, great, thanks. So do we have a second?
Did we have a second?
Need a second.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Alright. So going on to the senior, center bus rollover in the amount of $100,000.
We need a new bus,
Yeah.
Bert.
No, this is for the senior center, and this is something Keith and I have been working on,
Yeah,
sort of.
so, and it needs to be done.
And now, one of the understandings is, both Keith and I were confused. Last year, we thought we had requested $150,000. I'm not sure what you've been looking at, if the 100's sufficient, or do we need to increase that?
Well, I believe the 100's going to be sufficient. The place in Vegas that we've been talking to, and with Judy and I, and Madonna Long and I, Sandy and I, been talking about, it's a place in Vegas that specializes in these types of buses that we can have, wheelchairs in there. I think we've gone back and forth between 2 or 3 wheelchair lockdowns, lift gates, and so we will get it done, but it needs to be rolled over. We just wanna get what fits the community the best.
Okay.
And the one thing I do wanna comment on that, and we've had this discussion, is I wanna make it big enough to where we can, offer this to all of the seniors. The situation now with the bus that they have, which I don't even know if it's running, it was like 8-10 persons. That wasn't enough. There's a lot of seniors that wouldn't be able to participate in whatnot. So, you're adding a little bit of cost by getting a little bit bigger. And there's also the potential of anything over, I think, 16 passengers, you need an endorsement for, which I think I'm happy, if the commission, the county can provide the training and licensing to assist our drivers in that. But I wanna make it something big enough to be really usable for everybody. So I don't know if that 100 still falls into that range, Keith, or?
It's probably gonna be pretty close, especially, initially, we were looking at a 12-passenger bus, and that was coming in around 80 to 85,000. So if we're gonna go up to 15, so we stay under that 16 with a special license, or if we're gonna go over, and if we're gonna go over that, and we wanna get a bigger bus, we probably should increase it, by about 25,000.
And that, which is, I don't have a problem with that, but from somebody who frequents the senior center and who does a lot of stuff with the seniors, we also wanna make sure that we don't have overkill as well. So I wanna make sure that there's plenty there, but I also don't want to, have it be overkill, so if we can find some kind of happy medium.
Well, the other thing about this is, basically purchasing it for primary use for the senior center, but there's so many different things you can utilize it for. And you know, one thing Lexi had talked about was mass casualty bus, you know, is you get something that you can put, you know, a decent amount of people in, and not just use it for the seniors, but who knows what. Happy medium of passengers, so. Can I just, I'd like maybe make a motion.
Can I, you can, 1 second, let me
Yeah.
finish. One thing I don't want to use this for is, crossing over to, using that for anything other basically than this. I wouldn't ever want to use anything where you're putting mass casualties or you're using it for, you know, a place where you're putting people who have to be decontaminated or anything like that, because I think that's a huge liability. I think, it needs to be used for what it's used for, and if we're gonna have something that Lepsy needs for that we go that direction. But I think that if it's gonna be used for the seniors, that we utilize it for the seniors on that, and I don't have a problem, you know, with that amount. I just don't wanna cross-use it and there be something wrong or something left under a seat or something with these seniors in there and take that chance of something happening. So, my 2 cents.
I'll make a motion that we increase the amount for the senior bus to $150,000.
How much, Judy?
150,
150?
yeah,
Okay, with a rollover of 100.
right.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Alright, opposed?
Thank you.
Alright, very good. Alright, so we're going on to the Town of Austin boundary line rollover in the amount of 50,000.
I'll make a call that we approve the Austin boundary line rollover in the amount of 50,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Alright, upgrade telephone system for the county building in the amount of $116,978.
Why do we need new telephones?
Yeah.
I have a question
Right for
on
me
this
too.
one. This is the one where we did everything separately, right? You asked them to break it down for us?
Robert Quick, so where this comes from is outside of the current system we have. We were looking at replacing our telephone system and incorporating it into the voice over IP system the county has. While we did that, we looked at several other buildings at some people's request and had the company break it down to the individual buildings if we wanted, or the county wanted to incorporate those into the voice over IP system as well. So that's, my understanding would be the total price of all of them. But if you chose to move forward with any of them, you could pick and choose and fund those buildings or not to incorporate them into the voice over IP system.
Okay, the part I like is naturally the upgrade, but you said you could do conferencing, that type of thing, which would really be nice too. So when I looked at that, I went, well, the recreation center is one, they should have a pretty good telephone system. I don't know why they'd have to do conferencing. Senior center, they might need some upgrades or something, but why would they need to do conferencing? I mean, I guess I don't understand why we have to do the whole thing.
So, for instance, the rec center,
Yeah.
today, Sean has a call with Pool Pack at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, Pool Pack and, Sean Baker for the record, today at 1:30, we have a call with Pool Pack in the state on, soft reopening of pools in the state of that.
So there are conferences.
You couldn't call in?
I plan on it, I don't need a conference phone, but I mean, he's just making an example.
Yeah, there are times when the conferences are needed. It's not very often, but they are needed at times to do conferencing.
And Pat's for the record, I do plan on calling him at 1:30.
I guess I'm figuring, I mean, we're looking at, 16,000 here, 15,000 here for a conference call. I'm going, well,
So essentially
I kinda like to pick and choose, I think.
Okay, so Robert, go ahead, please.
Essentially, what this provides for each individual location, because other than the sheriff's office in Austin, each individual location or office has basic analog phones. You buy at Walmart or wherever, and they have a phone line put in. So if one office wants to call another, they have to dial a 10-digit number. They also have no voicemail, they may have an answering machine, things like that. What these will do is incorporate it into your current system, which gives them 4-digit dialing throughout the county. It gives them all the features that the county currently has, including conference calling and things like that. Voicemail for the different all the employees in the area, things like that. Again, it was asked for me to get it when we put in for, the sheriff's office in Austin, because we really need to replace our system. It's, the one we have is an old Nortel system in that building that is outdated and can't be fixed at this point. There's nobody
Well,
to
I
service.
understand the main ones.
The other offices, including the courthouse down in Austin and so forth, they're all kind of doing their own thing in the individual offices. I had the provider break it down so that you could choose and pick if you wanted to do some offices now, some offices later. You didn't see the need for it in other offices. That's why it's broken down, not in one big lump.
And I appreciate that, and the only ones I can see that I wanted to take out was like the senior center and the rec center. I imagine it should be there at the civic center for conferencing and such, cause, we have the mines use it and other things use it. And I don't wanna pick and choose in the Austin and the sheriff's group. I think the whole thing needs to be upgraded. But, I just wanted to pull out a couple I thought might make a little bit of difference if they didn't need it, that's all. Totally up to you.
I'll make a motion that we approve the upgraded telephone system for the county buildings in the amount of $116,978.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 So are we breaking? Well, yeah, let's break for, how do you wanna do this? Do you wanna break for 10, 15 minutes
Yeah,
and come back
everybody
up,
get
or a
their
half
food.
hour?
Yeah,
Alright, so
probably
we're
just
gonna
for
go ahead and
everybody
take
to
a
get their
break. Can you hear me now? Okay, alright, very good. Tell me when we're ready to go.
Ted, are you on?
I'm on.
Do we have Austin on? Is Austin on?
I'm here.
Alright. So, are we all ready? Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and, get started. One of the things that we have to go back and correct under the Kingston, grants request are the solar lights. We're, at this point, are not going to be, we're gonna have to defund it because we did not have it on the agenda. It was in our books. So do we have any question on that?
So I need you to go back, and then you're gonna have to open back up.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna go back to number 4 and open up for possible action regarding submitted grants for the Kingston.
Austin Town.
Austin, is it Austin or Kingston?
Kingston.
Kingston Town, okay.
It's under the general fund grant in the amount of $6,878 for the solar station for mailbox area.
So hold on, 6,000, one more time.
378.
6,878.
378?
878.
878.
78.
So we're just basically gonna have to take. We're just basically gonna have
You're
to
gonna
take that one
have
off.
to take that off, you guys can't approve it, but when we come back in 2 weeks for the final budget, you can readjust it then.
Okay, so is it all right to say that we're going to defund the solar lights at this time for $6,878?
Go back and open up number 4.
I did.
She did.
All right.
Do we need a motion?
Ted, do
make
they
a
need a
motion.
motion?
To defund the, solar light project in Kingston.
Yes, they do.
Okay.
For $608,
6,000.
$6,878, because it's not on the, it's not posted properly on the agenda. We'll address it at the next meeting.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. So we are moving on to number 8.
Okay.
All right, under number 8, for possible action regarding Fund 226 water capital requests. So, for number A, we're going water treatment plant, well 6, in the amount of $2,520,600. B, 12-inch, is that 12-inch? Am I saying that correctly? Water main rollover in the amount of $295,032. C, 16-inch water main under a freeway rollover in the amount of $729,375. 12-inch water main yellow brick road rollover in the amount of $616,375. E, well 6 booster pump piping and valving rollover in the amount of $231,250. And F, 16-inch water main from tanks to Old 8A rollover in the amount of $2,309,505. So, all right, go ahead, Mr. Ramos.
Okay, so the water treatment plant for well 6, I think is a crucial thing that we should probably do.
I make a motion to fund the water treatment plant well 6 in the amount of $2,520,600.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
I vote nay.
Okay. Opposed, I'm sorry, Judy. Nay. All right. So we're going on to B for the roll, can we do all of the rollovers at one time, or do we need to do them individually?
Let's do them individually.
Okay, we'll go ahead and do them individually. Go ahead.
I make a motion to fund the water main rollover, or just roll it over, $295,032.
Have a second?
I'll second.
Now, where is that? Which one is that? No, where's it located?
This is the, I'm trying to think of that. I've been thinking of that all day, actually, when I was back there looking at it. I'm not exactly sure where that water main is. Why it doesn't have it listed where it is here, and I haven't looked through my packet to find it. I can, if you give me a little bit today, I can find that for you and bring it back.
Can we bring that one back?
Keith,
You bet.
can we bring that one back?
Sure. Yeah,
Okay.
if that's what you guys wanna do, you'll have to let the motion go.
Okay, let the motion drop.
The 16-inch main under the freeway, if we do the well 6 booster pump and valving, we should be able to get rid of the rollover under the freeway. So I did not do that project specifically for this, the potential of putting in a water treatment plant on well 6.
So we don't need that one?
No.
You wanna do it?
No. Because once we put the booster pump in and the treatment plant there, the pressure on that side of town will be plenty.
Okay, so we're going to do the 12-inch water main yellow brick road rollover.
Yeah, and that I think you should leave in there in the event that we ever do develop that side of yellow brick road that is not paved. So if you pass your house, Kathy, you know, and you take a right, from there down to Marvel's, that's the yellow brick road that this 12-inch main is for, to make that loop. I think that if a developer ever comes in and wants to pay to develop that road and push forward with that we should probably have the funding to move forward with it.
Okay.
So,
I make a motion to
Wait,
fund.
Can I
have a question, just 1 second. Go
well, I think at this point, I know it's not a whole lot, but, if somebody does come in and develop that and go from there, we can always bring it back on the budget. So that, you know, instead of rolling this over year after year after year after year, I think we should just take it off the budget, and then if it does happen to come up, we can put it back on the budget.
My only concern with that is if we have it funded and we go to come back and we don't have any very much funding, then we don't do it.
Oftentimes with developers, just the reason, so you guys know why I put some of this on, if people are knocking on the door saying, hey, I might develop out there, I try to budget for that, because a developer, if you tell them, sorry, we don't have any really plans for that yet, I have to bring that before the commission at this next year's budget, a lot of times they just shine us on and they move to their next project.
Yep.
Whereas if you say, I have the money, is all I have to do is bring this back before our commission for approval, a lot of times their focus starts becoming here. So if we're looking to move towards growth, then I think that it's important to keep it in the budget. If not, no big deal, we can strip it, doesn't matter.
Well, the thing about it is, you know, we've pretty much said it's been rolled over, you know, we're committed to it. But, they're
Well,
not.
if we remove it, then we're no longer committed,
No, but we've agreed to it before. You know, the commissioners have agreed to it, it's been on the budget. It's just taking that money that's been earmarked, put it towards something else that we might be able to utilize in the immediate future. We've already agreed to it, it's been rolled over before, you know, the developer, I mean, this could be rolling over for the next 5-10 years. And somebody comes in to develop that land, chances are it will fall into a period of where we can't put it back on the budget for that purpose.
I would like to get prepared for the future. I'd like to keep this money right where it's at because we're gonna grow. People are gonna leave the cities and head to the rurals. And, Lander and Eureka are gonna be two of those counties that are gonna get increases in population. So my motion's out there. I guess I need a second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Opposed? There we go. All right, so then we're gonna go to the well 6 booster.
yeah, and so the well 6 booster pump, that's kind of why we didn't go forward with the 16-inch main under the freeway. We'd need the booster pumps in order to put enough water back to the system, so it's
Okay.
important.
So we don't need that?
No, we
No,
do
we do
need it.
need
We
it.
do need that. I'll make a motion for the well 6 booster pump and piping and valve, the rollover in the amount of $231,250.
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
So the 16-inch water main from tanks to Old 8A rollover in the amount of $2,309,505.
And that project is actually in
Progress.
yes.
Yeah.
As we
Okay.
Okay.
So this ultimately is all this does is make it easy on finance.
Make a
Okay.
motion for the 16-inch water main from the tanks to Old 8A. It's a rollover in the amount of $2,309,505.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Alright. So number 9, for possible action regarding Fund 236 sewer capital requests. So we have a 12-inch, for A, we have a 12-inch sewer main yellow brick road rollover in the amount of $741,250. B, 12-inch sewer main Sheep Creek rollover in the amount of $1,221,563. C, new sewer lift station and 8-inch force main rollover in the amount of $2 million. And D, existing safety lift station rehabilitation rollover in the amount of $847,500. Alright,
Okay, so the only one that can be kind of cut here is C. It is not cut completely, but we can cut off roughly $800,000 off of that because we already installed the lift station.
So 1.2 then?
Yep. And then the existing lift station, that safety, it's coming up here right shortly as well.
Needs to be done.
Yes. It's currently being engineered.
okay,
Okay.
okay.
Well, I'll make a motion for the 12-inch sewer main yellow brick road in the amount of $741,250.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Got a 12-inch sewer main for Sheep Creek. This is a rollover in the amount of $1,321,563.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay.
I'm,
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm an aye, but I didn't get there fast enough.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
The new sewer lift station and 8-inch force main rollover. Well, I don't think we're rolling over, are we?
Well, we do need to roll over the force main portion of this project because we
Okay,
didn't do that.
1.2 million.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna roll over 1.2 million for the, lift station with the 8-inch force main.
I'll second.
Alright. All in favor?
No,
Aye.
Aye opposed?
Nay.
Okay. So,
I'll make a motion to fund the existing safety lift station rehabilitation in the amount of $847,500.
And what is that exactly, Bert?
So our current lift stations is what it is, the sewer, since we're so flat, the sewer runs into the big hole in the ground. And then we have pumps in the bottom that lift it back up and then start to fall again to the next lift station. So
Gotcha.
these are existing lift stations that are,
So you
that
need like
need
refill
rehab.
pumps, or is that what you're doing?
So
with
is what
this?
we do is we put it's like a really hard plastic lining falls down inside of them. Currently they're concrete, and we get what they call I&I infiltration from the groundwater, infiltrates into them and falls in. So we're lining them, putting new pumps in the bottom, just in full rehab on
All
that.
right, thanks, I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. All right, going on to number 10, for possible action regarding Fund 380 Airport Capital Improvements. I'm going A, Austin General Engineering Service in the amount of $15,000. All right, okay. B, Battle Mountain General Engineering Services in the amount of $15,000. No, is that right? $15,000.
Yes, you're right.
I'm getting myself confused. C, Battle Mountain Apron Expansion Phase 1 in the amount of $2,133,333. D, Battle Mountain West Apron Reconstruction Phase 2 in the amount of $2,453,333. So,
Now, these are on the grant match, right?
So yes, the A and B, which are the general engineering services contracts, those are our standard amounts for every year. Anything that is outside of the FAA or any of the grants we get is paid out of those funds, for either Austin or Battle Mountain Airport. Then C and D, which are the expansion phases, those are grants with the CARES Act in place. Potentially, we're gonna get 100% funding on those, but we have to show in our budget that we have the money there because we pay for it and then the FAA will reimburse us. If it's not 100% grants or 100% match or 100% grant, we end up paying 93.75%. Is what the FAA pays, and then we pay the remaining balance. But we have to show it in our budgets.
Now, the Austin General Engineering Services, that's for the alignment?
No, that's, so the general services contract, the two $15,000 ones are for anything outside of the FAA grants.
Oh, okay.
If we have them go in and draw for the, like when we did our fuel systems, that was not covered under an FAA grant, so that was part of that money.
These are our airport contractors.
The JUB, yes.
Yeah.
So I'll make a motion to fund the Austin General Engineering Services in the amount of $15,000.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
I'll make a motion for Battle Mountain General Engineering Services in the amount of $15,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed?
The Battle Mountain Apron Expansion Phase 1 in the amount of $2,133,333 with the understanding that most of this is gonna be, or all of this will be funded by the FAA.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right.
Battle Mountain West Apron Reconstruction Phase 2 in the amount of $2,453,333, and the same conditions apply.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, and opposed? All right, we're going on to number 11. For possible action regarding capital fund 017, 031, 056, 057 requests. All right, for fund 031, controlled environment building for food storage in the amount of $2 million. Okay. For B, 031, a fixed asset rollover in the amount of $60,000. Fund 056, a mixed assets in the amount of $100,000. And D, we're going to fund 056, the emergency maintenance of $250,000. And E, fund 057 for fixed assets in the amount of $200,000.
So what's A all about?
Okay, so, both Art and I can talk on this. the idea had come up with, when this pandemic started, we began to have, with people getting laid off and things like that, when working at the food bank, our numbers quadrupled for people coming to the food bank, and I know a lot of people think that people abuse that line, but I was one of them who had to walk car to car to car to get names, and there were very few people who abused it, and not only that, they had a car full of kids, and it was very sad. So what we ended up doing was we cut the supply, because at that point, the food bank had enough supplies to go around. We cut their supplies in half, and then we shared with some of the supplies, well, actually a lot of supplies with the senior center, a lot of food and things went to the senior center. And everybody in the audience who had to help move all that stuff knows, a lot of it went to the senior center. We had a lot of it that went to the schools of fruits and vegetables and things like that. They needed, because they were still feeding all these kids. And some of it, towards the end, what the sheriff's office could use went to the sheriff's office. There wasn't a ton that the sheriff's office could use, but they did utilize it. And then we sent a bunch of it to Austin because it was needed. And so the idea came up and one of the things coming down the pipe from Reno was the shortage in the food banks, food from them coming to us. So we had just kind of brainstormed an idea, if we created our own food bank and stuff here and utilized it, then we could, in cases like this, we can have stuff for the sheriff's office, we can have stuff for the senior center, we can have stuff for Austin and so the citizens here to utilize when needed. And so,
And if we have storage, we can get more products for people because we can store it. And in the past, it's been a problem. We've had limited storage, so we couldn't get all that was available.
And with that being said, like at Christmas time, we get food, we get turkeys and hams and things like that. And Mr. Ramos knows we store all of our frozen stuff in his big walk-in freezer because we don't have places to put this food.
Well, I understand that, but I think $2 million is excessive.
Well,
personally.
we didn't know how much it was going to cost, so Anna had some numbers.
So are we planning on building a new building, or?
That's the concept.
Anna Camilla with the building department. I just actually met with the contractor today. And for the shell, the insulation, foundation, and the door is gonna be $1,500,000. And that doesn't count utilities being brought to it.
How many square feet are we talking?
15,000. 70 square, $70.
15,000 square foot
100 by 150
for
building.
for a county that has 6,000 people?
That's what I was
That's the
told to
number
look
she was
at.
given, so I think that's
I'm not bagging
where-
on you.
Okay.
I'm
No,
just
I mean, that was just
speaking,
the
yeah.
number, that she was given, so.
What was that amount again?
2 million.
No, 1.5 for.
Yeah, 1.5 million.
Not 1,550,000, not 500.
Oh, 1,055,000.
Yeah,
So,
I'm just gonna round it up.
and that was for 15,000 square foot building
And where are we putting it?
behind our old office.
now I had a question, cause are there any of those like Quonset huts or any of those things that are over there already that could be utilized for that?
No,
No,
they need to go.
they need to go, the Quonset huts need to go, so.
They were here when the green building was
Yeah.
erected.
So, was very, and it was very unnerving to see that the lack of, food for people. Not only that, like when they did have, a lack of food on the shelves for people, and not only that, like these people, a lot of them that are in the jobs that aren't getting paid, that have, their incomes went to zero. There really wasn't any option for them, so that was kind of.
Well, it's just the lack of storage.
Yeah,
There's no storage.
yeah, there is absolutely no storage.
Anybody have any idea how big this building is? I mean, this room? Guesstimate?
40 by 40 possibly.
Yeah.
So, I can't see anything.
And this is,
Yeah, 15,000 square foot, I'm just telling you, it's a bit excessive, it's not a bit
Well,
excessive,
and I
it's
don't,
excessive.
and I don't disagree, but I don't know the size of thing, I'm one of those people who do not. Now, if you were looking
mean-
at a size of
But
building,
just keep in mind, it's about $70 per square foot.
okay.
Well, that came up to $100 a square foot,
Well, if you
at-
round it up to one and
at
a half million.
15,000 square
Yeah.
feet,
But it's only
but,
a million.
15,000 square feet times $70 is 1,050,000.
So and I think that, so, you know, that number was just thrown
Oh,
out, 'cause
I
I don't
thought
think
it was
anybody
5
knew,
minutes.
No.
you know, it was just an idea that was thrown out there, no
Sorry,
idea.
Anna.
So it wasn't.
And
and
along with this, we were thinking about a community garden too. In that property over there. So I'll make a motion, see how it goes.
Well,
I make a motion for a controlled environment building for food storage in the amount of $2 million.
so I still, on this, wanna talk a little bit, as far as the, I don't know how you do this. Is there a way to, have it changed down to a smaller building to
Oh,
where, can we
absolutely.
do that in that, I mean, not to exceed, you know, we can do it a smaller building, because I understand, I mean, that's, people are horrified and I totally respect that. But to go to, you know.
But just think about the free, things you're gonna put in there too, how much room it's gonna take up.
And I understand,
Reduce the amount and you're gonna reduce the size.
well, and I understand that, because you have, you know, the freezers and, you know, things like that for doing, and the part that keeps, I'm someone who really likes and wants to do this idea, but also the thing that keeps crossing my head is the thought of the 40% state cut across the board, so I'm you know, I'm torn on that, having that amount. If maybe we can we do it this way? Can we fund so much to have it, the whole thing looked at and then brought back? Is that something that we can do, have so much money set aside to look at all of it, instead of just going, you know, Kerblanc, the $2 million, a certain amount of money set down to engineering what the idea is and then bring it back? Like, so downsize it, different sizes, it's gonna be this, you know, cut out, is that something that can be done?
Sure,
And
you
what-
We pretty much have it now, you could just
Yeah,
basically,
$70
exactly,
per
75 bucks a
square
square foot.
So if you wanna do an 800 square foot building, times it by 70, and I'll tell you how much.
Okay,
so if we don't have a second, then I'd like to make a motion. If we're not gonna get a second.
well, on the 2 million, I just, puts a knot in my stomach, go ahead, do it.
So I'll make a motion that we approve up to $500,000 to include, engineering, design, and building for a food storage building.
So let me ask you this question, Anna, so if we, cause we have on the burner to possibly build a new civic center, could we convert that civic center, a portion of it, to something like this?
Absolutely.
Oh. which
I
is
mean, if
never-
we're gonna, I mean, if we're
Oh,
building
no,
a new
that's
fire
it.
department, we're gonna have buildings vacant, could we not use
No, I
them?
agree.
No, and that's a good idea, I mean, it was never
That
thought.
that did include up to, you know, with the engineering, so, there will be money for engineering, and then if we do decide retrofit, whatever,
That, I think that's that's an excellent idea.
And that's the other thing,
and
is
I'm
when
being
you're,
generous, I
sorry,
think.
sorry, Judy, that's the other thing, is when you're storing food, we're storing it for certain things that happen to assist our community. So what do? Do you buy it and you store it and then we don't have it and then it goes bad, or
Well,
then you
no.
try to buy it when it does happen and then you can't get it because everything's been hoarded, I mean, you
No,
know.
what I think that on that is the current, like the current food bank that we have now, it has, is not very big. So they would obviously utilize that, you know, stuff. And then in a crisis like we've had, if you needed to order more stuff and have things on the shelves, which the size of the Civic Center would be a more practical size, but you would still be using those resources, then they get their own grant. We're not paying for that stuff, all of that stuff in there, they get their stuff from the state.
And has our current food bank, it's been adequate, right? It's served the purposes of what we needed as a
The only,
community?
not during, the only time it's adequate is if, when the food truck comes in. In between, when the food trucks come in, they don't have very much food in there, and they have a regular, like refrigerator, freezer to put, you know, to store meat or anything like that in there. And so.
So you buy a big freezer to store your meat, that's what I'm saying, there's a huge difference from that to $500,000, to $1 million, to $2 million, that's what I'm saying. I
Well,
just-
no, and I don't disagree with that, and I think that the practicality of using the Civic Center, if they're gonna build a new one, that is a very doable thing, so that, we could do this in phases to try to get this, it's not, I think that would be a practical way to go.
This building, this room here, if going calculations, 40 by 40, that's only $112,000. And I'd say there's plenty of room. And I just,
No, and
500 to allow for
And I think that we're throwing out numbers because we had
Yeah.
no idea, but I think, and I never even
Hopefully
thought of the
less.
Civic Center, I think is not a bad idea, so, I'm,
So my question is, what kind of food has to be in a controlled environment? Are you talking perishables and freezer items?
they have, yes, they have,
Yes.
but the majority of it's dry, right, like what they have in here is mostly dry goods, and they
Okay,
do
well,
have
we're
a
not
f-
concerned about the dry goods.
Well,
per
but
se.
like the freezers and things that they have regular, Newmont had donated a regular floor freezer, but it doesn't hold very much.
Because we're hoping we don't have to keep it that long, so we won't have that much, we'll be giving it out.
You won't, because it will,
So
be-
I'm all for the smaller size, I think 2 million is out of line.
So, yeah, so do we have a second for the Judy's? No, I'll second.
I still think it's a lot, but.
The retrofit the Civic Center when moving forward is not a bad idea.
Judy's was 500,000?
And that was including all the engineering and.
Okay.
For the record, if you look at like the walk-in oven at my house, they just snap together. They're about 12 grand and it has a freezer and a cooler. And it's a 8x8 cooler and a 4x8 freezer. And it stores a ton of stuff. So I think, like if you already have the shell of the building, it gets really cheap. Then you just go put one of these together. That sits on the
Slide
floor,
them in.
you can expand it to whatever you want, you just add panels. And then, if you have an oversized cooler, it keeps everything just fine. I think if you have a building, the problem here, I think is the building, but, that's 12 grand, or you put $30,000 into something like that, it's a done deal. That's plenty more than anybody could probably,
And I know
then
somebody
we'll order
that
it
has.
one time.
Okay,
I know somebody that has several of the snap-togethers, but,
so,
yeah, this would be really overkill.
Well, if these weren't already being used, like the senior center and the golf course, and there's nothing at the civic center, it'd be no problem, but they have their own things in there as well.
and we overfilled, and I was actually afraid that we were gonna mess up one of the senior center's, fridges because we had so much stuff that we put in there. But how fast did you distribute it? Very fast, didn't you? The food that we,
Well, there's still stuff in there.
is there, but until you
yes,
had the
most of it.
box stuff, you really we got rid of like the other stuff fairly quick. So, I'm, all for not overkill either, so.
What other counties do we own that we're not utilizing currently?
How many county buildings?
Mhm.
I can only think of one, and that's out at the airport. Everything else has been reassigned. I'm sorry? Yeah.
That's not worth fixing up. Costs more to fix it up than.
The shell is good, it just needs everything in it. It's a steel building.
So do we want to just fund so much this year to get, get it rolling and then figure, kind of go, just to get an idea how much things are gonna cost and then kind of move that way instead of.
Did you second that, Kathy?
Pardon me, I second, I accept, but if somebody
Yeah.
wants, I'll second up to,
Okay.
that. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed?
Nay.
All right, so then we're going on to the, Fund 31 for fixed assets rollover in the amount of $60,000.
This is Cindy. That one should have been removed.
Okay, so we're taking that out? That's easy.
Yes, please.
Very good. All right. So we're going on to C Fund 056 for fixed assets in the amount of $100,000.
Cindy,
Yes.
I'll let you go ahead and address that, please. The 056.
This is where we usually buy vehicles and emergency equipment. Our ending fund balance is getting too low, so we need to lower the amount being spent so the ending fund balance can grow again.
I didn't understand what she said.
I didn't understand that either. Sorry.
Sorry. We're putting a little bit in there in case we need it, but we don't want to put too much in there. So we figured that if we just put $100,000 for the fixed assets and $250,000 for the emergency maintenance, this is for stuff that's not actually budgeted, but there's money there just in case.
So Cindy, this is Judy. Looking at the budget report, right now, our emergency maintenance, we have 425,000. And new fixed assets, 375,000, is that correct? Or is that the ones you're talking about?
Hold on. They're just, it's Fund 56 fixed assets for 100,000 and Fund 56 for emergency maintenance for 250,000. There is nothing there that we have to purchase. It's just sitting there as just in case.
I know, but what I was asking you is right now on our existing budget for this past year is actually the two together, we've got 800,000.
Yes, because we budgeted for a fire truck, and I believe, hold on 1 second, for 2 fire trucks.
I'll make a motion that we approve Fund 56 for fixed assets in the amount of 100,000 and Fund 56 for emergency maintenance in the amount of 250,000.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, so we're gonna do E Fund 057 for fixed assets in the amount of 200,000.
I make a motion, we, fund 057 for fixed assets in the amount of $200,000.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. So we're going on to number 12. All departments were affected by a 5% increase in medical coverage, which would possibly change again before the fiscal budget. For A. For B, all employees received a 2.5 cost of living increase to their wages and up to an additional 2% for step or grade promotion. C, all if approved, all full-time employees will receive a longevity bonus. Bonus to schedule 1 to 5 years, 500, 6 to 10,000.
It's more on the second page.
Oh, I'm sorry. 11 to 15 will be 1,500, 16 to 20 years will be 2,000, 21 to 25 years will be 2,500, 26 plus years will be 3,000. Total for all employees will be 115,000. So I think we addressed the bottom part of that earlier, if I'm correct. So we're gonna start with A.
So actually, our health insurance did not increase. We had a 0% increase on that. So that was a good thing.
Very good.
So that's what we got just last week, I think, is when we got it, maybe a week before last.
So,
Yeah,
So no action on A.
right, yes, that's correct.
okay, so then on B,
Let me see, that's just the standard, the cost of living at 2.5% and the up to 2%, I believe you guys already addressed that, the next two anyway.
okay,
So-
so we're good for the next.
Yep.
Next two.
Well, just for B,
Huh?
we didn't decide on C, did we?
Deb, I think in her motion that that it was cut.
Okay.
Alright. So under 13, for possible action, there is a decrease of operations by 16,000
For the commission?
for the commission.
What line item is that under?
This is Cindy. The telephone was reduced by 5,000, or increased by 5,000, but the travel and training was reduced 21,000.
Let's see, I gotta go back. So, I know it's not on the agenda, and I'd like to have it on the next agenda for this, is I would like to create a line item for the commissioners for professional services.
I thought we had something like, not for commission, I thought we had that one, we don't?
No.
So, okay.
So this will be for, I guess I can wait till the end, for the final budget.
On the dues and subscriptions, is there anything there that we're overkilling with as far as dues and subscriptions?
That has to do with our membership to, NACO,
Okay.
and, is that correct, Cindy? NACO and,
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
Is that NACO, let's see. Does that also include the other boards, the Central Nevada Regional Water Authority and Humboldt River Basin Water Authority?
I've been paying those out of my professional service budget.
So
Actually, this is Cindy. Actually, we moved those last year into the intergovernmental fund for it's either 35 or 60.
Okay.
We moved them into 001035. Sorry.
Okay, thanks, Cindy.
Uh-huh.
And just for food for thought on the expense for NACO, they were well worth their money during this crisis, because they're the ones that basically helped us get the state of Nevada get back online. It's-
Road to reopen.
Yep, so if anybody ever wants to know what they do, they were absolutely fabulous in helping us with that, so.
I'll make a motion that we approve a decrease in operations to the commission budget by $16,000.
Second,
I'll second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, opposed? Nope. So, starting with the clerk?
Robert, will you unmute it and see if Sadie's on? She's not. Okay. She said she will not be able to. Okay.
So back to the commission, we're reducing it by 16,000, so which number is it, what's the total that's decreasing? That's so I understand here.
They increased 5,000 on the telephone and fax, and reduced travel and training by 21, so.
Just those two right there?
Right.
Okay. Operations,
So
okay,
that
good,
was at
I'm good, I'm
16.
sorry, thanks.
So I'm gonna make a motion that we approve the clerk's budget of increase for salary and benefits to the amount of $108,616 for a full-time IT elections position.
So how is this whole, so we're not even holding, like this election, it's all by mail. So,
But they still have to go through the process of entering those ballots. If there's any question with those ballots, they have to look at each individual one.
And in November, are they planning, I mean, I can't imagine they're gonna do
who knows?
the presidential election, this way, but,
Really?
I know.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's, I think, with all the changes, the federal mandates and things that were coming down, I think that this is what she told us about last year was coming, gonna be coming.
So where's the breakdown?
If we use the exact amount, we've already reduced like the bonuses and stuff, so I don't know whether the motion should be for the exact amount. Right?
Well, she wouldn't,
Yeah, it's in there. You have a,
she wouldn't have put on there, what do you mean? Oh, bonuses?
She would have automatically calculated that, those,
She who?
Sadie.
Sadie, when she did her.
No, it's included and we just denied it this morning.
yeah, it's 108,000 total. it
So
looks to
what
me
I'm
like
saying is, when we make the motion, you know, like she made the motion to approve 108,618, then if we say not to exceed 108,618, then Cindy can do the adjustment accordingly. But if we make a motion for that amount,
Yeah,
That's
I'll,
all.
Okay, I
I'll
see.
amend that to say not to exceed 108,618.
Okay,
What, no.
wait,
As he's saying that in the personnel sheets, the bonuses were included in those, in
Right.
case you guys approved them.
That would have to come away from the 108, correct?
Yes, but she's saying just to do, not to exceed.
exceed that, because we don't know what the true numbers would be right now without, with the bonuses and the.
This is Cindy. For the one full-time IT elections position for $108,618, there weren't any bonuses or
It's a new position.
Oh, it's a new
CIP
position.
included in that.
So Patsy, that's a new position.
So a full-time IT person, do we not have an IT person in our county currently, Laura?
We do, we have full-time IT, well, not full-time, we have contracted IT, 2 days a week. They do cover every office in the courthouse, senior center, civic center, rec center, and Austin.
So basically, are we hiring an election position and calling it a election/IT when we already contract to an outside IT agency to IT
No,
or?
well, no, this is.
Well, that's what she just said.
Right, but I've talked to Sadie about this, is, she needs an IT person more than what we have currently available, and that she could utilize that person also as an election person, with her different systems with the election machines and whatnot. She would like a full-time IT for her office.
And why does she need an IT person more so than the assessor or more so than?
Because the contract IT is not here full-time. Sadie needs, plus the security issue of having someone that is totally vetted to the county.
I don't know if I like adding more employees, just saying, but.
Laura Duval, assessor for the record. It was brought to my attention by the county manager, not by the clerk, that they needed the IT more, so we had already told the IT people to provide whatever was necessary for the clerk. If it's an extra 2 days a week, 3 days a week, they had already agreed to that. And the current IT people have been accommodating whatever it is that she has requested, to my knowledge.
And what do we spend annual on our current IT person that we have?
I figured that out. And again, it's for every office in the courthouse.
Right.
It's for all the other buildings. There's many times that 2 days, they just don't have enough to do. Some weeks, some periods of the year, it's a little busier, but there was times that I scaled it back to just 1 day a week because they just flat didn't have enough to keep them busy. But overall, it looked like it was around 70,000 for the year.
70,000, so yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Right here, there's.
but like I said, if we need them more, they're available more. They're also available remote. They log in and access people's systems if necessary, when they need it. So they do that remote, in addition to being on staff. But nobody has ever come to me and said there was a problem or that they, needed anything more. But it was brought to my attention, like I said, from the county manager, that the clerk's office did need more, and I told the IT people, whatever they need, you provide it. If they need you here extra days, please do so. So it's my understanding they have been accommodating that.
So one thing I know was a question of
Thanks, Laura.
security is with Homeland Security and whatnot, as a contract, IT service, you do get a turnaround of employees. And that was one of her concerns, that actually, in speaking with, I don't know, the Secretary of State and the system that they evaluated, or if it was Homeland Security or whatnot, that her system is not, necessarily as secure as they would like. And so that was one of the issues of having an in-house IT person in her office, was being vetted for that particular office and being responsible to that office. And basically, like she's saying, is somebody she could utilize for something else, but their main focus is that IT and working with the election machines and the programming and whatnot. And being,
I know that the election position part of it was a big part of it from all the mandates coming down, but Keith, did she share, it makes it pretty tough when she's not here to be able to explain all of this.
So I just got a text from her, and I'm gonna read it verbatim, so.
Okay.
And it says, Laura does not know our need.
I just got a text from her and I'm gonna read it verbatim.
Alright.
It says, Laura does not know our needs, this is not her office. So I sent her a message back, I said, do you want me to ask it be tabled until you are here? And she said no.
If I could answer that, I didn't say that I knew her needs, I just said that as far as the IT stuff, to my knowledge, I haven't been made aware of any issues is all. I didn't say that I knew what her needs were. It's unrelated, you just asked me about the IT, what they do, and so I shared that with you, what's been going on as far as I know. So if there's other things, I'm not aware of it because it's not been brought to my attention that there were other concerns, so that is her department. She can only answer that, not me.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Lakin Sullivan for the record. I just wanted to let you guys know, a lot of it is when we left ADS. ADS provided a lot all-in-one for Sadie for the elections, and now they're having to use many different programs from my understanding, and it has taken a lot for them, and there has been times when IT hasn't been available, and it's not necessarily here for her, but wasn't available for those companies when they needed them, or for the Secretary of State, they weren't here because we don't have them here every day. So, and it wasn't just an IT person, it was the Secretary of State recommended to her, she hires someone that has IT background. So.
Okay.
Well, if we need an IT person, then we should hire an IT person and keep them under administration, and then they can just float around the building as needed. Because you can't hire somebody for one of these agencies and then have them pulled 10 or 15 times a day. So if that's a need, I want to hear it from Keith.
Sorry, I was going back and forth with Sadie, so I apologize, I missed that. What would you like,
Okay.
Commissioner?
What I said was, I don't think it's right that Sadie hires somebody for IT that's gonna be pulled maybe 10 times a day. They have a job to do up there. If we need an IT person, full-time person, to float around every day, I wanna hear it from you, Keith.
Well, and Laura and I have had this very discussion about going to full-time, and in the past, and we've gone through 3, I think. Two. It's been challenging to say the least.
Yeah.
To get a real good IT person.
Well,
It would be
we had
nice.
one, but he's gone.
It would be nice to have a full-time person, and Laura does pay for that out of her budget. This would be dedicated to the clerk's office. It wouldn't.
That's it, just an IT person for the clerk?
Well, IT/election.
Plus election, it's that they're going to do twofold, I think.
Yes, but dedicated to the clerk's office. We would,
They're not gonna be pulled.
nope.
I think that was the intent, no, it's a combination position is what I.
In the clerk's office.
Within the, yeah,
yes.
within the clerk's office.
Yes.
The clerk's office, not for everybody.
Yeah, no, within
Just
her
in-
office,
yeah.
yes, because she had stated last year, she came to us more than once and said, I'm gonna need another position. And we said, well, you have to justify it, you have to justify it, you have to justify it. And she has, probably 5 or 6 times, she has said, with all the mandates, and I went in one day, cause she said, I need you to come in and look at these mandates that they're required, and it's absolutely ludicrous, but, so, what's being brought from the state down on the different things that they've changed as far as elections, the biggest part of it was the elections, and the other part was /IT. If I'm correct, am I correct
Yeah,
with
Peggy
that?
Sterling for the record. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. There's so many entities now, and now they've added CISA, so you got Homeland Security, that have come in, and they want everything locked down. So we've locked down certain computers, and then we had to get our .govs, because we can't have just Gmail anymore, and stuff, so now we have .govs. Well, it took the IT person a long time to get that set up for us, and it took them a long time to get our fax machine set up for us. And when they call and ask us about IT stuff, I'm not an IT person, so it was hard to get a hold of someone. And they are here certain days a week, but sometimes other offices would take more precedent, or we would try and get them up there, stuff. But we do have a lot more entities that the IT person would have to work with, and it wasn't in their time frame. So it was really hard, and it's making it very difficult for us to do our jobs and make elections secure for you too, because they're scared, the state is scared that if we have a third-party person that has all our information, we don't know what they're doing with it.
And
It's
I know
not
that
staying
that
on
was,
site.
and I know that had been brought up
Yeah.
as well. And, because having audits of that stuff, is, Robert can base that when you have audits on the controlled information.
Yes.
There's, if stuff that has to do with elections,
Mhm.
if we fail the audits, then that comes back on us as a county for
Yeah.
not doing what we were supposed to
Our
do to
country has
prevent it.
locked down elections like no tomorrow.
So, all right. So, did you want to continue with your motion? What would you like to do?
I just amended it to say not to exceed, but yeah. I'm
Okay, so,
continuing with my motion.
all right, just so.
Not to exceed 108.
But that has longevity.
618.
No, that's the extra benefits that,
And
am I correct? You're approving the clerk's budget and the increase not to exceed 108,618, right?
Correct.
Okay,
Okay, so
and I'll
that-
second that.
all right, okay, go
so
ahead.
Patsy, that 108 does not include the longevity, or does?
Well, no, because if it's a new hire, they haven't been there
Oh,
long enough.
gotcha. Good tracking. So, thank you.
All right, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. All right, so moving on to the treasurer. Does she want to be here?
You gonna read it?
I was waiting for Juicy.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Robert, will you unmute it and see if Juicy's on there?
I'm on the phone. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, all right. So we're going for the treasurer for possible action. A, there is a decrease of operations by 17,500, and there's no changes in the minor equipment.
So Tuesday, this is Judy. I'm not sure if you were here at the very beginning. The one thing we did do is we are not allowing salary increases for salaried individuals, that will be set at the same rate as your hourly, per the union contract, 2.5% COLA and 2%, up to 2% merit.
Okay.
I will make a motion that we approve the treasurer's budget with a decrease in operations of 17,500.
Do you have a second?
I'll second. I'll second it.
All right. Oh, do you have something to say? I missed the motion. What was the 500?
17,500, she's decreasing,
you
so
were
basically
just
she's
going-
decreasing her budget, no change.
Okay.
Let me know.
All right, so we have all right, we have a second, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, opposed? All right, moving on to county manager. All right. Give me 1 second here, guys. All right, so, county manager, for possible action, there is an increase in operations by 134,000 and no change in minor equipment.
So if we go down the list here, advertising, we're requesting an increase of $3,000 for advertising. All advertising comes out of my budget for all our for the projects, for the FAA projects, as well as any of the boards. Gas and oil, an increase of $1,000 there. And you have to remember this, my budget covers several positions, not just mine. It covers my position, it covers the HR position, and it also covers the safety position. Labor negotiations are left alone. Postage was reduced by $1,000 to $800. Services and supplies increased $1,000. Travel and training, I increased it to $10,000. Like I said, it covers 3 different positions. It's over budget currently because it does cover 3 different positions. Minor equipment stayed the same. In my professional services, I've asked for an increase of $100,000, which is over at this point in time. And then safety and training, asked for a $20,000 increase, and the safety and training is for training related to the entire county that safety position uses.
So, professional services, actually, I would like to drop that down to $100,000 because I would like to move the professional services over into the commissioner's line item. And safety expenses, I would like to drop that down to $50,000. I'd like it to drop more, but, as far as everything else, your travel and training, I know a lot of that was your HR training, and that's complete. What other training?
It was also the travel to Washington DC for the lands bill. That was about a $7,000 hit. So, and it does include all travel and training for, like I said, for 3 different positions, for safety, mine, as well as HR. No, they have separate. Finance has separate.
Just,
So I would like to,
Did Brian have a
no,
question?
I'll let her finish.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to fund the executive director's budget at $756,450. We cut his budget last year by $100,000 and on the professional services, and he ran short because of that cut. The man knows how much money he needs, and I think we need to respect the man's request.
Art, can you amend that and have it say county manager?
Oh, I thought I said county manager. Oh, I said the
Executive.
executive. Yeah, the county manager, fund the county manager, $756,450.
I'd have something I'd like to add on the professional services. That includes a multitude of different things. It includes the investigations that have been done. It includes the trainers that come in, help fiscal, Tom Gransberry. It has helped the treasurer with her getting her book straight with the company from Utah. It has helped with her bringing Grace Kemp back in to work with her. It's not just, for lack of a better term, it's not a slush fund. It's used, everything comes through you guys for approval. And it's not just used and money that's thrown away. It's used for a multitude of different things. We have had several investigations this year, as everybody knows. We've had complaints filed, and that has to be paid for by two outside counsel. We have our our lands bill at $15,000 a month that I pay for out of that budget. Okay, everybody pardon me?
Breathe.
Oh, I'm fine. I'll put my smiley face back on, okay? Everybody wanted the lands bill. Lands bill's not cheap. Those DC people are $15,000 per month. I'm happy to come up with a book of everything, well, you guys should have that, of everything that's paid for out of that line item.
So I agree with what you're saying, it was kind of an extraordinary year with investigations and things that we had going on. So are we currently paying the $15,000 a month for the land bill?
Yes,
We
the
are.
lands bill has been introduced, but it is gonna go to committee. So it's gonna go a little bit longer, it might go into next fiscal year a little bit. And with this this coronavirus, it's gonna go a little longer,
Right.
because things are slowed up.
And then we had that huge investigation on the
On the
courthouse
building?
and the building.
Yes.
Which, you know, I think that's, depending, I don't know, I mean, that could go a little bit further, I don't know. It's just.
And hopefully it does, we have the potential to recover up to $5 million off of this building. So, I went over my budget, $80,000 or so. It's a multitude of things. We had a treasurer that came in new last year that needed a lot of help in getting her department straightened out. Cindy was,
And that came out of this budget line?
Yeah.
yes, that was everything, I don't know if Juicy's still on the phone. It was the auditors out of Utah that came in. They helped her get her department straight. Tom Gransberry, retired Department of Taxation, comes in and works with Cindy as well as Juicy. So it's been
We'll
used.
be using him, probably a lot to, work with Lincoln
Well,
as well.
Yes, and that's true. And I've talked with Tom. We've got some training set up for him to come back, he's gonna help do the training, coming back in June. We used it for Grace Kemp, when she came back to help, Juicy, get office matters cleaned up from previously. Now, Grace is not being used anymore, effective last month, I believe, was her last withdrawal. But we're gonna have, I've talked with Juicy, she would like to keep the Utah folks coming in and doing their part to keep her budget or her department in line, and then Tom Gransberry. Hopefully the lands bill will be done and signed into law before too much longer. I can't see, I'm hoping within the next 6 months.
So it was a pretty extraordinary year last year.
It
What was your
wasn't-
budget prior to that? What did it used to run?
$100,000 less.
Yeah, it was 600,000 the year before last, I believe. It might have been 550, I can't remember off the top of my head. And if you guys want it, it's all yours. You can have the whole professional services budget if that's what you wanna do, Commissioner.
Can I speak?
No, we're gonna stop right there. We're not where we're going. We're,
Right, thank you.
not going there. We're
So,
just,
I got a motion.
let's.
Can I say?
In one moment you can, okay, when I'm finished saying what I have to say. We're keeping this civil, and I'm
Yes.
saying that right now, so you absolutely can say something, so go ahead.
Thank you for that, Kathy. I had not finished when I was speaking
Just
before, and I was rudely interrupted, and I wanted to make a motion. So go ahead with your motion on the floor. I feel that a lot of this should be a little bit more under the commissioner's overview, and that's my personal feelings. That, $756,000 is an awful lot for an individual to.
Ask some questions.
I want, he has.
No, let Keith go ahead. You can,
I just wanna make it clear, and this commission already knows that. This entire budget is under you.
that's right.
The entire budget, it's not under anybody else. You review everything, you see everything that goes through here. And I have to tell you, I'm a little offended that you think I waste the money, because that's the way I feel. I feel that's personal. It's a personal attack on me, that I'm wasting money. And I'm not. Everything goes through this commission, everything goes through this board.
I'll repeat my motion.
Okay, Brian has some questions.
Yeah, I have some
So I'll make
questions
sure
there.
Everybody has.
So on the professional service, first off, I'd like to just remind everybody, we're a board of commissioners. We
we have the fiduciary responsibility for the county and we set policy. We don't micromanage, that's what we hire people to do, that's why we allocate the funds for them to do it. I just wanna make that clarification. And then, on the safety training, what is that money, does that pay for what is that? What's that money pay for?
So that's what I use for the safety position. For instance, when the safety person would go to OSHA trainings, when he would go, it pays for the class itself. Sometimes I use it for, equipment or gear, and I've used it in every every fire department within the county. He's used it.
So safety training does buy equipment?
Yes, it's some of the equipment. If it's not, if it's under 5,000, I will take it out of that budget. If it's over 5,000, I take it out of the 029 for tracking purposes.
So, because you have under your operating budget, you have several employees under that budget as well, correct?
That is correct.
And are we just doing your operational expenses on this agenda item or the whole budget? Because I have questions.
It'll come down to the whole budget,
Later
deeper
on?
into it. Yeah, this is the operations section.
So so basically, what I was thinking with safety training, if we're spending that much, and we have a safety person that we're paying, which
Which we don't anymore.
right, which we don't anymore. But my point is like, I'm not about hiring more people, making government bigger. It's like, if we don't really need a position, don't fund it. If we can give it to outside sources to come in and utilize those people, that's what I say. So my thought is, if we're spending this amount of money, can we not hire a person? Because there's a lot of people out there qualified to train, to come in and train our different departments throughout the year and the stuff that we're required to be trained in.
But there's other things that go along with the safety position. It's not just that. The safety position will go out and inspect our facilities. The safety position will provide the training, well, and you said, but they'll provide the training to our employees. They'll work in the north, they'll work in the south. So they work with outside agencies to perform the safety functions of the county so that we stay in compliance with OSHA.
Well, I see that, but you can do all that stuff by outside sources, because, I mean, being in business for myself, that's what we did. We didn't hire a person, we hired a person to do it.
Right.
And we didn't use them a lot, but when we needed them, we had them. But it was a lot cheaper than bringing in a person, putting them on the payroll, and paying their pay, their benefits, you know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm looking at, and if we can address that later on down the road, that's why I had the question, so.
Are we into the positions, Commissioner? Is that what you want to talk about, or
Yeah.
are we just doing operations?
We're just doing operations right now.
No, just operation right now. If we're gonna address positions later
Yeah,
on
it's
down,
gonna
we'll
come
address it, yeah.
up a little bit later, but there's no changes in my.
So basically, we're just you're asking for the increase of 134,000, which the majority of that is in professional services.
All of that is in operations. That is the operational section of my budget.
I gotta say, if you want to talk positions, it's part of this agenda item.
Yeah.
It's in your backup.
It is, it's further on, but we were just talking about.
Yeah,
the
but
operations.
I don't want him to think when you say further on down.
Oh,
in
no,
the
it's just,
packet.
it's
his
next
positions are
couple
part
of
of this
pages.
right now.
If we're done with the operations section, which is the yellow highlighted,
They're still with the motion on the floor.
For just this section, we're not talking about personnel.
no,
This
we are
is-
not.
We're just doing, okay.
No.
Make sure we're clear on that.
So that's what I'm asking. Personnel, we will address later in this packet, correct?
It's,
When you're done with.
As soon as
when
we're done
you'll
with this
address
one,
it
it's
now
right
when you're
here.
done with his
It's right
operations.
here. Next.
it's still
Oh,
part
okay.
of, yes.
Okay, I see.
So, all right. So where are we at? We had a
I
motion.
got a motion to fund the executive director at $756,450.
County manager.
County manager.
County manager.
So do we have a second?
County manager Keith Westengard at $756,450.
I'll second the motion.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
All right.
Now, did you want to talk about positions now?
Yeah, I do. I've got some questions
Okay.
here. Let's see here. So my first one is in regard to the safety positions under you, right, Keith?
Yes, that's correct.
So that's my first question. Do we, honestly, we don't have anybody in there now. I would like us to possibly look at bringing somebody in from outside, somebody that can do the audits biannually, to go into the departments and say, okay, you're deficient here, here, here. Yeah, rather than hire a full-time employee.
So I had done that in the interim, before the position was funded. And to have somebody come in and just do the safety meetings, and the individual would only come in, Anna, was it 1 day a month or 2 days a month?
1 day.
It was 1 day a month. The individual would come in and do the trainings for the county.
Well, safety meetings, hold on, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Keith, but safety meetings monthly can be done by a department head.
Well,
It's just safety talk.
Well, the tailgate safeties that we do for the county.
Right.
So if it ever comes up that an individual was hurt for whatever reason, say they tripped over a carpet, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the safety items that we would do, or that he would do. He would come in and do that training. And it's all documented, it's all taken care of. But that was $1,000 a month. That was $12,000 a year for 1 day a month for the individual to come in. We also have, some online training available, but getting the employees, and I will say the sheriff's department is by far the best that gets online and does the training, online. So we've tried other avenues. I don't think the county employees get the best bang for their buck, because it's 1 day a month, $12,000 a year.
When you say 1 day a month, though, that monthly meeting, that's what I'm saying, can be conducted by department heads. You have required training by OSHA. Those monthly meetings are not, they can be given by a supervisor of a department. Sean could give those to his people, Bert could give those to his people, where he gathers them around. Okay, guys, our safety topic for today is slips and falls. This is what it is. Everybody signs a sheet. You had that safety meeting for that month.
Right, and but it's weekly. There's weekly tailgate safeties that were done by the department heads, in addition to the monthly countywide training that was done.
So, my question, I don't mean to interrupt you, but so I don't.
No, you're
forget.
fine, you're fine. I'm
So prior to the safety position being filled, were we having that done? Was that?
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, no,
We were doing the tailgate safeties on a weekly basis, is what we were doing prior to the safety position. Then when the safety position was reinstated, that was done. The tailgate safeties were done by the safety person, as well as the monthly for each individual, or all the county employees.
So, are these the same numbers, or is this different numbers? Like, so your safety training in your, operation is 70, and then your position for your safe, so are we looking at $140,000 for training? Am I understanding that
Well,
right?
with the position and then the, operation, yes, that's what it would be, what you would be looking at.
Kathy?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, and I supported the safety position, for the safety officer. You know, as it came out, I think it was a joke.
Okay.
I know that the safety.
What we're gonna do right now, and so I respect what you're saying, but I just stay to the facts of saying stuff without making those kind of remarks, because all that does is get everybody's feathers ruffled, and then everybody loses so just your opinion without that, I would greatly appreciate it, please, go ahead.
So, I do know from what I had heard, and this is absolutely nothing against the safety manager, or safety director, or assistant safety manager that we had. I think he was trying, but several of things I heard was that he told people that if they requested training, you can get it online. I thought that this safety person was going to be somebody that was going to be training, that was going to be presenting classroom training. I really honestly think that you know, the position in theory was good. I don't believe it was necessary. It didn't work out, and I'm sorry if my personal opinions, you know, people don't like them, but freedom of speech, I'm allowed to say what I want, so there is that.
Okay, Patsy, go ahead.
Thank you. I know one of the selling points for that position for me was our fire departments, most certainly not just the south, but all over, because it's volunteer, we have not been reporting and keeping the records that we should have kept. And we found that that got us in some trouble with the state. And so we thought if we had somebody full-time coming down, not only helping them do this and helping with the training, but keeping those records that our volunteers just haven't got around to doing. They're full-time working people, most of them, is still trying to, put out a fire. And I know that was a big selling point for me, was just keeping the records of what had to be kept. And that, when you think of 3 different departments, and somebody handling all of that, all of a sudden it didn't sound like it was such a stretch on the salary.
But it didn't happen.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask her, sure.
I have a question for Ted. Ted, can you hear me? Ted?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Without a safety person working for the county, are we in any kind of jeopardy on the 1983 failure to train?
No, Keith by ordinance is the safety manager. We have one.
We just had an assistant. We hired an assistant. We have a safety manager.
That's correct.
So
to answer your question would be no.
Okay.
So let me ask, because, from what I talked to a couple different firemen, they said they never saw our training officer never conducted a training with our volunteer fire department. Okay, that's what I thought, so that, again, I go to the point, we're spending $140,000, underspent, it's $12,000 just for those monthlies. We can do I just think we can do it and be in compliance and not have that fixed employee on the county that's my opinion on it.
And we've done it in the past. I was unaware, I was informed he was going to your training meetings.
Ron Unger for the record, he was going to the meetings. He came to several of the training meetings.
You have to come over here and turn it on green.
Ron Unger for the record. Yes, he did come to the training meetings. He didn't make them all, but he was there. He did come to a few of our business meetings. So he was there. As far as putting on specialized training, whether it be SCBA's, whatever the case, we had brought other people in to do that were certified to do that. And I don't think he was there long enough to get that part of the end rolling. But he was taking care of our run reports, as an example. I know we got out of compliance with the fire division, and he was working diligently on getting that stuff set up. But, so to answer the question, that's correct.
Thanks. Commissioner, if that's something that you would like me to try to do again,
Well, what I'd like, and I'm saying, it's this, obviously, there's 5 of us up here, and this is my opinion. Is that, I think it should be up to each department head, it's like, okay, we need to have these monthly meetings, we need to have these safety walkthroughs, that could be something that gets presented to you. I don't know, I just think we can do it cheaper. I don't think we need to hire a full-time employee to do it. I don't, that's my personal
So
opinion.
if I could say, I would ask you not to defund it. I will not fill it at this time, and unless I come back and ask to fill it. I just would ask that you don't defund it, and we'll try to do what we can do. Or I'll try to do what I can do, working with department heads and elected officials to get things done.
Yeah, but the thing is, if we fund it, we're giving you the power and authority to hire that position.
But I won't, I'm telling you on the record, I won't hire it.
Right.
But I wanna be able to come back and say, I'd like to be able to hire it because it's not working, and this is why it's not working.
So,
Go ahead.
with that, I will state that we never did receive and approved, the commission never did approve a, job description. And, as far as safety officers are concerned, I would like to see a lot more involvement, if this was something we did decide to go on with later, a lot more involvement with your OSHA situations. It seemed to me it was really, really, front-loaded with the fire department, and I can understand that they are more involved in safety-related incidences, but it's also throughout the county, your OSHA inspections, making sure that all our offices are in compliance, all the equipment are maintained properly.
Right. So I'd like Leslie to have her, go ahead, Leslie, please.
I just had, Leslie Bunch for the record. I have had to deal with 2 injuries in the building when someone has come in and fallen down. And I'm not trained. And, you know, I think everything was handled properly, but it seems to happen when there's nobody here to help. And so we call the sheriff's office and they send a fire. I mean, they're right there. They're great. But to have a safety person here for other reasons other than training, just to have someone here in case something happens would be a really nice thing to have. Because when these people have 3, I'm sorry, there's been 3, and it seems to happen when I have to deal with it. And not that I mind. I'm totally qualified, or not qualified maybe, but capable. The thing of it is it would be nice to have someone here that knows what to do, knows how to handle it, knows what pictures to take, knows what questions to ask, knows how to help save the county from suits and, you know, all that goes on. So, you know, staying away from the personalities, I just would like to have somebody here that could handle a situation should something come up, and I think we should be prepared.
Leslie, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We have a safety manager,
But
who's also our HR manager.
which is true, and I appreciate that, but sometimes he's not here. And
And
he could be at lunch
sometimes-
for all I know. I'm just saying, there wasn't anybody here, and it would be nice to have somebody that's here, that's all. I'm not gonna debate it with you.
Okay.
I have something to say. Okay, so Keith is the main safety guy. Keith is gone. Constantly, he is gone. He has trainings to go to, he has business. I mean, I can't imagine how many miles he puts on a year for county business once he leaves Battle Mountain. I just don't think that it's reasonable to expect a public elected official who's the supervisor to be in charge of safety. Denise doesn't know safety protocols. She's not a safety person. Leslie's not a safety person. The assessor's not a safety person. The safety person knows safety. They know first aid. They know procedures and protocol. They know what to do in case of an emergency. That's why you have them. So I'm all for the safety position.
All right, go ahead.
Well, I was just wondering if possibly, if that's the case, that, you know, because our county manager's so busy that we actually hire a safety manager to do the position full-time. And leave our county manager to do his county manager jobs. And be gone from the office whenever he chooses to.
And then my next question is on the HR, the Human Resource Director Assistant. I just need clarification. We have 40,000, then over we have 100,000.
So initially, the position was approved for a $100,000 for a full-time position. And I filled it with a part-time position rather than the full-time at 40,000.
So what are we funding? We're funding 100,000?
No, right now, it's approved at 100,000, but it's being funded at 40.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It was
Yes.
approved, oh, I see.
Yes.
So, did we approve 100,000 on that line item last
Yes,
year?
yes, it was,
For a full-time.
for a full-time, yes.
So then what?
did?
Yeah.
Because we want it was,
Man, I didn't.
Well, when we went out to hire open enrollment, or, open hiring, we were looking at $120,000 to $150,000 for an HR professional based on the applications that came in and the questionnaire that came in with.
Right, exactly.
so I have a question. I thought that it was that we paid 35,000 last
That
year.
was my other question.
There was an increase. That was the increase.
The 5,000?
Yes.
For what was the 5,000 increase?
It was an annual increase because it's a salary position.
So is that a $5,000 annual increase for the full-time position?
No, it was within within the 100,000. So it was a regular anniversary increase.
So we approved a $5,000 increase in that last year? I don't remember that. We approved the 2 and 2.5%. The
But at the-
CPI and the merit.
Yes, and at the time, before you voted in this meeting, I have that authority to give up to a $5,000 raise. Now you've changed it.
So the other thing when the human resources, initially the 100,000, when it was discussed, was like, what, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, something. And then the assistant, HR, and that was put before us on a trial basis for possibly a temporary. So should we choose to go to full-time, then we do have the money available for a full-time
But is
HR.
100,000 going to cover a full-time position? Cause didn't he just say with benefits, it's like,
It depends on what the qualifications are and
Yeah, I
who
mean,
we
a
hire.
full-time HR director is gonna cost you some money.
yeah.
Yeah,
But still, the part I'm going on is even for the part-time now, the 35,000 was agreed on. So on top of the percentage increase that comes with that position, that you put a $5,000 increase on top of that?
It was in my budget last year, in my approved budget last year, yes.
Cindy,
I'm
Yes.
confused.
can you offer me some clarity?
Sure. It was in the budget last year, cause that's what Keith wanted put in there, and it was approved.
Okay.
So every year, oh, I'm sorry.
So basically, so that position paid 40,000 last year
35,000,
with a 5,000 increase.
yes,
That was approved, okay. Good enough.
thanks.
so it's 40,000 now, and this year will be a 4.5% increase.
Right, it'll be the
Is that,
CPI and the
is
merit.
that, so is that 4.5% part of that 5,000?
No,
I'm sorry, I'm confused.
I'm confused.
On top, so is any part of that 4.5% part of that 5,000, or the 5,000 was just
the 5,000 would have been 2% for the COLA, and then the 5,000.
so then when we took away all of the wanted to get rid of all the bonuses for everybody, is that considered a bonus as well, or no?
No, it's not a bonus.
That's
It's-
just what the percentage increase came out to be, because 5,000 is
For the,
added
now,
next
so,
year.
so make me understand, so the 4.5% was the 5,000? Cause I'm
No.
not, in my head, is it like, are those two different, please don't do that, I just wanna make sure. So is it you have the $5,000 and then you have the 4.5% on top of that, that's where my
No,
confusion is,
no,
okay?
okay.
Cause I have one person saying yes and one person saying no over there truly, so that's
I'm
where
telling you, no, it's not.
Okay, so that is what those numbers cover for that, the COLA, and
Yes.
okay.
I have one more question, not to drag it out. So we have the salary increase we're not doing, but we're doing the 2% and the 2.5%, right?
Yes,
Now, is that calculation in your wage, Keith, at the 125,000? Because I thought you're a contract and your raises are given on a contractual basis that we set. You don't get a 2.5.
so in the past, this position, every position in the county gets the 2.5, or the cost of living, the negotiated raise, whatever.
Is that in the contract?
I don't
In the
believe so.
contract, I'm not.
Your contract, your employment contract.
No, you guys can give me up to a 5% raise. It's in my employment contract. That is what's in my
In
contract.
addition to the 2%.
No, he doesn't get that.
Yes.
What are you saying
Yes.
it does?
He did.
So, sorry,
I-
this is Liz Burrell for the record. The commissioners approved back when they made a final approval that every employee in the county would get the 2% or 2.5.
Was that
That's why.
Was that prior or after they made
I think that
you
was
and Bert contract employees?
I don't remember when it was. I believe it was prior to that.
Yeah.
So it was 2% last year, and now we're quoting 2.5 for this year,
So
right?
yes,
This is
2.5,
the middle year that
yes.
they.
And it'll be 2% next year.
Ted, I have a question for you.
All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, so when we have an employee that's on contract and their wage increases are stipulated in that contract, I don't understand how you can go outside of that contract and do a 2.5%, when you have a contract that delineates exactly the relationship that we have with our employee.
Well, the contract, the contract completely covers the salary, yes. Unless there's a provision in the contract that adopts a yearly increase for things like that.
Right, that's what I'm saying, there's nothing in the contract that I've read that covers the 2.5%. We, as a commission, have the authority to give our county manager up to a 5% raise.
Right.
But I think I understand what Brian's saying, is there's nothing in the contract that says that he's entitled to the COLA.
Well, that's the whole point of having the contract.
I understand
know.
that.
But the
I'm not-
commissioners.
No,
the
that's quite
commissioners-
correct. However, it doesn't mean you can't do it.
Right.
But what if it was done arbitrarily and we had no knowledge of it?
But the point is, if we voted a 2% for all of our employees, whether
Right.
he's contract or
And that's what I'm
not,
saying, now I'm bringing the
that
point
went
up,
over the
because
top.
I need clarification for it for
Yeah.
myself.
But I would think the
You would have to
contract,
say
Accept.
but
Yeah.
then, are you discriminating?
No, because we have a contract, he's a contracted employee. He's not an
yeah,
at-will employee any longer at that point.
No, Brian, doesn't that?
You-
That is
you
true.
would've- you
Now,
would've
hey,
had
Ted,
to-
correct me. If we have a contract with an employee, right, as we do with our county manager, he's no longer an at-will employee. He's a contracted employee.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
And if the
And
commissioners
but
say,
if you,
if the
you-
commissioners say every employee gets a 2%,
well, let me answer it, commissioners. Let me answer the question.
Thank you,
okay.
Ted.
If you, as a commission, vote to give every employee a raise, whatever it is, then you have to exempt out those people that you're not gonna give it to.
Right, we would just have to clarify that we're giving it
Yes.
to everybody except, and for the reason.
Except, yes.
Okay, thank you. That makes it clear for me, thanks.
And everybody got it except the commissioners, because we can't give ourselves a raise.
And elected officials.
Go ahead, Keith.
I would like to make a clarification that Commissioner Allen brought up about the job description. The job description was approved by the commission. You made the motion. I got the minutes. Your motion was for me to go ahead with the job description, get with Ron Unger, and to take out the things that you guys talked about, and that's what we did, right, Ron?
Correct.
And that's the way we did it. You made the motion. I pulled the minutes and I read it and I asked Ted to look over it, and that's the way it went down. So that was an approved job description by the county commissioners at the time.
And it never said this, Kathy, cause I read it and pulled it myself as well, it never said after that you get together with the sheriff to come back for approved. You basically approved, once he worked with Ron to get the bugs out, that would be the job description. It never said within the motion that he had to come back with it to have it approved. It would be off of the working of the two, cause I pulled it and read it myself as well. So let's move on.
Yeah.
Where are we at?
I would like to ask about the executive personal assistant and the executive secretary too. We have two positions that aren't being filled at this time.
So the
Full-time.
executive assistant is going out for hire. Did you put it out yet?
No.
Okay, so it should be going out shortly. And the other position is actually the,
Is it one of them Michelle and Austin?
is it Michelle and
No.
Austin, or is it the cooperative extension position? Cause the cooperative extension, executive secretary 3,
That's on the next page.
That's
Oh.
Michelle.
Shannon's old position is on the next page, but one
This
of them
is
is
Michelle.
Michelle.
It is Michelle.
oh, thank you.
Oh, it
whoever
is?
said
All
that.
right.
Yes,
It's Michelle
One's-
and the one that's vacant.
yes. Thank
Okay.
you, whoever said that.
Thank you.
That's all my question.
All right, so,
Thank you.
is there somebody, are we all questioned out and somebody ready to make a motion on this?
Art already made the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear
Well, I
him.
made the motion to,
He did the last one.
yeah.
We need a motion on.
Well, I'll make a motion that we I'll make a motion to fund the safety position and, ask Keith to look at what to come back to us for approval.
Is that on that, you can't do that.
They're already there. I
Funded.
don't believe you need to make a motion for the approval.
Oh, okay.
Ed, right?
You just
Well-
approved the budget as requested.
Yeah,
Okay.
you just approved
I'll
the
make a
budget
motion
as
to,
submitted.
approve the budget
The
for
personnel budget
the
as submitted.
executive director and the positions, the way they're presented.
Okay, then I have a question, it's not on the agenda like that.
That's what I'm saying, you guys haven't been.
The
separately
agenda,
approving
number
salaries.
16, is the county manager.
Well, that's
For
why I
operations.
thought there was a separate place in
But
it.
item number 3, I believe this is, and Ted, correct me where I'm wrong, because Ted had this question as well, because the salaries were not on each individual department. Item number 3, Ted put language in there for the county commissioners to make changes to personnel's or accept, as is, correct, Ted?
Okay, then your motion
Yes.
is just to accept as is.
Accept the budget as
Accept.
presented.
Okay.
And on number 12 is where you guys approved the 2.5
Yes.
and the 2, and then you denied the bonuses.
Yes.
So you've already
The
approved
bonuses and the
every
longevity.
employee's
Okay.
So
increase.
just as,
Or
as
the
presented.
salary increases, right?
So wouldn't number 3 count for the Kingston, since it was not listed on, we're
No,
at?
because it's, I'm talking about the personnel stuff.
Well, I know, but it still says that, expenditures and,
But it wasn't
Transit.
agendized.
All of them are listed out.
The personnel is agendized in item, which one, Lincoln?
12,
Item 12,
and then each department.
and each department.
can we take a break?
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor.
Yes, so
Okay.
who wants to second it?
I will second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to assessor.
Commissioner.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Kathy, or Judy has to take a break.
Oh, yes, we can. Let's take a, what, how long?
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Meet
10
you in
minutes?
the morning.
Give you guys just a minute or so we can get back to.
Back working.
When we get the meeting back in order here.
Coffee pot got left on, that's the smell, we took care of it.
Oh, I didn't smell anything. So, is everybody ready? Robert, are you ready? All right, so we're gonna go back to order. All right, so for the assessor. All right, so, A, there is a 6.5 decrease in the payroll due to the decrease in the hours, of the appraiser tech position. And B, there is an increase of operations by 25,000. So if anybody has any questions? So Laura, quick question, will you come up here? I'm by no means complaining, but for the 6% decrease on for the appraiser tech, what happened and for you to be able to do that?
From the phone, oh, I'm sorry.
Go
Laura
ahead.
Duvall for the record. Yeah, I bumped it from a 40-hour-a-week down to 25 to kind of shave off a little bit and save
Okay,
a little bit
very
on the
good.
budget. Because professional services line had to go up with entering into a new CAMA system again. I had to bump that up because the person that we contract to that's gonna help us get through that is extremely knowledgeable
Okay.
and worth a lot. It's gonna take a lot more work this year to get through that transition.
I see here we have an increase due to insurance rate increase estimated at 20%, but we had no insurance increase, correct?
That is correct, we had a 0% increase for our benefits this year.
So that amount could be lessened by the 20%.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. We didn't know that at budget time.
Yeah,
but
No,
that's-
no.
That's super good news.
Yeah, really
Yeah.
very good news.
For
So we'll
everybody.
Have that decreased then by the, okay?
And Cindy, did you catch that as well?
Cindy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So were you able to hear that?
What was that?
She had plugged in a 20% increase for the insurance, and since that didn't happen, that can be decreased.
She put it on her sheet, but on the payroll sheets I have in the back, only have a 5%.
So, okay, so it can be even more since we didn't have any increase?
Yeah.
All right, very good, thank you.
So Laura, then you have an increase of 25,000, additional. You've got on your dues and subscriptions, what's the 25,000 for? Is that including the insurance?
No.
And the dues? Okay.
No, it has nothing to do with insurance.
What about the, dues and subscriptions? I'm trying to find the breakout.
What is the 25,000 increase in?
Mostly the professional services line, and then a little bit, I believe, in dues and subscriptions because the costs keep going up. Marshall and Swift had a pretty big increase this year. That's mandated by statute. That's our costing manuals, and we also bought the estimator program this year, which was an additional $3,000, and that will be the same each year. So it's kind of a little bit in a couple of different spots. Sorry, I didn't bring that with me. I can grab it, but the bulk of it was the professional services.
Oh, I'm confused because it says under there that professional service, you have that, it says, contract appraisal, consulting service, same as prior year. So is there more things in there besides those two items?
I also pay for the consultant for our phone system for Quest and for the buildings, and that's Brent Hutchinson that has been invaluable through all the problems we've had with the phone system over the course of the last almost 5 years, 4.5 years. And he still manages and helps with, the AT&T stuff when we had the phone system down. If he didn't get on board and get to the right people to get things moving, we'd probably still be down. So that's also, I pay that out of my budget too, out of the professional services. So the professional services is more than one person. Yeah.
So your dues and subscriptions, basically you only have $550 yet left.
Right.
How much are you increasing that one by?
You should have that in front of you.
I'm trying to.
I see the total amount, it's 17,700.
Yeah, but that's what you have already. So I don't see where that's being increased.
From the previous year, I think it went up a little bit, I think.
Okay, so I have 2019-20 here.
Okay.
And you have 17,500
Okay.
in your dues and subscriptions, or 17,750. So you haven't.
So that didn't go up, okay.
But you said you
Professional
had
services.
dues and subscriptions. And you have it increased due, but you haven't increased the amount from what you had last year.
So it did stay the same.
So it stayed the same.
Okay.
Okay, so dues and subscriptions, or no, I'm sorry, professional services. And under professional services, last year, you had 20,000, which right now you have $17,200 left. And that's where you want to increase the 25,000 onto that?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so that would be 45,000 then?
No, yeah, that one I think went up to 40,000 if you look. It went from 20,000 up to 40.
That's 40,000 in our detail sheet right here.
Yeah.
But, on which page? Okay. So that's only going up 20%, 20,000. And where's the other 5?
I think it's in a couple of other different lines. It could be in travel and training.
Okay. Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve. Sandy, go ahead.
This is Cindy. She had a decrease of 2,000 in her advertising, an increase of 8,000 in computer services, and then a decrease of 1,000 for postage and shipping. And when you calculate that out, it comes out to the 5,000 plus the 20,000 for the professional services.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we approve the assessor's budget as presented.
Second? A second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you. Alright. Maybe, Keith, something we can do next year on these, so it makes it easier when there's increased decreases. We have last year's, I know you give that to us ahead of time to look at, but like, if we don't keep those packs to look at, if we have last year's budget, please, and then this year, so then we can see where the numbers are, and then we're not.
They mostly are, most of them are.
Have the last year, show the last year's, pardon me?
You mean on the agenda?
No, within here, I mean, I'm looking, but I'm not, when I was looking like that, I wasn't seeing like last year's to this year's. You see the decrease, but not, if you just had the numbers, you know, like last year's, what the, everything was versus this year's, that would be,
Kathy?
make it easier.
Go on the first page of the county manager, and you'll see a line item operating budget, non-personnel. It's got the amount, and then reference to detail actually usually lists, and most of the departments do that it'll list decrease, increase.
I know that part I understand.
Yeah,
I know,
so
understand that
that's-
part. It says the increase, decrease, that part I understand. What I would like to do is see consistently along all departments is that it has a line on it, shows last year's, what last year's budget was, and what this year's budget is. And then you can see you can see the decrease, so you can know exactly what you were looking at last year.
Okay.
Is what I'm asking for. So, all right, we'll go on to finance. So, for possible action, there is a decrease in operational by 18,500. Be no change in minor equipment.
So audit and budget decreased 20,500, and maintenance contracts reduced 5,000. And professional services add 7,000 for actuary every 3 years.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second? Oh,
Second.
The decrease in operations to finance of 18,500.
I'll second that.
Cindy,
Yes?
I just had a question. Our audit costs went down. I thought it increased a little bit with this year. For the auditors?
Yes, but we over budgeted last year.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to be sure I understood it correctly, so we're not short with our auditors this year. Thanks.
So, I do have a question. Is the travel and training going to be sufficient?
I believe it will be sufficient, yes. If not, we'll be back, but I think it'll probably cover everything quarterly.
okay. So, did we have a second? I didn't know.
Yeah,
All right, so, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Alright, opposed? Going on. So, building and planning, for possible action, there is an increase of operations by 5,000.
Kathy? May I?
Mm-hmm.
Kyla Bright, planning coordinator.
Am I doing something? Okay, okay, so go ahead,
I wanted to bring something up under our item, that we need to consider adding into the budget, but it possibly could go under a different, department. If you remember, over the last 6 months or so, we've been talking about the broadband, connectivity, trying to get it to the Austin and Battle Mountain libraries. We finally got our RFIs back from that, a little too late, sorry. But I kinda wanted to discuss those amounts with you, and we had, Keith and I had discussed maybe if it should go under our budget, just because I've been dealing with them a lot. But it kinda makes for a middleman, so to put it under the library's budget might be another better option. So if I could be allowed to kinda discuss those numbers with you.
How much?
So we have 2 different companies that responded to the RFI. One is actually going to charge us a one-time construction build, and that would be upfront, and that is Sky Fiber. So with the discounts from E-Rate, State Match, and FCC, we're actually looking at about a 90% discount rate, so we're only paying like 10% of that. Sky Fiber upfront for this first year would be $121,000, but we will be refunded most of that, and it would only be $17,000 for this year. And WestNet is only $8,300 for this year, and continuing out over the contract. And
WestNet,
WestNet,
and how much was that?
$8,300.
8,300?
Mm-hmm.
And that's to bring broadband into our libraries?
That would be just the libraries. So in the future, it won't be this year that we'll be able to put it in the budget if you guys decide to do it as a county as a whole. The numbers would look much different than that, but we'll talk about that.
Well, I'm definitely interested in the county as a whole, cause where everything's going, you have to have, you have to have speed, man.
Me too.
Right. But this is just for the libraries, and so what I'm asking is if you guys could either in ours, or maybe when the library comes up, discuss it under their budget, to add this in, so that we can get both our Austin and Battle Mountain libraries with 100 megs.
So, for the 121, we can cover everybody?
Well, the 121,000, so you're getting the same service with both companies. Okay, just one company's charging us a one-time out-of-pocket special
For the
construction bill.
construction?
Yeah, and then one company's not charging us that, so.
So the 17,000, that would be our portion, the 10%, one time.
After rebate.
Okay, after rebate, so we'd have to fund the 121. And then the 8,300, that's.
A different company.
A different company, is that a one-time deal, or it sounded like it was a yearly?
That's over the year. So, okay.
So what's the better value?
Sorry,
Make
let
it
me
quick.
try
What's the better value?
88,300.
Yeah.
And that'll actually save us money in the long run. We're saving, even with them looking out 5 years, probably not much, like 500 and something bucks, but
that's a
still,
reputable
it kind of
company.
evens out over the 5-year span.
And they're a reputable company?
You know, WestNet I'm not familiar with. Sky Fiber, I believe, is the one that did the connection to the school in Austin.
They sound real
And
reputable.
they have done.
What was that, Anna?
They sound real reputable.
So you've got a higher price, but like I said, you're over the 5 years, you're only saving a couple $100.
Well, it's one thing to save it, but if it doesn't provide the service and you're having constant problems with it, you know, there's a
Right.
decrease in value there, yeah.
So up front, if you're going with Sky Fiber, then you're gonna wanna put about 121,000 in the budget. However, at the end of the year, we will get most of that back in rebates.
How much? 321?
121.
So the question was where you wanted us to put it. And I think it seems natural, it should go under the libraries, but the problem with that is the libraries are really handled with a contract through Elko. And I think I just as soon have it separate and just keep it under us right now.
Can I comment on that just
Absolutely.
for a moment? So that's kind of what you guys have set up now with AT&T. So it kind of creates that middleman, you know, so AT&T won't talk to the library when they have issues or problems. They have to get a hold of us to make things change out, so.
Well, we'll just
the
make sure
way
we put it in the
do-
contract.
Right, so what you could do, just an option, is an addendum to their contract possibly for them to take over this part. Instead of having our department
Right.
be the middleman for what the library needs to be.
No, I'm okay with that. I just think we might as well just keep it this way for where it is. But yeah, we'll put an addendum and say, talk to them. You have our permission, talk to them directly.
So put that under building and planning? Instead of
Actually, it
library?
would be an addendum to the Elko County Library contract. That will be coming back next week to justify that, $12,000 that you asked about, Commissioner Sparks. For the Elko County Library, they'll be back next week to justify that $12,000. It is a past employee that they have to keep paying on. I did speak with the librarian there, and she will be available for the phone for next week. But if we can put this into their contract with an addendum, that would be, I think, the easiest way for the county. Thanks.
So you have a request for an increase in operations by 5,000. What is that for?
It is for the Austin realignment plan review.
Oh. I'll make a motion that we approve the building and planning budget as requested.
In a second.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you, guys.
What,
Oh,
Commissioner,
go ahead.
which, plan were we gonna go with? Did you guys decide on that?
I thought we had to bring it, to have it brought back, and actually on the agenda, cause that's
Okay,
not
yeah,
what's.
that's right, and it'll be next week.
Okay, no worries. All right.
Thursday. Just for a sec, is there a TV anywhere in the building so somebody could go watch at 3 o'clock and report back to us?
Oh, I was going to bring that up, because that came in.
Yeah, it's at 3 o'clock. Yeah, we can find a place. If, you excuse me, I'll go find a place.
'Cause I just heard that we can open up the rec center June 1st.
June 1st, yeah, that's what.
That's what I heard.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and keep going. Do we have anything left on yours, or do we,
Number 20.
oh, no. All right. Building maintenance for possible action, there is an increase of operations by 54,900.
That is for my maintenance and contract agreement. Would like to raise it 50,000. I have, when the search and rescue building gets on, we have maintenance on that, contract or yearly, quarterly maintenance. We got the camera and security system coming. I'm gonna need to pay for that. I don't think, I had 5,000 to raise my plan review, but I don't think I have to.
I was gonna ask you about that, because
There's some
You're
things
over
coming
on it.
with, no, it's not. Cindy, can you explain those numbers on plan review, please?
She had a $50,000 increase to maintenance agreement, a $5,000 increase to plan review, and then a $100 decrease for her utilities.
No, Cindy, will you explain why, when you look under the budget, why the plan review on my side's in the minus?
she's
Because they
over
get
budget.
paid, they get paid, and then I gotta wait for reimbursement with the permits. It's usually a wash, but the way it's tracked, it gets convoluted.
Oh, okay, so it's,
So I'm really not over, and I'm
Because
not
it'll be
under.
refunded.
Yes,
but you're okay with
I
it
think
the
I'll
way
be
it's-
all right.
Okay.
She should be, but she should get some reimbursement before the end of the year.
And $100 on what?
The $100 on the utilities decrease.
Oh. I see why. I'll make a motion to approve the building maintenance budget as requested,
And a
presented.
As a second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna move on to the recorder. All right, so for possible action, there's a salary increase of 5,000 due to the change in the job description, and there is a decrease of operations by 7,000. Yes, decrease,
If it helps, the maintenance and contract agreement was 25,000, and I took it down to 20, because my Tyler Eagle is about 14,000, and then it leaves me for my scanners and whatever I have left.
No, you don't have your.
I'm sorry. Will you come over to? I'm sorry, this is Leslie for the record, Leslie Bunch for the record. As I was saying, the maintenance and contract agreement was 25,000, and I took it down to 20. And the travel and training, was 7, and I took it to 5. I think we'll be fine.
And so, the change of job description, can you
Okay.
explain what that is?
Yes, what I'm doing is what I was gonna do is take out my senior deputy and move it over to a chief deputy, because I really do not need both. But because one is, within the union and one is not, I do not plan on filling both. I'm just going to do the one, they won't let me take the other one out.
So that position just stays empty?
It just stays empty. It's just gonna stay, in case somebody down the road wants the other instead of the chief, they can do that. It's not, basically $5,000 difference, it is what I was planning. That's pretty much it. I felt like I should have somebody that can fill in case I got killed, or I caught this COVID, or, you know, something. I never really thought about it, but I want somebody in there trained to do my job. And then if I'm not reelected, or they don't run, or whatever, they can train the next person, because there's never anybody in there that'll show you what to do. And it's really difficult to come in and just pick up and run with it without any guidance. The other recorders are really good, but you still are, responsible for your own. And I don't want somebody else to have to go through that. So I wanted to get someone to that point. I'm not saying for sure today that I'm going to do this, but I am going to get somebody trained. I may just leave things just the way they are, and I may not use that 5,000, then it'll go right back in the bucket. But I would like the opportunity to do that. So that's why I put in for it. I'd like that opportunity.
I have a question.
Sure.
And it's just a clarification, maybe just the way we have it in here. But at the beginning of the meeting, when we took out the salary increases and the bonuses, and then when I'm looking at yours, you've got down here under, the senior deputy, you've got salary increase 2.5. Is that the CPI?
Yes.
Okay, because it
But
has. Because it would have to be designated as a CPI, because we left those in.
Okay, because I didn't know what you guys did. I mean, obviously this was prior to
Right,
that.
we took out the
Right.
salary increases and we
Right.
took out the bonuses. So when yours says salary increase 2.5, it's really not, it's a CPI increase.
Okay,
So,
okay.
Therefore it goes.
I'll know that next time.
No. It isn't anything you did wrong, we just,
No,
because of
actually-
what we did, we need the clarification.
Right, and actually, I don't prepare that, Cindy does for me, so that's fine.
This is Cindy. I had him in as a 2.5 and was told to take him out for the CPI, for the salaried people.
We're talking about Marla, she's not salaried.
No, she's not yet.
Yeah, so hers should be in there.
Yeah, she's not salary yet. Right now, she's still
You
hourly.
saved us $2,000.
So she should really, under Marla, it should be 4.5.
Right, I just didn't know that at the time.
But we covered that
But you
in
guys
that
covered that, you
motion,
made a
so we're
motion
good
for that, so
to.
we'll all go across the board.
I'll
Well,
make a
motion
motion to approve the recorder's budget as requested and presented.
Second.
All right.
Thank
All
you
in
very,
favor?
very much.
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Brian
Everybody's
votes
in
aye.
favor? Thank you. All right, moving on. Wait for Brian for a second. Sheriff's Office.
What'd you do, take Ron's gun away from him? $387 decrease?
Just my bullet.
Yeah.
It was a golden bullet.
All right, so for the Sheriff's Office for possible action, there is a decrease of operations by $387. There'll be a decrease in minor equipment by $15,000. Okay, so your capital outlay request, bunker radio, service upgrade, rollover $27,000. We have repair and reinstall, Tenenbaum radio repeater rollover $8,000. Convert and upgrade, rims to NIBRS compliance, partial rollover, $20,000. Battle Mountain, water tower shelter project, $30,000. Portable radio replacement project, $105,000. Vehicle radio replacement project, $125,000. 911 audio recorder replacement rollover, $45,000. Replacement of firearms, $112,000.
That's a correction, Kathy, it should be 12,000.
Oh, 12,000, okay, 12,000.
Well, we still have to read it as 112.
So, okay, so it's, when you get up to explain, when you say it's put in as 112. So duty, weapon camera system, 14,112. Alright, so,
This is Cindy.
alright.
The reason that replace firearms is $112,000 is because I was asked to put $100,000 onto there by Commissioner Clark.
Okay.
I wanted to sneak an extra $100,000 into the sheriff's office budget because I think it may be warranted in the future.
Kathy, thank you, I stand corrected.
Okay. Alrighty, guys, let's go. So,
I'll make a motion that we approve all the rollovers. Bunker radio service and upgrade rollover, $27,000. Repair and reinstall Tenabo radio repeater rollover, $8,000. Convert and upgrade RMS to NIBRS. Compliance, partial rollover, $20,000. And 911 audio recorder replacement rollover, $45,000.
do we have a second?
No, that's second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 None opposed, alright.
So we have
So what's the water tower shelter project?
Robert Quick for the Sheriff's Office. Currently we have a repeater sitting in the water tower just below it in a very dilapidated shack. It has caused some issues with security for that, as well as some issues with the equipment that's in it, with the heat and the cold. Doesn't do well. This is going to replace that shack with a used radio building. So it's similar to the ones we use on the mountaintops. We kind of drop in and put our radio equipment in. It's insulated and secure. So that's what that will be done.
I'll make a motion to approve the Battle Mountain Water Tower Shelter Project for $30,000.
Have a second?
no second.
Alright. All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed, moving on.
I got a question, Robert, on I got a question on the radio system in the county, the bunker radio system. We're good now, right? Countywide?
Other than Tenabo.
In what way, Commissioner? In what way do you mean?
Everything's working.
Currently, everything is up and running, with the exception of Tenabo, which we have to roll over because of the lack of ability to get up to Tenabo and reinstall the radio there.
Yeah,
the repeater.
okay, that's what I was thinking about, because there was a snow problem last year?
And Tenabo,
Okay.
Mount Tenabo.
And it knocked the receiver down or the antenna down last year, and you couldn't get up there to fix it? Was that the deal? I remember there was problems with the radio, I just wanna make sure that they're all cleared up.
Well, we have problems with radios, typically on either Mount Lewis or the Austin Summit, and it's due to weather. And we often use the Snowcat to get up there because there's no access to it. Occasionally we'll have to use helicopter to get up to the mountaintops, including Bunker. One of our projects that is being rolled is for Bunker. Frequently Bunker, who is only helicopter accessible, our antenna gets hit by lightning.
So it actually, the project that hopefully we'll be able to do this summer will be to put a dual antenna system on there that we can remotely switch and so forth, so we're taking those steps, for that.
Now, I got a question on the duty weapons camera system. How does that work? You attach a camera to the pistol?
So what
Just
that
like
is
a light?
yes, so what that is it's a system that goes on the bottom of the revolvers, and it has a camera and a light on it. Now, we did test and evaluate these systems because they were new, and we actually have found that at this point, they are not adequate for service for us. So we actually can delete that line.
I'm sorry, they're not adequate?
Not at this point. There's problems with them when you,
So we're not gonna go with the weapon mounted camera?
not at this point.
Okay.
Okay,
Right
so
now,
number
there's
K
only-
is off.
Right now, there's only one known manufacturer for this type of equipment.
Okay, because my question was, you've always been with state of the art. I mean, you've been on top of
Yeah.
everything with our dash cameras, our body cameras, and you know, it's so exciting. So when I read about it, I thought, wow, this is really different, but I wondered who else had it.
There are several agencies that actually have purchased in Nevada, including Nye County is my understanding. However, when we tested the unit, I went through a criteria that I had my armors tested, and the light and camera had some issues during the firing of the weapon, which doesn't serve the purpose
Well,
we're
keeping us
looking
on the cutting edge is one thing, but yes, we want to be right, so thank you.
That could come back at some point in time later on down the road
I
when they
wouldn't
fix
doubt it when they fix it, right?
Oh. So we forgot, A, decrease in operations by 387. Make a motion to approve.
Have a second?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye. And then decrease in minor equipment by 15,000. I'll make a motion.
All right, second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, now where are we at?
G.
G.
All right, so portable radio replacement project, so
So,
I'll
both,
make
I'm sorry.
I'll make a motion to fund a portable radio replacement project at $105,000. We're talking about safety again.
I'll second that.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Now you wanna tell us
Yeah.
how that's, that you got your money?
Oh, by the way, it's,
Makes it
Serious,
easier, you don't have
everybody.
to sell it.
And I'm good with it.
All right. So going to the vehicle radio replacement project, have a motion,
I'll make a motion to approve.
And I'll second it.
all in favor?
Robert, are you
Aye.
just for clarification, are you just, you're just updating outdated equipment?
Exactly, that's what it is. And actually, the equipment that we're updating, it's cheaper to buy it new now than to fix what we have. However, we still plan to take these because they are digital systems and utilize them for, say, search and rescue and things like
And those will
that.
work with like the new digital stuff that we're putting in?
Yes,
and- yeah, all
yes,
that.
it's in less critical, missions, we
Right.
would use the currents.
Okay, I vote aye as well.
All right, so motion
Let's see
carried.
if I can get away with this one. I got a motion to replace firearms for $112,000.
What about aye?
We got to do the 911 audio.
Oh, okay.
No, that was done, that was
We
funded
funded
Oh,
all the
sorry, I'm
rollovers,
sorry,
yeah.
sorry, I'm sorry, sorry, you're
Okay,
right.
my motion is up there. You're not gonna second me, guys.
And then the replacement of the firearm, what's that all about, guys? I know we replace the firearms, are they go bad after time?
Well, yeah, what we've had on our firearms, in the last year or so, we've had a lot of malfunctions while we're out on the range, stovepiping, whatever, so, we got the first generations of Glock that come out, Glock 1, Glock 2, so we're officer safety with these problems. We've talked to the Glock armors, we've talked to Glock itself, and they're at their end of their life expectancy for us.
So we spent $112,000 on new firearms, and what do we do when we decommission the old ones? Where do they go?
We're trading those in, and we're not sure, but the figures that we used, that figure would have been for the replacement, but they're gonna take ours, so we're gonna get something back on
So
ours.
it's like a trade-in?
Yes.
For a
Correct.
better, okay. that
And it
makes
was
sense.
originally 12,000.
It was originally, yeah, it's 12,000.
So how many is that
Yeah,
for?
but we can give them a little extra.
38
The
or
12,000 was for 30.
30.
I don't know, so we need 112.
So what amount is feasible for everything that you would like to do?
We like the 112,000.
This is an open meeting, no secrets, guys.
Well, the undersheriff just brought it up to my attention that we were looking at strictly our handguns, but we've also got the old Remington model, 870s. And if we had a little extra, and some of them are old, guys, we do have one or two new ones, but that would be a good one to maybe update those.
How many of those do you need?
Well, every patrol officer's got one. I would say with this figure, probably an extra 10,000 would cover us on that.
So 25,000 for
Yes.
firearms?
I'll make a motion to replace the firearms in this item, $30,000.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. That was kind of an oversight on our part.
Yeah.
Well, I knew I wouldn't get 100, but we'll settle for the 30.
Hey, we were rooting for you, Art.
There we go. Is there any way you can sell these
Be a
old
tank.
guns
We want a
back to the
tank.
community?
Pardon me?
Can you sell these old? No, you can't.
No, we wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah.
No.
God forsake somebody committed a crime.
Somebody gets shot with a cop gun.
Yeah.
That would
Be
bad.
awful.
So, just out of curiosity's sake, like the rifles, the shotguns.
Pardon me?
The shotguns, how are they different from, they're what, shorter barrels or
A shotgun shoots the pellets.
Ron? So,
Some of
special
the
shell.
shotguns we have are shorter barrels, but typically, most of them are a standard Remington 870 with other extended magazine on it, magazine well and so forth. So with some of the shotguns, we will take the old ones and refurbish them for less lethal, like bean bags and that type of thing that can be used.
Oh, I was just wondering if the shotguns you could use for like surplus, because they're not, unless they're like super specialty or something, that could be a surplus item, but if you can use them for the bean bags and whatnot. Wasn't talking
Sorry
pistols.
that, Judy. I just didn't hear the correct deal.
All right, the jail for possible action. There is an increase of operations by $25,060, and there is.
No,
He told us to take
pulled
it.
it.
He told us to take it off.
pulled it.
No worries. All right. So, under jail, for B, there is a decrease in minor equipment for $17,500.
What's the
So,
increase for, guys?
On the increase, if you look at if you want to look into ours on page 30, it kind of gives you the layout. But the gist of it is, our prisoner medical and our pre-sentence investigation reports that were charged by the state are out of sight. And we've had to increase substantially to cover those costs.
Oh, that was, state mandated
Yes,
in the
the
legislature this year.
PSI, or pre-sentence investigation, is mandated, they just send us a bill every quarter. And then the prisoner medical is typically our Battlemont General Hospital bill that is very high. And then we had some slight increases in, a few other lines.
Kathy, did you read this entire item?
Oh, I have to do the capital outlay. So, did you wanna do do this part first and then go, do you wanna
Go ahead and read the whole thing.
capital, okay? Okay, for capital outlay requests. So, C, inmate phone system programs, equipment rollover for 15,000. D, kitchen equipment replacement rollover for 15,000. E, water softener replacement project for 15,000. And F, walk-in freezer for 50,000.
So I'll make a motion that we approve increase in operations by $25,060 and decreased minor equipment by $17,500. Inmate phone system programs equipment rollover for $15,000. Kitchen equipment replacement rollover for $15,000.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in
Second.
favor? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, all right, and opposed. So then we're going to the water softener?
So our building currently has a water softener system in it, for obvious reasons. And, it is beyond end of life according to the, maintenance and service people we bring out of Reno for it. And so this is to replace the system for the building that we have.
How bad's the old one?
I do have a question, because according to the
One second, she had.
oh, I'm sorry, Judy.
No, I was just wondering how bad the old one was.
Well, we service it every year. I have a contract with the gentleman that comes out, and it's to the point where it's difficult to get some of the parts for when it was put in. I think it was put in by a company that no longer exists. And we've been lucky enough to find Culligan out of Reno that can come in and service part of it.
I was just wondering if some of this stuff can be surplused. If we ever did surplus it.
That would be up to the county.
We keep taking things over to the Quonset.
Yeah, have a big surplus from theirs.
Anna loves us.
Yeah,
Water
she doesn't.
system, soft water.
I mean, essentially, it involves valves and 2 tanks and a salt container is what it involves.
Yeah.
I make a motion.
Just a minute, I had a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. In the proposal that came in from Culligan Water, and it said for all kinds of reasons why you couldn't be repairing, and they recommended that you upgrade now instead of waiting. So my question is, don't you have some money to do it now, this year, instead of waiting till July? It's only 15,000.
Well, we can certainly look at that. However, we've been hit recently with some larger maintenance costs. However, it's potential we could pull from several lines in order to fund that.
Well, perhaps if we pass this now for the 15, you can use it there and you can use this to reimburse something. Because it seems like you always have some money left over for us, you really do. And anytime I see something that says, do it now, it's leaking, there's a safety problem, and it is leaking.
It is.
So, I guess we want to recommend that you try and do it now.
We can give it a shot.
Write a check, Ron.
We can leave it in there, and then if you don't need it, we just don't utilize it, so.
It'll just roll over.
So I'll make a motion that we, replace the water softener for $15,000. If they need it, they use it,
Second.
but they get it.
All right, so second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so we'll do the walk-in freezer.
So how big is that?
It's
40 by 40?
10 by 12?
8 by 10, I believe.
8 by 10 or 10 by 12.
I think it's an 8 by 10, and it's an outdoor.
Can we store food in it?
Yes. Hanging meat. Yeah.
Hanging here.
Hell.
Let's see, how big did you say?
It's an 8 by 10.
80 square feet. At
Hold on
70,
just a
that should only be
second.
5,600
Hold on a
bucks.
second, please.
I can wait, but he's putting it all together. He announced we can open Saturday at 12:01 a.m. Saturday morning, phase 1. The restaurants can open. He encourages curbside delivery, but he says there can be in-seat dining. Only 50% of what the fire marshal allows. The employees have to wear face masks, and the patrons are encouraged to wear face masks. Salons can open, but once again, the hair cutter has to wear a face mask, and they're encouraged for their customers to wear a face mask. It's by appointment only, no walk-ins. We'll get it all together as soon as he puts it out.
What about our
Shannon's gonna
state
print.
parks?
Can we kind of do the budget,
We're
finish
gonna,
that
well,
off? and-
we wanted to,
no.
we can.
As soon as he finishes and it gets put out
We'll
on
go
the
back on.
website, we'll get 10 copies or so printed up,
All right.
so you guys have it.
Very good, thank you.
That's good news.
So where were we on the walk-in freezer?
I'll make a motion to approve the walk-in freezer for $50,000.
All right, do we have a second?
What's wrong with our current one? Does it
We don't
work
have
yet?
We don't have one.
Oh, you don't have one? And do
We
you
have-
need one?
What,
The
yes.
whole time you haven't had one and now you need one, or what?
Yeah,
Well-
you made it all this time without one.
What
Until
we-
COVID hits us.
What we actually have in the kitchen is one refrigerator, commercial refrigerator unit, and two commercial doored freezers. And typically what we've tried to do in the past is keep 2 weeks worth of food for our inmate population. We've discovered through this whole process and the recent issues that we don't have 2 weeks worth of food for our inmate population. And one of the issues is our refrigerator can't hold enough refrigeration. So we would actually need to double our refrigerators in there, which then gives us no room for the freezers as well. The freezers and the refrigerator that we currently have are 19 or 20 years old. So that's actually one of the reasons we keep budgeting a rollover for the kitchen equipment, is because we expect those to not last, although we keep repairing them. So what this would allow us to do is have a larger refrigeration or freezer unit outside, buy in larger bulk to get a better price, to maintain the freezer outside, and then double our refrigeration space inside.
How much room do you need for bologna though?
If only.
If only that's all we could serve, Commissioner.
Just kidding. I'll make a motion to, oh, I
I
already
think it's
did.
already
Already
moved and
did.
seconded, so we're just doing all in favor.
Aye.
Aye. And then opposed. All right, are we good? Who did the, who what? I think Brian did.
I didn't second.
You didn't?
Nope.
Did you? Oh, Art seconded, sorry.
Okay.
All right. So we're moving on to animal control for possible action. No changes to the operations and minor equipment.
So my question is, you don't need any repairs?
The building's owned by the county, Commissioner. They may want to, based on the big lakefront property that Bird is creating out there, they may want to move that building.
We got an island out there where we'll have Humbert.
I'm not aware of this.
I thought we were doing some mining out there. I went out there the other day and it looked like an open pit mine going in, so.
Well, now the dogs can go for a swim.
Or get it up by the mosquitoes.
So, no further discussion. Do we have a motion?
There's, oh, we don't have
Oh,
anything.
nothing, oh, well, no, we don't have to have a motion, sorry. Hey, I was getting into a groove of saying the same
We're
thing
just
over and
keeping you
over.
on your toes, throw you off, you know.
I think you need a motion to approve as submitted.
The submitted budget, so yeah, so,
I'll make a motion to approve the budget as submitted. Thank you, you're right.
Thank you very much. And Patsy, to answer your question, the animal control pound is doing pretty good at this point. So,
all right, do we have a second?
Animal
I'll
control.
second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
None opposed? All right, thank you.
Are we done with you guys now?
Yes.
thank you.
I do have one question over on your operating expenses. You've got down there that you've got, you pay a remote pay to the Austin deputies. But we have two down there now, right? And in the book, it only shows for one.
We have one corporal, one deputy, and a communications officer. They get paid the remote pay.
Okay, I was just questioning on what it said here, because it was only it said remote pay, and it had remote pay for one person.
That would be a question for Cindy.
Cindy?
Hold on, let me look it up.
You know, they don't have page numbers. It's on the operating budget.
Okay.
Under benefits and taxes. It says
It's under the,
remote pay.
yeah,
Austin?
$3,500 for 3
No.
employees.
No. It says 6,000 per employee.
Go to the one before that. You're looking on the communications one. Go to
So we have it twice?
It's broke out by their position, so patrol, and then communications, which is the one you were looking at, and then there's admin.
So they added it again?
They're all different positions.
They're all different positions.
Okay, one covers 3 positions and one covers 1 position, is that it? One covers 2 and one covers 1.
Yes.
Got it, thank you. We're fine.
All right. So we're going on to 25. So Austin Volunteer Fire Department, for possible action, okay, there are no changes to the operating and minor equipment.
I'll make a motion to
Make a motion
approve.
accept it as, No.
Go ahead.
I will make a motion to approve Austin Volunteer Fire Department budget as presented.
second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. None opposed? All right, so, Austin Ambulance for possible action. There is a decrease to operations by 500 and there's no changes to minor equipment.
I make a motion to accept that as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, and opposed? Oh, gotta go, then, okay, none opposed, all right, so we're going to capital outlay
Right.
request. So C, so Austin Ambulance is requesting a full, training seminar, HAL, in the amount of $51,000.
Is Kim on the phone?
Kim, are you on the phone?
Okay, so I know she did have to go on a call, I didn't know she was back yet. She texted me her justification. She'd like to add that this is extremely important in the times that we are living in today. If we can perfect our skills at home, it will be safer for everyone. This will be available in our presence to all of our partners. It's always difficult at best to go to trainings with our EMS and fire without leaving our town uncovered. We do get education and CEOs, but it's imperative that we perfect our skills to save lives. So what this is this is a, I'm sure most of you or all of you are pretty familiar with the CPR mannequin. This is a lifelike CPR mannequin. They can do CPR on it, they can do their airways, they can do IVs on it. It actually has a heartbeat. We currently have one in Battle Mountain that was purchased years back, about 15 years ago. And this would be to replace the one that we have in the county now, and it would serve fire departments, EMS, and then, once again, it could be used outside of the county with county personnel, like with the mines and so forth, to help training. It's a very expensive piece of equipment, but it is like a real person.
Let me ask you this, that's one that we acquired back a while ago. When was the last time we used it?
They use it regularly. The last time that they did use it, because when
Jose Keith
EMS, sorry, EMS does use it for training, and I believe some of the hospital staff has used it for training as well. So what has happened is when they had a training person come in, and I don't remember his name, he left. But anyway, you know what I'm talking about. Who was it?
No, it wasn't Rick.
Yeah, no, it wasn't Rick. It was after Rick, but they hired a specific training guy. I don't use that word. He repaired it as best as he could, duct taped it together maybe. So they used it for a little while more, but now it's becoming obsolete, and it only works part of the time.
So this would be for all of Lander County and not just Austin?
It would be for all of the county, yes.
But instead of Austin going up to use the simulator, is Battle Mountain coming down to Austin to use the simulator?
Well, it would depend. If it's a big class, they would transport it up here, or if it's a class here in Battle Mountain, they would transport it to Battle Mountain. If it's a class in the south, that's where the class
We're
would be held.
basically replacing.
It would be a replacement of an existing one that, like I say, is about 14 or 15 years old.
So I have a hard time with the money. I would rather see it go, I mean, no offense to Austin, obviously, and I don't mean this way, but I would like to see it maintained and basically parked here in Battle Mountain, and then Austin would be able to use it.
And we can do that if that's the direction if it's approved, I can keep it here in an office. And because it is an expensive piece of equipment, you're right.
Well, could we keep it at the John Peters building, or?
Well, my thought process there is if somebody needed it, they could actually check it out from here. It wouldn't
Yeah,
just be.
where are we gonna put it?
We've got an office here, it could be stored in, and then if somebody wants it, they can come and check it out. My concern with here is, there has been some maintenance issues with the ambulance. The ambulance is here in Battle Mountain, not in Austin, and lack of service. And I believe that, probably some of the Point S employees could attest to that there has been some maintenance issues. So I would rather, if you don't want it in Austin, I'd rather keep it here and they can check it out and check it back in, and then it can be checked to make sure it's returned in good order.
Okay, I don't care where you keep it, just.
Well, the only thing with that, is that because the hospital's looking at purchasing the full body, that it comes in with having a heart attack and it has the symptoms of having a heart, it's like almost $90,000 for the same type of, piece of equipment. And, the doctors came in and did a presentation on this, and, which is, it's absolutely amazing. Anything that can go wrong with the body, these things do. And it's for training of their hospital staff and working with the ambulance staff.
And that might be a higher level.
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
One of the things, concerns is it has to be somewhere where those have to be checked and maintained like regularly. Because
Yes.
I don't know if it's bi-monthly, monthly, so wherever it is, it's gonna have to be where somebody, is doing a checklist once every 2 weeks that yes, we checked the mannequin and did all of the testing that needed to be done, because if not, it's not worth having it. So that's just something where, the checking of it and maintaining it, make sure that it's done all the time,
That would be-
regardless of where it's at.
That would be in a safety person's job description, wouldn't it?
Well, that's what I
I'll
was
make a
thinking.
motion to fund the $51,000 for the full training simulator, HAL, and the location for it to be stored be decided upon by Keith.
So I have a question for Kathy. With the hospital, are they open to allowing?
Us use that one, no, and the reason why is because of the, it's not, that one has all the different symptoms of.
A little more advanced.
It's way more advanced, and so I would have to, I can't speak for them, but I'd have to say no. If we were voting on it as a board, I would have to say no for on that board, because it's way over, something that would be utilized for the ambulance service.
I'll second the motion.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
I do have a question, before we leave on that, under their operating budget on sheet number 4. I just, wanted us to take a look at that. I don't know whether I'm missing something. If so, then we can put it on for the next budget meeting, but, it lists the different volunteers and approximate hours and so forth, but I'll wait till you catch up with that. It says Austin Volunteer EMS, and they're estimating how many volunteers per month, et cetera. But then they have Austin Volunteer Drivers, and our drivers are paid $50 when they drive. There's nothing on here. There's no amount. So if we miss that, we need to put it in the budget for the.
So when I was looking through it, I noticed, and I know Cindy, we've talked about it once or twice before. For some reason, the volunteer stipend is included in the Battle Mountain ambulance budget. It's still paid, but it's coded.
There is also one for the Austin ambulance. The stipend is in their payroll.
Stipends in the payroll?
Yeah, it's budgeted for $17,500.
Because I noticed, Cindy, in the Battle Mountain ambulance, there's $40,000 for a stipend.
That was for the agreement that the hospital CEO was talking to you about, where the county would help pay for. I didn't remember what it was.
Oh, cause I didn't know Jason and I had agreed on a number.
Well, I put it in there just so that whenever you guys did come down to it, the money would be there.
Oh, okay.
But I was waiting for you guys to let me know exactly how much it was so I could change it.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But it's not for stipends. But it is to help with the mental transport.
So I'm looking for the Austin stipend. Is it in here?
Yeah.
Cindy, Patsy's talking about the stipend not having the money in there for the drivers. There's no money.
It's included in there.
Yeah, it's all one, I know that. Where's she talking about? I'm missing it. I see. Oh, I see. So it is all inclusive. That stipend includes the drivers as well as the EMS people that
But
respond.
EMS is separate.
No, the drivers and the EMS volunteers, that 17.5 is the stipend for drivers
For
and.
both? They just
yes.
didn't break it down right.
It just wasn't broken down,
Okay,
that's correct.
okay,
Yes.
that's all. As long
Okay.
as you got it.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, are we good to move on to 27? All right, so Battle Mountain Volunteer Fire Department, for possible action, there is a decrease of operations by 1,800, and there's a decrease in minor equipment by 22,200.
I'll make a motion to fund the, Battle Mountain Volunteer Fire Department as presented.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right,
Aye.
one's opposed. So moving on to the Battle Mountain Ambulance for possible action. There is an increase of operations by 28,000.
This is Cindy. And that increase was the $40,000 for the transport contract, if approved.
What's it for?
So, Jason has come to me and we've had a couple of meetings. He wanted to talk about increasing the contract amount for the services they provide. Currently, it's at $10,000 for EMS a month, and he wanted to increase it, but we have never agreed on a number to bring to the commission for approval or not. And I think what happened is with all this going on, it kind of got put on the back burner, but he did want to talk about an increase due to their losses. Am I right on that?
Yes.
Okay.
So then where did the 28,000 come from? Just to,
It was a number that we just plugged in there.
oh, okay.
We had initially talked about numbers in that area, but we never came down to an agreement on a number. We talked about a span of numbers.
Mhm. And I knew that some of the things were increasing because we had, prior, we had one ambulance, and if that ambulance was out, we didn't have a standby one, correct? Correct me if I'm right.
That's right.
And so, we had to make sure that we had, that was a huge issue, is if, we had one running out to one accident, we needed another one, they didn't have the second person, people on standby, the volunteers or whomever. So I think that that's where the increased cost, part of the increased cost was coming from, was they have to have a second ambulance.
Yes.
So that,
And that's all they need is $28,000?
is that a month or a year?
No, that would be the entire year, the
Oh,
budget,
wow.
yeah.
That's just not very much.
Well, so what he's doing now, if you'll remember, I'll go back a little bit. Initially, it was two crews. There was a first out crew and a second out crew, but they were always paid the full amount. Then it went to the first out crew was paid the full amount, and the standby crew was $3 an hour or something like that. Then they went to the second out crew as all volunteer, and it just didn't work. They couldn't get coverage. So now he's going back to the second out crew is like $3.25 an hour, unless they're called in, then they get their full wage. So, and that's what he's asking for, is that difference. He went through and did a spreadsheet, and that was what it came out to
So
be.
that 28,000 will cover that change?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, I make a motion to fund the Battle Mountain ambulance with the increase of $28,000.
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. So we're moving on to, district court.
Can we,
I got the judge on the phone, he wasn't aware of it, so if you have questions, I can call him in and transfer him to the bridge line.
Oh, on Jim's budget?
Yes,
Oh,
district
I
court.
don't have any questions. Well, I'll make a motion to fund the district
Well,
court.
I have to read it in first. Give me a second. All right. District Court is for possible action. There is an increase of operations by 31,628, and there's no change to minor operations.
No. I'll make a motion to fund district court with the increase of $31,628.
Do you have a second?
Where exactly are the increases here? I'm just looking through.
29.
So he's got, retained annual and sick leave, that was increased 3,000. Quarterly reimbursement, is 27,000. Decreased drug testing,
And what's the quarterly reimbursement exactly?
you know, what's quarterly reimbursed, I don't know.
I don't, you want me to get him on the phone?
that's kind of quite a,
This is Cindy.
Cindy, do you know what that is?
Yeah, they work as a tri-county, so it covers their wages for Lander County.
so $27,000 increase a year. Would that be all of the wages for he and his clerk?
Well, it's more than just wages. It's,
Payroll burden and all that?
yeah.
So it's a total of for the operation.
That's like $70-some thousand, almost $80,000 a year for Tri-County.
Well, no, I think this is it's quarterly reimbursement, but it's a 2021 request, it's a total of 20-something thousand total, so. I think that takes into account all 4 quarters.
I know, but that's over $80,000 a year for 2 people?
No, there's more than 2 people up there. Juvenile is included.
Oh, is it?
Juveniles in that.
Juvenile's included
Oh,
in that.
okay, that makes, okay, if
So
juvenile,
like 2 people, yeah, no, I think there's 5.
yeah, maintenance contract, that's
Yeah,
2,000
yeah.
increase. 1,500 for postage.
And then what's AB 65
500.
again? AB 65, anybody?
Should we call him? Should we just call him and get him?
I can call him.
Yeah, just ask
Yeah,
them
just
what
ask them
AB
what
65 is.
65 is.
Get him on there and transfer him to you guys.
Well, it doesn't look like it's really gone up, cause it was 60,000 last year.
Hey Cindy,
Oh, yeah, right there, I see that.
Yeah.
hey, I just wanna make sure, cause, Judge Shirley and, Judge Bunch did come in and ask about that 24,500, did that get put back where it was supposed to be? For, the drug court?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Yes.
that
Hey
was
Judge,
taken
they
care
have a
of.
couple questions, I'm gonna transfer to the bridge line for them, okay?
And there was a $17,000 rollover, that was all worked out, right?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
There was a $17,000 rollover, that was worked out?
Hello?
The
Hey, Judge.
We have the judge on the phone.
What is AB 65?
Are you asking me?
Yes?
AB 65 is a fee that's collected with our filing fees that designated for the court to use for court improvement programs.
Court improvement
Okay,
programs?
alrighty, thank you.
Why is there an increase in jury trials?
because we've been covering for, we do the summons and everything for the justices courts, and we honestly don't know what the increase is going to be, depending on how many trials they end up having. Our jury commissioner helps select the juries for the 2 justices courts as well as the district court in Lander County.
All right, do we have any further questions for him? All right, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we fund the district court with the increase of $31,628.
All right, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Jim.
All right, thanks all of you.
All right, so. For the district attorney for possible action, no change in their operations or minor equipment.
He's on the line.
Move to approve their budget.
Do you have a second?
Second?
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Any, yeah, I was gonna say any opposed, but I didn't get it out. Okay, so 1 nay, all right. So the motion carries.
Juvenile.
Okay, so, we're moving on to,
So, wait a minute.
okay, go ahead.
Actually, if you look at the 3rd page for the district attorney, 4th page, fiscal year 2021. And, under investigative costs, last year the budget was $40,000. This year he's requesting $55,000. So that budget request is not correct.
Fed?
I didn't make any changes.
Yeah?
You didn't make any changes to the operations. I didn't change any numbers.
It was decreased last year to $40,000.
That's okay. You can put it to the 40,000. It's not.
And then, travel and training, okay, that one's not changed. So there is a discrepancy under investigative costs, last year was $40,000. And on here it shows $55,000.
But it's because I just took the form off my computer and didn't make the changes when they changed it. So it's fine.
So we're leaving it at the 40,000?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, all right, so what were we?
Passed.
Passed and, all right. So, all right, we're gonna go on to juvenile for possible action. There is no decrease. There is a decrease, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little rummy. There is a decrease in operations by 207 and no change to the capital outlay.
Make a motion to fund the juvenile as presented.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. So, Argenta Justice Court for possible action, there is a decrease of operations by 2,000. And that's all.
Hi, Denise Fortune for the record.
There's more to read in.
Is there?
32 on, page 8, page 9. Or is it,
No.
Argenta Justice Court,
Just
or
not
Austin
that.
Justice Court, sorry.
That's Don't confuse me.
Mine's short and
Yeah,
sweet,
she's
come
like,
on.
All right.
I'll make a motion that we approve the Argenta Justice Court budget as presented.
Second? All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Unopposed? All right, easy peasy.
Cool, thank you.
Mhm. So what are we doing with, the judge for Austin? Is he available?
Yeah, he's been unmuted. He's on.
I'm right here.
All right, very good, thank you. What? Did you second it or did you make the motion?
Judy made the motion and Art seconded it.
Okay.
For 32, Kathy? Item
Yes.
32?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. so we're going on to 33 for Austin Justice Court for possible action. There is an increase to the operations by $4,900. There is an increase to the minor equipment by $750.
So this is Judge Gandolfo for the record. Both those increases stem from the jury trials that were talked about a little bit earlier. That this COVID deal is we can't even hold them right now. But the $4,900 is the jury costs. The required payments for them, the meals, snacks, and waters. And at the time that I put this all together, all the other rural justice courts that had them are charging 2 days. So I just kind of built it around that and for a 5-jury trial plan. And then the $750 was cushions for the jury box and for the witness stand and the clerk and the prosecutor and the defendant.
So Judge, I just have a quick question under the equipment. Because the information,
Yes.
under the information that came in, it said you're looking at $1,000, and yet when it came out on our agenda, it said 750. Did you change that, or did we change that, or?
It looks like you guys may have changed that, but I think 750 I could still get very good because I don't want to replace I like the feel of the courtroom around here. I don't want to replace the chairs. I just want to replace the cushions.
Patsy?
Yes.
Under the budget report, under minor equipment and furniture last year, he's got as a line item budget $250. So that typically stays in the,
Yeah, but we don't know that he isn't gonna spend it by the end of June, so we just automatically added it in, is that it?
This is Cindy. The only thing I did was add the difference from what was budgeted last year.
so he's budgeted last year $250, now we're just making it an even $1,000.
Because he's saying that the whole $1,000 is gonna go for cushions.
Yes.
Then
So it doesn't leave him anything else for any other minor equipment.
Well, if you guys upgrade the phones, that's where the rest of the budget was.
Well, I'd say let's move that up to the 1,000, so at least he has a little bit extra for minor equipment. Whatever he has this year, that's fine. I'm okay with that.
You got a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion, that we, increase operations $4,900 and minor equipment up to 1,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unopposed? All right.
Here you go, Judge.
There you go, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, for public defender for possible action, there is a decrease of operations by $10,570.
So this is the, of course, the public defender contract that runs $30,000 per quarter. And that's what it was at, last year as well.
So-
It was decreased a little bit.
So we can spend up to 30,000 per quarter, correct?
No, he is contracted in, every quarter he gets the public defender gets a check for $30,000.
How come it only shows, let's see. Okay, yeah, you're right.
So how did it decrease? Did you change the contract?
No, the contract, it was budgeted higher before, but the contract is in effect for $30,000 a month, quarter,
We just budgeted higher.
yes.
Okay.
Because there was some anticipated higher, more increases, but that's where it's at, and it'll stay that way
And
for next
who's
fiscal.
our public defender? Can it be at any particular point, just depends on who's available at the time, or do we have somebody that's
Yeah, we have
specifically contracted?
We have
and
a
he's our guy?
contract through Billinger and Plimpton for our public defender contract, and when it comes up, they come here and it was put out for bid and everything, so it was approved by the commission.
Do we have like how many cases they defended, anything like that?
They send us a quarterly report. Have you guys been getting it?
No, we haven't.
Oh, okay. My apologies. I thought it was going out. We do get a quarterly
Okay.
report from
I'd be
them.
interested
I
in
will,
seeing the
I will
data, so.
forward it, to,
There's one for next week's meeting in the corner.
oh, okay, so, all right.
So, actually on the page, it says 120,500. And $30 or 30,000 in quarters, we're 500 over, so.
This is Cindy. I left a little bit of a cushion.
Okay, thanks, Cindy.
Uh-huh.
I'll make a motion to approve the public defender budget as presented.
All right, we have a second?
Last second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
None opposed? All right, very good. So other general expenses for possible action, there is an increase of operations, by $136, excuse me. So,
I have a question on this one. When I looked at our budget agenda that we were supposed to have, a while ago, what, on the 18th of March or whatever it was, we had a very, very low amount. Wasn't anywhere like this. So I'm going, what happened between March and now?
You know, I would have to ask Cindy, I don't know why it went up $322,000.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that question.
Why
What-
did the other general expenses increase by $322,000?
Yeah, let me read you the agenda item from March 18th. Other general expenses, discussion and possible action, there is a decrease to operations by $6,000.
Patsy?
well,
Yes.
that's the,
Computer services are over budget by $147,000.
Okay, so on the computer services, we increased it $328,136. This was from a grant from Lura's tech fees to the sheriff's office, and that's a line item that we put it in, and they have not been able to expense that amount for this fiscal year, so we're rolling that amount over.
So our agenda item was wrong for last March, is that what we're saying?
Yeah, it's been changed since then.
Yeah, quite a bit.
Yeah.
but don't we have to have the item showing that as a rollover, that amount?
I'm sorry.
Don't we have to show that on here as a rollover of that amount? Okay,
Yes, it should be a rollover. Correct, Cindy? I mean, unless they get it spent this year. Not gonna happen though.
so we're rolling over how much again, I'm sorry? Somebody have a number? Oh, Robert?
Was it three?
$328,136.
That's the rollover.
Yeah, that's the rollover.
Robert Quick for the Sheriff's Office. So Cindy's absolutely correct. The assessor was gracious enough to grant us a large sum of money for our technology requirements. But because of the pandemic that's going on now, we've had troubles filling the purchase orders and things that we've had. So we actually sent a request for $328,136 to roll over to next fiscal year so that we can expend those grant funds. And when the assessor granted the funds, they put it in the computer line. They transferred it there.
What was that number, 328?
328,136.
Okay, cause on here it says 322.
Because we had the 6,000 decrease before, and now they're taking that.
Okay.
So
sorry.
we only have the 322,136 left.
Okay.
Got it.
So, another question is, in the budget, it's got the grant for the Battle Mountain Chamber. So,
Yes, those will be reduced to what you have approved.
okay, so it's kinda in there twice, but,
Well, this is the line item that it gets paid out of.
okay,
And I just put the amount that was budgeted, or not budgeted, but requested, but it will be reduced to whatever you have approved.
so I'll make a motion that we approve other general expenses for the budget as presented.
Do you have a second? Second?
A second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed, none? All right. Road and Bridge South. So for possible action, there is an increase to operations by 19,000.
How come there's an increase, Bert?
Repair and maintenance, 14,000, and utilities, 5,000. Repair and maintenance, an increase of 14,000, and utilities, an increase of 5,000.
So I can't speak on utilities, but for the repair and maintenance, we've got some newer equipment down there that's all computer, and it's further to haul that stuff to get it worked on, and it costs more to bring those trucks out to work on it, and it requires their programs, so.
That makes sense. I'll make a motion to fund Road and Bridge South as presented with the $19,000 increase.
You have a second?
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Good, we're going on, moving on. So we've already done 38.
37.
Oh, north, okay, I'm sorry, 37. So, Road and Bridge North, for possible action, there's an increase of operations by 10,450.
Find that one. Oh, wait a minute. It should be reduced.
Did I read it wrong?
No, it's on the, weed control, you reduce, Bert.
And utilities at 450 is the 1450, or the 10,450, right?
Yeah,
So
so
is it a
you
decrease?
decreased weed control by 10,000, the line item amount, and your utilities by 450.
So the utilities, that's, Cindy does that, but the, so the weed control, that was what we used to buy as a cooperative and give to the cooperative extension, so to save all the hands in the pot, I believe you guys put that in the line item for them,
Yeah.
and then we kept our own.
So this should actually read, I'll make a motion that we approve the Road and Bridge North budget with a decrease in operations by 10,450, otherwise as presented.
I'll second it.
All right. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right, moving on to, we've done 38, so now we're gonna go to 39.
I'll make a motion, we approve, oh, you gotta read it.
Yeah. Everybody. Social services, for possible action, no change to, changes to operation.
Sandy's on the line. Sandy's on the line. I don't know if she wants to speak or not, but she did ask me to ask Robert to unmute her. Thanks.
I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Sandy?
Okay.
You don't have any changes.
I do not. The only thing that changed under social services.
I'll make a motion to approve social services as, budget as presented.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Okay, going on. For state medical indigency, for possible action, there is an increase of operations by $51,689.
Okay, that's an increase in law. NRS 104.5 has us in budget by 104.5% yearly to cover the excess cost.
Okay, you got it here, NRS 428-295. So, I'll make a motion, we increase the state medical indigency as requested, budget as requested,
All right, do we have a second?
or approve it, or approve.
Increase,
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
None
Aye.
opposed? All right. So. All right, number 41, for possible action, there is an increase of operations by $90,755.
Let me go get Shannon.
Okay.
We have our indigent fund here, but I don't see.
Muted. Unmuted.
I thought we did some carryover funds.
Huh?
I have an ag extension.
No, indigent fund. We have it in our pack, but it's not on the agenda.
It's under social services for state indigency right here.
No, we have that. We
State
have-
medical indigency.
Yeah, we have that, but then you have a 03003-000 indigent fund, right there. That has its own thing.
Oh.
This is Cindy. The 003-000 is just for revenues.
Just for
It's,
revenue. Thank you, Cindy.
uh-huh.
There's also, the intergovernmental one that
You're
you
right.
guys passed in the back of the book, that is not on the agenda, so it's gonna have to come back when we bring back the
Okay.
for Houston Town for the solars.
Okay.
Shannon's on her way in. She was just finishing up printing the phase one stuff.
Cindy, did we have some carryover funds for this one?
For the agricultural extension?
On the, yeah, for cooperative extension, the ag extension, yeah? I'm going, I don't understand what their increase is for. I thought we had some carryover funds. When they came before us,
Sorry, Sandy's asked to be unmuted again. Sorry.
that's okay.
We're a little delay, we have a little delay here from text messages.
Sandy? Did you have something you wanted to say?
And the next agenda item,
We're on the ag extension.
I'm the one following it.
Okay. Oh, for age services.
No, I thought that when they came before us, we carried over the funds, right? Because we thought we were getting an extension coordinator, educator, and we knew that they needed a new truck and so forth, so we just kind of kept it over. So I thought we were okay, and all of a sudden it says an increase. Now, we're supposed to have somebody on board the 1st of July, and of course, the COVID-19 stopped everything. We had chosen our top 3, we were ready for interviews, and everything stopped. So I don't know whether they'll be July 1st, but even if they were, we're still only talking a half a year. I'm going, they've got all that funds.
Well, while we, that, I'm gonna run to the resolution.
Maybe we could just go to number 42 until Shannon gets in here and come back to us, so we're not held up too much.
All right, we'll go to number 42.
Thank you.
So is everybody on board for aging services?
Yeah.
All right, so for possible action, there is an increase to operations by $4,150 and no changes to minor equipment. So Sandy,
And capital outlay, go ahead.
oh, yeah, I'm telling you, you keep on me. Capital outlay request, major kitchen equipment rollover, $23,500.
Okay, our in due to utilities and oil and gas, we had a decrease in janitorial because we do our own janitorial now. Did you need something else?
Okay, wait a minute. Sandy, you said that's a decrease in janitorial by 4,000?
Okay, we increased our operations by 41. Our utilities increased by $3,650. We increased our oil and gas to $5,000 so we could, for budget line. but we had a decrease in our janitorial services of $5,000. So that's what came to the 4150.
Sandy, you weren't here at the very beginning, but we did make a blanket motion, and all of our salary increases and our bonuses have not been given this year. So when we do the motion, I want you to know that's not included.
Okay, when I do my budget, I don't do it for things like that. It's all done by.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve the aging services budget as presented with an increase in operations by $4,150.
And are we going to have the, do we do the rollover separate?
No, I'll do, cause it is rollover, and I'll add that we will approve the, kitchen equipment rollover in the amount of $23,500.
All right, have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
There's none opposed, all right.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Are we going back?
You wanna just keep going until?
Yeah. Oh, okay, all right, yeah, we'll go. So we'll go to the Battle Mountain landfill for possible action, no changes to the operations.
I'll make a motion to approve the Battle Mountain landfill budget as presented.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, none opposed? Going on.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Austin landfill for possible action, no changes to the operations.
Make a motion
to
that-
accept as presented.
All right, second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. So, Austin Airport for possible action, there is a decrease to operations by 1,000, capital outlay request, feasibility study $15,000, barrier for runway ramp access $15,000. So what's the feasibility study?
Doesn't this come out of FAA money, Keith?
No, the FAA doesn't cover things like that.
Okay.
This is our well, yeah.
Yes.
And we need a feasibility study before we can put in to see what we need to do with the well. And the other one, barrier for the runway, we've got people, well, right now, of course, the ambulance is drive on too, but we have the cars that go on out. We want a barrier because anytime you get vehicles out there on the runway, they're carrying mud and debris and all kinds of things. So we need to have some kind of a barrier for that. And those are our estimates.
Make a motion.
Yes, I'll make a motion.
Turn your light on.
Turn your light on.
Turn your light on.
Thank you. I'll make a motion. We approve the budget and the capital outlay request feasibility study of $15,000 and the barrier for the runway ramp access for $15,000.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Good to go. Battle Mountain Airport.
Do we gotta go back to Shannon?
Oh, she here. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't see you come in. All right. So we're gonna go back to 41. Agriculture extension for possible action. There is an increase to operations by $90,755.
Shannon Berman for the record, and Holly Gatsky was gonna try to be on the phone line, but, she had other meetings too, so. So the budget, is being, requested to be an increase, one, because, you guys had, assigned an agreement, back in December regarding the, overages in the carryover from the years previously. And so you guys had signed that agreement for that spend down plan on that amount. So that amount was 90,000 per. 90,000 of it will stay in the budget as that cushion. And then 192,585.11 would be expended over 5 years. And so the portion of this reflects that first year of that portion of that expenditure. And then, prior to all the shutdown and everything with the state budgets probably going to be taking a hit, which they had been told that, Extension will be receiving, a budget reduction from the state, due to the issues. But prior to that, Holly had provided, just a little brief summary that the increases in wages and salaries would be, providing staff with merit increases and a potential increase in time to expand programming, especially for the youth in the county. And then increased cost for programming is requested to support the start of new programs and more programs when the new extension educator, starts. Now, of course, the extension educator process came to a halt with the COVID-19 shutdown, and that will be on hold until the state opens. And that's pretty much the last word I've heard about anything, because they have a hiring freeze. But it will be completed. It's already in that process still, so it will be completed once they're allowed to open. But
So this is where I get like a little bit of confusion. When speaking with Pete Gokachia, even though some of these programs have been funded, they're going to do it like we've had to do. They're going to defund programs. So we just don't really know what is going to be defunded because if they continue to fund everything they funded, then they would be nowhere. So the 40% is across the board. Of all of these programs and including staff. So I don't know if they're going to cut staff, I can't see them hiring, I'm just throwing that out there, that they're gonna hire new and then terminate old. That makes no sense to me.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, and are they gonna cut SULOC and all those kind of things too?
Well, he just said everything, when I spoke with him, he said everything was on, at that point, where it was kind of fair game at that time, because it was 40% and there's no money. And there's not going to be any money, so.
yes, so Extension will receive cuts because our budget comes down, of course, from the state, goes into the university system, and then the university system trickles it down from there, and Extension is pretty much at the bottom of the barrel.
So do we put the money in there and hope for the best, or?
So they will, but they like I said, they will hire an extension educator regardless. Now with my position, mainly because it's already in the process. Now they may not if that process hasn't started, because they had discussed that there would be no future hirings if the process had not already begun. So now it is our understanding from what meetings we've been advised up to probably about 2 weeks ago that they would still be doing that.
Up until yesterday when they spoke, he had made some phone calls. I spoke to him and then he started calling around to the people who were over those areas, like whether it be road and bridge or the road departments and things like that. And they were going to be making cuts. So I don't know. I don't want to say defund, but I think that if they're defunded, then we defund. You know, that, I mean, if that can be done, that if they defund their part, then we defund ours.
We just cut the program.
Well, in this portion, in here, so we've always had in our budget through here, the, reimbursement to the university for a portion of the extension educator and the majority portion of the 4-H coordinator.
And I'm okay with what we have, but I don't like the increase. And I don't see at this point that we should be going on any kind of an increase at all.
Oh, absolutely.
And so they want an additional 90,000 and I'm not in favor of that.
Well, that comes into play from your assigned agreement, so that's
No,
something.
No.
Yeah.
The carryover is one thing. That's the signed
Right.
agreement
Yes,
you're
right.
talking
But you're
about.
showing an
You're
increase.
talking about an increase.
On
That's a
top of
whole
that.
different matter.
Well, what Holly did is we put that $90,000 into this budget because that's how they're going to expend it, is through programming and being able to pay any additional costs for like the extension educator salary. The 20% is an increase that the county portion of the budget is taking on. We didn't used to pay 20%. It was only like 3% or something.
So I think-
that's increased.
I'm sorry,
The county funded by 20%.
We were only funding 50% of the 4-H coordinator salary, and now it's gonna be 68.75%.
Shannon, I think what I'm seeing here is we might have been misunderstood or misled, not intentionally, that maybe we misunderstood what that carryover was when we agreed to that.
I perhaps agree that, yeah, you probably didn't understand fully what that concept may have
I don't think
been from their end.
Yeah, I don't
Yes.
think she fully explained it.
So I have a copy of the agreement. Do
Well,
you
now,
wanna-
I mean,
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay, so the money, it was what, 298 or
The
96?
total amount is 282, 585.11.
That money is collected, by the county collects it, but it is actually extension money. We collect it, okay? And that's what the 90,000 is coming out of that money.
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Cindy, but that 90,000 is coming out of that money
Right.
and going into their budget. It's their money.
So
We're
it's,
just,
what it is it's
Oh,
taxes.
It's not
It-
an increase.
It's the taxes.
No.
It's
Right.
just a repositioning of the money.
correct, cause the
Right.
286 we have, we collected that. And we hold on to it. That agreement that you guys did was to move 90,000 of it into their budget so they could have control over it. And then we were gonna keep the rest as their cushion for the future.
Yeah, so
That's
they're
how
not,
that
that's not an, I mean, so it's not an
It's not really an increase,
No,
it's
it's
more
not
of
coming
a,
out of a rant, out of like the general or anything else. It's coming from the tax revenue that's already put into the
Okay, so it's
extension
the
fund.
it's the carryover funds.
Right.
That are now being put into the new budget.
yeah,
That's all.
we're putting it into their budget, but it's their money to begin
Okay.
with, and then we're
So
holding the balance.
So the budget without the 9755 is how much? Without that?
282, 511.
No.
They're just taking the
No, I don't
90
know.
from the two, well, where are they getting the 90?
Is that the
They're pulling out of
133?
collection. They're getting that 90 out of the money that we've already collected for them, that we're holding the pot for.
Well,
Yeah.
that's 282,000.
That's what we have.
Well, last year it
Well,
was
that's where they're taking the money out of.
last
But
year
it's
the
their
budget
money.
was 42,887, what this sheet's showing. And then the new budget with the 90,000 added is 133,642.
Okay, so this new budget of
Our budget,
133,642 includes the 90,755.
Yes.
Plus what
Right,
you
okay,
so
okay, I will make a motion that we approve that budget for the agriculture extension, of 133,642.02, which includes $90,755 of our carryover funds from last year.
Okay, I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? All right.
So it's not really an increase. We're not taking money from the general fund and
No.
putting it in. Okay.
We're moving
That's
their
where we
money
were
into there.
confused.
All right, so,
Battle Mountain Airport.
I thought we did, I thought we were on the golf course.
We're
No, we haven't done the
on,
Battle Mountain Airport.
I think we're at Battle Mountain now, 46.
46? Okay, sorry about that. So, Battle Mountain Airport for possible action, there is a decrease in operations by 35,500.
well, I'll make a motion to accept the Battle Mountain Airport, budget as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? All right, so we're going to the golf course for possible action. There is a decrease to operations by 19,350.
I'll make a motion that we approve the golf course budget as presented.
A second?
I'll second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. So for parks, for possible action, there is an increase to operations by 25,000. Capital,
are-
oh, let me finish this so I don't forget it. It's capital outlay requests, pavilion at Oakland Park in the amount of 112,000. Solar lighting in the amount of 22,000. And that's it for that. So let's talk about that parks.
I think the lights are a good idea. Where exactly is the pavilion gonna be?
So the pavilion was thrown out there as an idea to, cover up the dirt between the
Rec center
rec center and.
and
the-
where we had the Christmas tree.
Correct.
Perfect.
However, there's been thought of maybe an ice skating rink or something going in.
Oh,
We
okay.
thought that might fit there too, too, but that's just an idea. We need to do something with that area at some point.
I think some winter activity would be nice, and if we're gonna put a ice skating rink in, that'd be a great spot for it.
And
So-
we could also, maybe put something, on the side of the rec center there where we could, do the movie in the park.
Yep.
Over an ice skating rink or something would look pretty nice. Just an idea.
You got some
Try to
designs?
Try to fancy up that park a little bit.
You got some designs in your mind?
Judy?
Oh, I was just gonna tell Brian, and this goes along with the sports complex idea, is before that all kind of came into play, was possibility of putting the ice skating rink where the Little League field is across the parking lot from the rec center. And you got the dugouts and stuff there. Cause I don't know what the size is for, hockey, regulation, but,
I'm just talking about ice skating rink at this point. I just thought
Yeah,
it'd be
no,
nice
I
in
know.
winter
They're
time, you have
portable
your
ones,
Christmas
right?
trees and all your lights in your park and your
well.
ice skating, I think it'd be pretty cool.
So Bert, where'd you come up with 112,000?
Off of some basic numbers that they used over in Elko for Pavilion.
Do we wanna just, this is gonna go out, capital outlay, is this coming out of Fund 55?
That's a good question for Cindy.
It's coming out of Fund 52.
52.
Oh, 52? Well, I was just wondering if we could increase that and maybe, include something for an ice skating rink too.
Well, we wouldn't do the pavilion if we're putting the ice skating rink in, correct?
Yeah.
'Cause we'd
No,
operate the same
but
ground.
that would also, I like the idea of the pavilion, it's just a matter of where we could put it, is investigating both, cause I think the pavilion's a great idea.
I
And,
think
and
that,
so's the ice skating rink, it's just, I know you can't put them both in one park, but if you can maybe,
Maybe we tackle one this year and one next year.
Sean, you remember how much the skating rink was?
Commissioners, I actually have all the numbers at the rec center, I'll bring to you.
the portable skating rink, oh, sorry, Sean, the portable ice skating rink before was around $300,000, but that was portable, but if we found some place to put it as a permanent rink, I don't think it's gonna be that much, because permanent's gonna be cheaper than having a portable one.
That is correct. And then the cost of shoes, and there's a lot, storage, stuff like that.
Well, and I know at Lake Tahoe, a couple of years ago, we went, and they had a portable one. And it was probably the length of this, and that was at Lake Tahoe. But they don't do the regulations, cause there's not enough as far as doing it regulation, and that, they had several kids there, and that was at Lake Tahoe. And because I hate to put a ton of money in it and then you don't get it utilized, I'd like to try some, before we dive into a huge amount of money, we make sure that it's they even utilize it first, because,
If
that
you-
was at Lake Tahoe and there wasn't.
Build
Maybe
it,
we
they
could
will.
survey the public somehow on it.
Yeah,
Well, I think the pavilion's a great idea, if it's a good location where you recommend it, or.
We can do that, like you said, this year, and then next year look at,
Look at
having
an
more
ice skating rink.
information on ice skating, tackle one at a time, especially with cuts. I think I don't know if the public would be too happy if we put all this money into this stuff and we're cutting, and freezing different things here and there, so.
I'm not sure where you get the amount from either, but be sure that you think about something like electricity.
Oh yeah, no, that's all
And
part
bringing
of
it in,
it.
because that's a must.
That's why the solar lighting is at 22,000, because running electricity across our parks, either running the wire overhead or having to dig up the grass to put it in can get pretty expensive. So that's why we were looking at the.
So the solar lighting goes with the pavilion.
No, that's just to light up our
Oh,
park.
so you will have electricity at the pavilion?
Yes, coming
Okay,
off the
got
rec
it.
center.
Right, that's close.
Cause you need it for plugging in your equipment and stuff.
What's the increase in utilities for? The 25,000, the increase?
No, that's just another good Cindy question.
That's just for
That's for
repairs.
the what? This is Cindy. There was a huge increase in the electric bill on running the wells. and it was one that's right there by the park, and the rec center.
Well, 3?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So for explanation on that, that bill we probably hadn't seen in the past because that well has been offline for years. And we plumbed that well in and now we're watering all the school's grass, the park's grass, the ball fields.
Do we get anything back from the school for that?
A small portion for the water.
Well, I'll make a motion to, accept the parks budget as presented, $25,000 increase, $22,000 for solar lighting, and $112,000 for the pavilion.
All right, do you have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Bert, I've got a question for you. Could you look to see what it costs to run power throughout the park? Because like last year for the Christmas tree lights and the extension cords and everything all over the place, that was probably a safety hazard.
Oh, definitely.
And then, you know, looking at putting underground power, resodding.
We could look at it. I haven't looked at that, but I can get solid quotes for you.
And then, you know, I don't know, I know Maryland's gotta be fixing the sprinkler system and stuff, but it'd probably have to work with that too, but I think if we're gonna do something like that as a safety factor, we need to not have extension cords running all over the ground.
Okay.
Let's take a 5-minute break. Kathy and Brian are stepped out, so wait till they get back.
Yeah, like when you camp overnight, like who's gonna be in your camper with you?
Right.
And who's gonna be within 6 foot of your camper when you're camping? It's
Stupid, that's
You go to Wild Horse, you're 30, 40 yards away from the next
Oh, I know,
one.
yeah, I know.
I mean, it's anti-Republican.
All right, so are we all ready here?
Bang your hammer, Kathy.
Okay, guys. We're gonna,
Order in court.
yep, let's get back to getting this done. Are you ladies ready to go? All right, so we're gonna do, pool recreation center. For possible action, there is a decrease of, operations by $20,500 and no change in line equipment. Capital, outlay request, noise reduction system for the pool in the amount of $400,000. Gym divider curtain in the amount of $18,139.
There was no system originally for the rec center for the, pool for noise reduction?
There was, but it was inadequate. Too high of the decibels. And, I mean, you guys, I think just about everybody's been in there. So thanks. It was not an adequate system.
Yeah, hopefully we get the $5 million back.
Yeah.
I was
no
gonna
shit.
say, is that something we can go for?
That be part of the defect issue?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there was some sound system issues or sound deadening issues. Hopefully we can, once
Recoup
we
it.
once the commission decides the direction, which I think we're probably gonna go ahead with, pursuing reimbursement.
Absolutely.
And is that the same for the curtain? Cause I thought that was part of the concept of why we had built the, gym the way we did, so you can divide it and have,
It was built for division, but there was never ever a true curtain to come down in between to separate, to run, say, two.
oh, okay.
To have two gyms instead of.
Correct.
Yeah.
I was surprised they didn't do that when they built it,
Well, that probably should have been another one they forgot,
or an accordion door, I've seen those used.
something, yeah.
Because there is a lot of use for that gym and everybody over the top of each other, so I think that that is an excellent, something that we absolutely need to have for that.
And I think that the intent was there, I don't know if that's something we can go back for too, because,
Well, I don't know that that was ever in the plans.
I don't think so.
And I don't think it was, so we really couldn't go after that, but.
I believe it was just a lining on the floor at the time. It was in the
Yeah.
plans for
Yeah.
the divided gym, but not an actual curtain.
Right.
okay.
But the sound deadening thing, I think we can truly go after.
And how well, I mean, and from someone who's been in that pool countless times, how much is that is deafening, I can't even imagine the people who have to work in there. How much is that going to help? I mean, I know that sounds like an ignorant question, but truly, how is that gonna really be a relief to bring that, and what do they do to help that noise?
A lot of it's like insulation almost. I don't know if you've been in the Austin chambers upstairs there. So it had a really bad echo, as I'm sure Patsy can. And they just put noise dampening deals on the wall, and it's not huge, but it helps. Everything kind of helps that echo. So.
And part of this is to encase that air return system or the liquid in the air. Dehumidifier, thank you.
Yeah.
Part of it is to deaden that
Okay,
noise
yeah.
as well.
Hear them fans that are running up there.
Oh, yeah.
So the walls, I mean, I've only been in there a couple of times. Do they have any kind of insulation now?
No.
So,
So
yeah.
anything will help. And then
Yeah.
the air handlers that are back there behind that wall up above, there's really nothing there to separate. You know, I'm not sure if you've been up above, but there's not much
And
to
then
help it. So
anything
it should
on
be
the ceiling
significant.
too, I mean, just basically insulation, which is gonna cut the cost of the, you know, other costs involved because you're losing so much heat through an uninsulated building,
Right.
so.
So, do you have a motion?
I'll make that motion to approve the Pools Rec Center budget as presented and to approve the noise reduction system for the pool in the amount of $400,000 and the gym divider curtain in the amount of $18,139.
All right, have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
None
Aye.
opposed? All right, moving on to the Civic Center. For possible action, there is an increase to operations by $4,000 and no change to minor equipment. Sure.
The increases in miscellaneous.
Okay, Rita Rogers with the Civic Center. I put that in there because I'm doing a lot of landscaping around the front. And I've got some pieces of equipment that I found, metal. I don't know if you've seen a lot of metal work, but it's of a big miner panning for gold. And he's got his donkey and stuff. And it'll probably run about $1,000, $2,000 on getting certain pieces to put in front of that Civic Center. And I went looking at that miner and stuff because we're mining here. And kind of like, I redid the front of the Civic Center, just trying to fix it up. And I had said 3,000 because I have 1,000 miscellaneous. So I thought, well, if I had 3 more in there in miscellaneous, that'd give me 4. And that'd give me some operating money to
So you put
do some landscaping.
Rita, would this be something, I'm sorry, were you?
No, actually, Rita, the way you've got is an increase of 4,000, so.
That's why, yeah.
It brings it to a total of 5.
Be 5, yeah. And it could be less, like I said, I didn't realize we had put it to the 4 and, but I was thinking I had 1,000 and then if I got 3 more, that would give me some operating money to really fix the front of that Civic Center up, make it look nice and.
A couple things here, and I think, aesthetics for everything in our community is good. One of the problems I have, even though it's really minimal, is right now, people driving by and seeing it, some are gonna say, oh, that looks great, others are gonna say, why are we spending taxpayers' money on this? If we were to approve it, I'd rather not see an increase in the miscellaneous line item.
Oh, okay.
Is to set this aside as a separate item and not increase the operations budget. To just do a temporary as a capital outlay.
Okay.
But then, like I said, I'd also like to think about the thought of what the taxpayers are gonna, you know, how much did that cost, and
And then somebody approached me and said, Rita, why don't you hit the mines up? Because I'm sure because it's mining and stuff like that. But I feel they put so much into this county already, that if this is something kind of little that we can pay back to show that it's mining and, you know, it's a civic center, that's what people use, and that was my whole, you know, yeah, it's kind of like a payback to the community.
What you might wanna do though is contact them and talk to them about it, because they might have something that they would like to give you. I agree with, no, we don't want a nickel and dime them, they have been so generous.
They have been fantastic, and
would like
to me, this was a thank you for what
see you
they've done.
coordinate it.
Put it up there and stuff, and then,
Okay,
you
but I
know.
would like to see you coordinate it with them, please.
okay,
it's called yard art.
you know,
So do you wanna put it under capital outlay instead of adding to her budget?
I'm just torn on this one.
Well, it's not going to be something that's gonna be brought up next year, so I would like to not see it added in.
I mean, if we do add it, do it capital outlay. but
Yeah.
I just, like I said, I know it's not a whole lot, but it's really amazing what the taxpayers notice and question.
so, you know, it's, and Patsy, I have been approached by Gail Utter in Austin, if I could come to Austin and help do some landscaping up there, like I've done at the Civic Center, just to let you know ahead of time, but,
I'll make a motion that we approve the Civic Center budget and the increase by, you want an increase of $4,000 or $3,000?
either, I would do 3 or 4, it doesn't matter, I'll get
Increase
by
of-
with what I can do.
Increase of $4,000.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nice
Opposed?
job,
Okay.
Rita.
And
Thank
Rita,
you.
Really a
I'm just gonna
nice-
say nay, because like I said, I still think it should have been a capital outlay.
And I wasn't sure, I just thought, oh, I just need for landscaping out front, and I could have probably used some of my money inside, but I just wanted this, something special, so. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so for the libraries for possible, there are no changes to operations.
The
Where are we gonna do something with that, with the,
broadband,
Broadband,
Yeah, that's what I was gonna bring up, was the broadband, and that the, money would be used, or would be put into that. But if we're gonna do an augment or a addendum to the library contract, which will be up next week, if you guys approve it here, and then we could move it into the addendum next week in the library budget, or you could just say you wanna put X amount of dollars in for the broadband.
I thought it was cheaper if we went ahead and did the whole thing.
Yes.
well, I'll make a motion then. You know, I don't know if we can do this, but,
No, we'll try, that's what she's trying to figure out how to do it.
well, I'm just, because it doesn't have all, you know, it's not on the agenda, so I would make a motion that we approve the library budget as presented. In addition, adding under capital outlay, $121,000 for broadband.
That, 1 second, it's only 8,000, isn't it, for the
No,
broadband,
it's-
for the?
no,
It's,
depending on which system you are.
Depending on which system you
Oh,
go
okay.
with.
Okay,
So-
all right, I see.
and see, we have to pay it up front.
$12,000
and get reimbursed.
Okay, oh, I see, all right.
That'll be on next week's budget?
That's next week.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, 'cause I don't like that $12,000 post-retirement stuff. I want an
Yeah,
explanation on that.
that'll be next time. So do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. The cemeteries, there is no increase, just for possible action, there is an increase of operations by 14,000. So.
And that's for utilities, I think.
Yeah.
So the one thing that somebody mentioned to me is looking ahead and maybe starting to set aside some money for the, cemetery for expansion, that every year maybe start putting some aside so that we have something when we run out of room.
So, several years back, we did look at some surrounding land to purchase. The asking amount was more than the fair market value, and we can't pay fair market value. Maybe some things have changed since then, I don't know. But we've had that in the back of our minds for probably 4 or 5 years. But
Do we have any property that we already, existing that we own, that we can be utilized for that? What is that?
I'm sure we.
Old courthouse.
Oh.
Yeah, we put it right in the center of town.
Well, now, let me ask you this, is where the schoolhouses are, the back portion of that is Randy Clark's.
Yes.
Is that part of the,
That was the land.
That was the land I'm speaking of.
okay, and then there's the other piece that's West's, and that's on the corner of Thule and Third, I think.
I'm not sure who, is that Randy's too?
No, it's
Okay.
Greg West's, I believe. I believe.
It's something we can look into again
Okay.
if you like.
Well, we're gonna have to, because we're not gonna have.
So, what, if we add some now or start putting some in to a fund? Create a line item fund for future, how much would we like to do?
No idea, I mean, that it's,
25,000?
That'd be a good start, I would think.
So I'll make a motion that we approve the cemetery's budget as requested, with an addition to add a line item for future expansion in the amount of $25,000.
alright, do a second?
Expansion for Battle Mountain.
Okay, yes. Sorry.
Okay, I'll second that motion.
How's Austin's though? You got plenty of room?
We're still okay.
So, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Alright, moving on. Austin Water for possible action, new budget salaries, $54,780, benefits $37,265, and operations $109,662. Minor equipment $5,680. Capital outlay request, replace meters for Pony in the amount of $5,000. Check valve for Pony at the amount of $5,083. Add level indicators to tanks in the amount of $2,000.
So, another question.
Okay.
So when it says replace meters for Pony,
I didn't do this budget because I don't have enough, this came down from Austin, I don't have any clue what Austin needs, so what I'm gonna do is a lot of patience when we open up the doors down there. From the board,
what's a Pony?
I don't.
Oh,
This is Cindy.
Okay.
I had Gwen prepare a budget like she would normally, so that we could kind of see what it costs to run the water and sewer down there, and the stuff that she's put in. And it's totally up to you guys. What do you want to do?
I guess I'm just kinda curious, I think, and I don't know how many meters it would be for Austin to put either the drive-by meters or the electronic meters that are fed into.
I believe when we did their rates, if I remember correctly, there were 111 services, so I would assume that'd be the 111, and at the bid that I just seen that they opened down there, it was $70 some per meter, and then you gotta get the computer system go with it, so you have the transponders and you drive by it and it picks them up.
So that would be on addition to this.
Correct.
How was the salary? How was that figure arrived at?
So, currently the secretary down there is part-time, and that was just her part-time salary made into a full-time salary. Correct, Cindy?
This is Cindy.
Is
I
that-
believe we put in for one full-time person and one part-time. Let me double check.
Yeah, because we had Dave Moore full-time for so long, and then we had, the other one, the one you just hired for Road and Bridge, and those are full-time people.
Correct.
But
Yes, we put in for one full-time and one part-time.
Gwen was the part-time.
Yes. she's part-time now.
Is that just the water?
So my other question then is, do we wanna go ahead and budget the money to replace the meters and, or do we want to maybe just tentatively set this until we could maybe find out what the transponder.
You know, these are things that they really do need, it needs to be brought up, so my recommendation, I mean, let's just go with that. I mean, when we get in there the first part of July, then we'll know where we are, if we need to adjust a little. But I really trust what she's asking for, and I'd like to just go ahead and.
Well, the other thing though I'd like to add, I mean, if we're gonna do this, is, you know, add for those transponder meters, which we could be, you know, installing this summer, after July 1st.
What do you think, Bart? Is this a re-add for those
Bring that
now?
back the end
Yeah,
of
we
the
can,
month.
we can get a number of what we have, we need to know what size lines we're putting them in, if we have meter pits that will accept them, you know, and,
Bring it
and
back.
start slowly picking away at them. I know that we have 56 or so going in on this Main Street job that they're doing right now, that they will put that Badger transponders on them meters when they install them, so that'll knock it down a little bit for us, so I can, if you guys give me a little time, I can go up there and work with them, we can come back with some solid numbers, and when you do your final budget, maybe we can throw something together for them.
Okay.
This is Cindy.
Go ahead.
We're putting aside, you guys have already approved the $10 million for the project for Austin Water Sewer.
Oh, okay.
These little amounts could actually just come out of that
Okay.
10 million.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thank
Cindy.
you, Cindy.
Well, I'll make a motion for Austin Water to, be budgeted as presented with the capital outlay request of the meters for Pony in the amount of 5,000, the check valve for Pony in the amount of 5,083, and add level indicators to tanks, the amount of 2,000.
I'll second the motion.
I have a question real quick on the employee side of it. We've got Bert as a foreman down there. It's a new position. That's something that we have to approve?
Yes.
These are all new positions for when we take over water and sewer.
Yeah, so we do have to approve. Okay, but so by approving this, we're approving that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? All right, very good. Thank you. For possible action, new budget salaries, 54,780, benefits, 37,265, and operations, 18,778.
I'll make a motion that we approve the Austin sewer budget as presented.
Do you have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, very good. Battle Mountain Water, for possible action, no changes.
I'll make a motion, we approve the Battle Mountain Water as presented.
All right, second, you have a second by Art. All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed? All right, so Battle Mountain, sewer for possible action, there is an increase to operations by 8,400.
Bert?
Sorry, I was reading. I did not even, I thought we were getting ready for the
Yeah,
adjournment.
one more.
I was hoping for the adjournment.
One
Sorry.
more. So you have an increase for your,
8,400.
The
8,400,
postage and the
On.
tech fees.
for your Battle Mountain sewer, it shows an $8,400 increase.
Yeah, the postage went up $400 and the tech fees went from 30 to 38.
Okay,
Wait a minute. Oh, 38,000.
Right,
Sorry, 3,800.
not
This
dollars.
is Cindy.
yes,
The tech fees went from 22,000 to 30,000.
okay,
Oh, thank you, okay.
thank you. So we have a,
I'll make a motion.
To fund Battle Mountain Sewer as presented with an increase of $8,400.
second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Motion
opposed?
to adjourn.
No, do we have to ask for public comment on anything?
No, I need you to go back to item number 8B. Bert was going to come back for that 12-inch water main rollover in the amount of $295,032.
Yes, and I never did.
Number 8.
Okay, so we're gonna open back up number 12.
12.
Is it number 12? Number 8,
Eight.
I'm
But we
sorry,
need
I'm
to give
telling, I'm
him-
rummy.
And
Number
but he
8.
doesn't.
Give him a minute to find
Oh.
out what it is.
So we don't have an item here for discussion of things that we kind of missed and wanted to put on the final for discussion.
So we have been making a list, because there's a lot of stuff that's in your packets that are not on this agenda. So we've been making a list of the things that are going to have to come back, and we're going to have to approve them at the final.
Well, a couple other things to add that weren't actually in here, in the packet or in the agenda.
That's what she said.
Not on the agenda. Unless we do it under public comment.
We can do it when we do the agenda. We can add it. Because that's all gonna add all these, there's a whole bunch of attachments.
She's saying if she wants to, like, say stuff she wants to, if she wants spot to do it.
Like if she wants a project, there's money set aside for a certain specific project.
Public comment.
Ted, can they do that under public comment?
Are you there, Ted?
As long as we don't
Everybody
discuss
hung
it.
up?
Yes, I'm here.
We
Is there a
don't have a, agenda item to discuss upcoming agendas. And I wanted to add some things for the next budget.
I think you're more than able to do that in the budget situation, Commissioner.
Okay, so,
Since there's a final budget coming up, approval, I think you can do this.
thank you. So definitely the, fire hall, the new Battle Mountain Fire Station, and, possibly Austin. I think we could retrofit maybe the old road and bridge for Austin, but I'd like to, we had money set aside last year for that didn't get rolled over. The other thing, that has kind of been in the works for a couple of years with, Doug Furtado, JJ Gokachia, I know Kathy's aware of it, is a Battle Mountain or Lander County vet. There's a program through the state vet, that they are actually they have a state vet now, so that program may be available. We don't know all the details, but I would like to get funding for that so that we can possibly, if we have some money set aside, we can investigate to get a local veterinary service.
Don't we have a local vet here? We have Fernandez.
Fernando he doesn't like doing small animals. He can neuter male cats, but he can't spay. We've got the spay program for cats that it would be nice to keep the money in Lander County. There's also programs for the dogs in Lander County. And I know a lot of people here don't wanna be going out of town.
And I spoke, not to interrupt you, but I don't want to lose my train of thought. I spoke with, when I was talking to JJ Gokachia today on this stuff, and he said that the program is ran through critical shortage through the state veterinary's office. And so there's an actual program how this works. So that's, I think with that, looking at that, because I said, please explain to me what this means. And he just said they're through the state, state offices, there actually does fall under critical shortage, because you can't get vets in your area because they actually, if you can get a vet to come to your area, then they will forgive their schooling. And there's an actual program to get vets.
Through the vets.
Yeah, so just a little bit back up on what she was talking about, so.
Well, and I don't really wanna take anything away from Fernando, but I do know Fernando prefers large animals. He will not work out of an office, and, he's not always available for emergencies. And so, that's another thing to consider, are the emergencies of animals that, by the time you get an animal that's injured or whatnot to Elko Winnemucca, it might be too late.
I don't think government should put somebody in a position where you're making competing business for a local business. I think
Well-
that's
I agree, Brian,
that's
100%.
no way.
And it's something I would like to present it, but, also discuss it with Fernando, because yes, I agree, but that is something I'd like to put on the agenda for discussion.
Motion to adjourn?
No, we have to go back to number 8.
We have to do number 8. Which one was it that we have? Yeah, we have to do public comment. So under number, 8, which one was it? Under B. Okay, the 12, so opening up number, 8 under B, the 12-inch water main rollover in the amount of $295,032. So,
To be bluntly honest, I have no clue. I can't even figure out where that come from or where it's going to. However, I can tell you guys that we can put it to good use and make a loop over there by Ron's, new shack he's putting in behind the.
Well, I think that if we don't have a
Man.
specific
yeah, if we don't have a
location for
specific
it.
that-
Yes,
since
no,
we
you
are
can take it
cutting
out of the
so
budget, I
cut
just
that-
can't
cut
figure
that
where
one.
it came from. Without a name on it, I can't place it, so you could remove it from the budget if you'd like.
Well, at least we know where it will be if you do need it, and how much it is.
Well, I might be back in front of you guys when you do the final budget to say, hey, I found where that is, but
Good enough.
Now
I
that-
apologize, didn't do my homework on that one.
So, but Robert, do we have to open up anything for public
Hey,
comment?
Bert. So, a 12-inch water main at Yellow Brick Road, I thought Yellow Brick Road is like, everything's done.
No, so everything is done, so you know where Yellow Brick Road is?
I thought that was the one by the
So
Lemare.
if you pass Kathy's house and hit that stop sign and take a left, you're on Yellow Brick Road, where if you take a right, you're on Yellow Brick Road as well, but it turns to dirt and heads to Marvels.
Which is the one that, I thought Yellow
We
Brick
haven't
was.
put a full name on the one that goes by the colony yet, that's Laura's.
Oh, see, I thought that was Yellow Brick.
We were calling that 26th, and it's not really 26th.
I was gonna say the one by Kathy's would be 26th, and that would, that's
So-
why I thought that was Yellow Brick was.
No, that little short section is the part that's why we wanted to keep that water and the sewer main in on
Yeah.
Yellow Brick it's unpaved and waiting for a developer to come in, and we can put that in.
Okay, so, no, we don't have to do anything further than that, but we have public comment. So do we have any public comment?
You need to read it from the phone.
Okay. I have to read it in again.
Yeah, you didn't read it in.
I thought I read it in when I didn't. Okay, all right. Quit paying attention to what I'm not doing. All right. No worries. All right.
I'll be texting all of you with where that 295.
Okay, so under public comment for non-agendized items only, persons are invited to submit comments in writing and or to attend to make comments on any non-agendized items at the board meeting, if any, and discussion of those comments at the discretionary of the board. All public comment may be limited to 3 minutes per person, again, at the discretion of the board. Reasonable restrictions may be placed on public comment based upon time, place, and manner, but public comment based upon viewpoint may not be restricted. So do we have any public comment?
I have public comment.
Okay.
I'd like to, honestly, I'd like to see if there's a way we can fully open our county up. I just think, you look at the numbers across some of the states, some of these states that are fully open, they have lower numbers than anybody else, and there's businesses out there that are suffering, and I don't think it's right. And if we have any power, any say in it, I think we need to exercise that power.
So,
Agenda item for Thursday?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So,
well, I just wanna say, I agree with you wholeheartedly, Brian. I have been, had discussions with the DA, and he's on the phone, and we run a risk. Cause I was ready, if it was up to me, we would reopen 2 weeks ago. But we run the risk of disobeying, if you wanna call it that, not following, let's say, not following the governor's directive, which could affect us for future funding. That's,
So no directive or executive order supersedes individuals' U.S. constitutional rights.
And
And that's exactly what's happening here.
and I
it's
agree
a
with you,
bunch of
Brian.
BS.
I have argued with Ted over this, but Ted is giving a legal opinion. And Ted, you're on the phone, chime in anytime you like.
I mean, we swore into office
You're
to
right.
uphold and protect the United States Constitution of America.
You're right.
Brian?
Yes.
But I agree with you, but it's an individual, in other words, if an individual business wants to do it, they can base it upon their constitutional rights. We are a subdivision of the state. We are in a different position than the individual business owners. We can tell the business owners that Lander County is not going to go after you, but we cannot tell them that the state won't.
Gotcha. Have we ever sent that message that we will not enforce in our own county?
I have.
I believe the ones that are calling Ted,
Informally.
he's giving them.
Informally. it
Yeah.
has been.
Ted, this is Judy, I have a question.
Okay.
Is, just like our last meeting, under the NRS that does not give the governor power to shut down businesses, what about Miller's law or Miller's rule for the county, to govern our own body?
We are,
Or was it Miller's
we
or
really
not?
cannot,
Is it Miller's?
we are a legal subdivision of the state of Nevada. That's our problem. We have our authority comes from the state. Now,
But it still,
The state-
it still gives, local governments some free reign,
local governments can make the rules harsher, but they cannot make it technically more lenient.
So Ted, this is Kathy. I had made some calls, and one of them was to Amadei's office to speak with Martin Paris. And he said, like you said, that if people want to open up on their own, it's one thing. But if we try to say that, to bid for them, so to speak, then the risk we run is, for one, we can lose future FEMA money, and second, state money, by going against the order. And that's where the stickler is that we.
And that's what I'm saying.
Because if we later on, God forbid, we had something happen here, like a train wreck in the middle of town or something, and we needed FEMA money, they could go for however long they wanted to say, and which I don't agree with this. I agree with everything that Brian says 110%. But the stickler is we lose not only what little state funding we are going to get, but federal funding. Correct?
Yes, I agree. That's why I tell individual owners when they call me that if I was you, I'd be opening up. Because as the DA, I am not going after any local businesses unless they are not following the proper guidelines.
Okay, so.
And I think Ron's of the same mind.
Yeah. So, which this is just wrong in so many ways, but thank you.
So yeah, we run the risk if we go out and make a policy that you can reopen. We not only run the risk of losing federal and state funds, but technically, if somebody gets the virus from somebody not following the regulations, we could technically get sued too.
Yes.
Well, could we orchestrate a coalition of all the northern Cal counties and sue the state?
Yes.
So I do have another question then, and this is thanks, to bring up on the next agenda, is they're opening up, private businesses Saturday, but it's, as a government, we're still abiding by the guidelines and stuff. Can we discuss it on a future agenda that basically we're kind of there already, opening all the offices up except for not to the public, but bringing all of our employees back to work?
So all of our employees did come back to work.
All of
The majority of them, 99%,
Okay.
with the exception maybe two employees, were back to work Monday. So we're almost at full staff right now, like I said, except for I think two are still staying out for medical
Understandable,
reasons.
Yeah, still high risk. Okay.
Okay, so do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn, second.
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks, guys. Yay.